In today's fast-paced world, where distractions are endless and pressures are high, the ancient philosophy of Stoicism offers a timeless guide to living with purpose, resilience, and tranquility. In this ultimate 4-hour Stoicism guide, we'll delve deep into the principles and practices that can transform your daily life, helping you to navigate challenges with calm, clarity, and inner strength. Whether you're new to Stoicism or looking to deepen your understanding, this comprehensive guide is designed to equip you with practical tools for a more centered and fulfilling life. Let's embark on this journey to mastering modern living through the wisdom of Stoicism. Number 1. Show empathy and compassion. You know, empathy and compassion are like the unsung heroes of human interaction. They're the secret sauce that can turn any relationship from meh to wow. It's not just about feeling sorry for someone. Oh no, it goes way deeper than that. When you genuinely tap into someone else's emotions and feel what they're going through, it creates this magical connection. It's almost like you're speaking a language that goes beyond words. Imagine this: you're talking to a friend who's having a rough day. Instead of just saying, "That sucks," you lean in, really listen, and say, "I get how you're feeling. That must be so tough." Bam! You've just shown empathy. It's not about offering solutions or fixing their problems. It's about being there, fully present, and making them feel understood. Now, let's sprinkle in some compassion. Empathy and compassion are like peanut butter and jelly, they just go together. Compassion takes empathy a step further. It's the action that follows the feeling. You feel their pain, and then you act. Maybe it's a kind word, a thoughtful gesture, or just spending some quality time with them. Whatever it is, it shows that you care deeply. But here's the kicker: showing empathy and compassion doesn't just benefit the other person. It boomerangs right back to you. When people see that you genuinely care, they start to see you in a new light. You become the go-to person, the one who gets it. That's powerful. It builds trust, and trust is the foundation of respect. When people trust you, they respect you. It's also about being open and vulnerable yourself. Sharing your own struggles and being honest about your feelings can create a safe space for others to do the same. It's a two-way street. You give a little, you get a little. And in the process, you build stronger, deeper connections. It's like weaving a tapestry of mutual understanding and support. Let's talk about the ripple effect for a second. When you show empathy and compassion, it doesn't just stop with the person you're interacting with. It spreads. They're likely to pass on that kindness to others, creating a chain reaction of positivity. It's like tossing a pebble into a pond and watching the ripples spread out. You're making the world a better place, one interaction at a time. And guess what? It's not just about big, grand gestures. Sometimes, the smallest acts of empathy and compassion can have the biggest impact. A smile, a nod, a simple "I'm here for you," these tiny moments can light up someone's day and, in turn, boost your own sense of fulfillment and purpose. Also, let's not forget about self-compassion. Being kind to yourself is just as important. When you're empathetic and compassionate towards your own struggles, you become more resilient and better equipped to show those qualities to others. It's a win-win. So, the next time someone comes to you with a problem, try this: really listen. Put yourself in their shoes. Show them that you care, not just with your words, but with your actions. Be that rock for them. And watch how the respect you get from others starts to soar. In the end, it's all about connection. We're all human, after all, and we all crave that deep, genuine connection. Empathy and compassion are your tickets to forging those bonds and earning the respect you deserve. So go ahead, sprinkle that kindness everywhere. It's a game changer. Number 2, pursue knowledge and wisdom. Alright, let's dive into the idea of pursuing knowledge and wisdom, a cornerstone of Stoicism and a surefire way to gain respect from others. It's not just about hitting the books or acing exams, but embracing a lifelong journey of learning and growth. Buckle up, because this ride is about to get interesting. First off, imagine this, a world where you wake up every day hungry to learn something new. Not just random facts, but knowledge that adds depth to your understanding of the world. This isn't some boring, tedious task, but an exciting adventure. It's like being a detective, piecing together bits of wisdom to form a clearer picture of life's mysteries. When you actively seek knowledge, people can't help but notice. They see someone who values growth, who isn't content with the status quo. That's magnetic. That's respect-worthy. Now, let's talk about wisdom. It's not just knowing stuff, it's about applying that knowledge in meaningful ways. It's like having a toolbox, not just full of tools, but knowing exactly how and when to use them. Wisdom is the knack for making good decisions, seeing things from different angles, and understanding the deeper implications of your actions. It's the difference between being smart and being wise. People respect wisdom because it's rare. It's that special quality that sets you apart, makes you a beacon in a sea of mediocrity. The journey to wisdom and knowledge isn't a straight path. It's full of twists and turns, ups and downs. Sometimes, you'll find yourself in a rabbit hole, chasing one interesting fact after another. Other times, you'll hit a wall, struggling to understand a complex concept. But here's the thing, every bit of effort counts. Every challenge you overcome sharpens your mind and adds to your arsenal of wisdom. One key aspect of this journey is curiosity. Be that person who asks questions, who isn't afraid to dive deep into a subject. Curiosity is the spark that ignites the fire of knowledge. When you're genuinely curious, learning becomes fun. It's not a chore, but a passion. And that passion? It's contagious. People are drawn to those who have a zest for learning. They see you as someone who's alive, engaged, and always growing. That's incredibly inspiring. Let's not forget humility. The pursuit of knowledge and wisdom is also about acknowledging how much you don't know. It's about being open to new ideas, willing to admit mistakes, and eager to learn from others. Humility is the foundation of wisdom. It's what keeps you grounded, no matter how much you learn. It shows others that you're not arrogant or condescending, but approachable and genuine. That humility? It earns respect faster than any flashy display of knowledge. And then there's the sharing aspect. Knowledge hoarded is knowledge wasted. When you share what you learn, you contribute to the growth of others. You become a mentor, a guide, a source of inspiration. Sharing your wisdom creates a ripple effect, spreading respect and admiration throughout your community. People respect those who lift others up, who use their knowledge to make the world a better place. In this journey, perseverance is your best friend. There will be times when you feel stuck, when the pursuit of wisdom seems like a never-ending slog. But don't give up. Every step forward, no matter how small, brings you closer to your goal. And remember, the journey itself is valuable. It's in the process of learning that you grow, evolve, and become someone worthy of respect. So, embrace the pursuit of knowledge and wisdom. Let it be your guiding star. Be curious, humble, and persistent. Share what you learn, and stay open to new ideas. This journey isn't just about gaining respect from others, but about becoming the best version of yourself. And in doing so, you'll naturally earn the respect you deserve. Number 3, communicate effectively. If you want to get respect from others, how you express yourself is absolutely crucial. Imagine this, you're in a conversation, and instead of just blurting out your thoughts, you carefully choose your words. You listen attentively, nodding at the right moments, and respond thoughtfully. This isn't just about talking, it's about connecting. First off, let's talk about the power of listening. Yeah, I know, it sounds simple, but it's a game changer. When you really listen to someone, you're showing them that they matter. You're not just waiting for your turn to speak, you're genuinely interested in what they have to say. This kind of listening builds trust and respect faster than you can imagine. It's like a silent agreement: I value your thoughts. Now, let's switch gears and talk about clarity. Being clear in your communication is like giving someone a map instead of vague directions. When you're clear, there's no room for misunderstandings or confusion. People appreciate it when you get to the point without beating around the bush. But hey, clarity doesn't mean being blunt or harsh. It's about being honest while still being kind. Another key aspect is tone. Your tone can make or break a conversation. You can say the nicest things, but if your tone is off, it can come across as insincere or even rude. On the flip side, a warm and friendly tone can make even the most critical feedback feel like constructive advice. So, pay attention to your tone. It's the emotional color of your words. And don't forget body language. It's like the secret sauce of communication. Your words can say one thing, but if your body language says another, people will believe what they see. Keep your posture open, make eye contact, and use gestures that complement your words. It shows you're confident and engaged. Now, here's a fun part: storytelling. Humans are wired to love stories. When you weave a narrative into your conversations, it captures attention and makes your message memorable. So next time you're trying to make a point, wrap it in a story. It doesn't have to be a grand tale, even a small anecdote can do wonders. Empathy also plays a huge role. When you put yourself in someone else's shoes, it changes the way you communicate. You become more considerate and understanding. This doesn't mean you have to agree with everything they say, but acknowledging their perspective shows respect. And here's something we often overlook: patience. Sometimes, conversations get heated or go off track. Staying calm and patient, instead of jumping to conclusions or getting defensive, can steer the conversation back to a respectful and productive place. Also, ask questions. Not just any questions, but thoughtful ones. Questions show that you're interested and engaged. They also give you a better understanding of the other person's viewpoint, which can enrich the conversation and help you respond more effectively. Humor, when used appropriately, can lighten the mood and build a connection. A well-timed joke or a bit of light-hearted banter can make conversations enjoyable and less tense. Lastly, practice makes perfect. Communication is a skill, and like any skill, it gets better with practice. So, engage in more conversations, pay attention to what works and what doesn't, and keep refining your approach. In the end, effective communication is about balance. It's about blending listening with speaking, empathy with clarity, and seriousness with a touch of humor. When you get this balance right, not only do you earn respect, but you also build stronger, more meaningful connections. So, go ahead and start practicing these tips today. You might be surprised at how quickly you start seeing a difference in the way people respond to you. Number 4, practice mindfulness. So, let's talk about mindfulness. It's one of those buzzwords that gets tossed around a lot, but have you ever really dug into what it means and how it can change your life? Mindfulness isn't just about sitting in a quiet room, closing your eyes, and trying to empty your mind. No way. It's about being fully present in the moment, wherever you are, whatever you're doing. Sounds simple, right? But man, it can be a game changer. Picture this: you're in a conversation, and instead of thinking about what you're going to say next or letting your mind wander to your to-do list, you're fully engaged. You're listening with every fiber of your being. That's mindfulness in action. And guess what? People notice. They feel valued, heard, and respected when you give them your undivided attention. It's like you're telling them, "You matter to me." And that's huge. Mindfulness isn't just about listening, though. It's about how you react to things. Imagine you're in a stressful situation. Most people might freak out, react impulsively, or say something they regret. But if you're practicing mindfulness, you take a breath. You pause. You give yourself a moment to think before you respond. This calm and collected demeanor can earn you a ton of respect. People will start seeing you as someone who's in control, someone who can handle tough situations without losing their cool. And let's talk about self-awareness for a second. When you're mindful, you're more in tune with your own thoughts and feelings. You understand what's going on inside your head. This self-awareness can help you communicate more clearly and effectively. You're not just reacting to things out of habit or emotion. You're choosing your responses with intention. This kind of clarity and thoughtfulness can really impress people. It shows that you're mature and considerate, and those are qualities that naturally command respect. But there's more. Mindfulness can also help you be more empathetic. When you're fully present, you're more attuned to the emotions and needs of those around you. You can pick up on subtle cues and really understand what someone is going through. This deep level of understanding and compassion can strengthen your relationships and earn you respect. People appreciate when you truly get them and are there for them in a meaningful way. And hey, mindfulness isn't just about the big moments. It's about the little things too. Like enjoying a meal without distractions, feeling the warmth of the sun on your face, or just taking a moment to breathe and appreciate the present. These small practices can bring a sense of calm and joy to your life, which naturally makes you more pleasant to be around. People are drawn to positive, grounded individuals. They respect them. So, how do you get started with mindfulness? It's all about practice. Start small. Take a few minutes each day to sit quietly and focus on your breath. Pay attention to your senses. What do you hear? What do you feel? Gradually, try to bring this awareness into your daily activities. When you're talking to someone, really listen. When you're eating, savor each bite. When you're walking, feel each step. Before you know it, mindfulness will become a natural part of your life. And the respect you'll earn from others? It'll come naturally too. People will see you as someone who's present, thoughtful, and composed. Someone worth respecting. So, give it a shot. Embrace mindfulness and watch how it transforms your interactions and the way others see you. Number 5. Embrace silence. You might be thinking, silence? Really? But hear me out. Silence is like this super underrated tool that can work wonders in your quest for respect. It's not just about shutting up and zoning out. Nope, it's way more than that. It's about being comfortable with pauses, with letting thoughts marinate, and with allowing conversations to breathe. Picture yourself in a group conversation. Everyone's talking over each other, trying to get their point across. It's a chaotic mess. But then there's you, sitting back, listening intently, absorbing everything. When you do speak, it's thoughtful and impactful. That's the power of silence. It makes what you say stand out more. It's like, when you don't speak all the time, people listen more closely when you do. They respect your words because they know you're not just talking for the sake of talking. And let's be real, we live in a world that's always buzzing with noise. We're constantly bombarded with information, and it's exhausting. Embracing silence can be a refreshing change. It shows that you're not afraid to step back from the noise and find clarity in the quiet. It's almost like you're telling the world, I'm comfortable with myself. I don't need to fill every moment with words. That kind of confidence is magnetic. People respect it. They're drawn to it. Silence also gives you a chance to really think. When you're not constantly talking, you have time to process your thoughts and emotions. You can approach situations with a clear mind and a calm demeanor. This kind of thoughtful approach can make you seem wise and composed, qualities that naturally command respect. And there's another aspect to it, being a good listener. When you embrace silence, you're giving others the space to share their thoughts and feelings. You're not just waiting for your turn to speak, you're truly listening. This makes people feel valued and respected, and in return, they respect you more. It's like this beautiful cycle of respect that starts with just being silent and paying attention. Now, silence doesn't mean you should never speak up. Of course not. It's about knowing when to speak and when to listen. It's about using silence strategically. Maybe it's pausing before you respond to a question, or taking a moment of silence to gather your thoughts in a heated discussion. These pauses can give your words more weight and your presence more gravitas. And here's a fun fact: silence can also be a powerful tool in negotiations. Sometimes, staying silent can put a little pressure on the other person, making them reveal more or reconsider their position. It's like having this secret weapon that you can use to your advantage. So, how do you start embracing silence? It's all about practice. Next time you're in a conversation, try holding back a bit. Let others speak first. Take your time before you respond. Notice how it changes the dynamic. Notice how people start to pay more attention to what you say. And notice how you start to feel more in control and respected. Embracing silence is a simple but profound way to gain respect from others. It shows confidence, wisdom, and consideration. It's about being present, listening deeply, and speaking thoughtfully. So, give it a try. Embrace the power of silence and watch how it transforms your interactions and the way people see you. It's a small change with a big impact. Number 6, avoid complaining. We all know that person who just can't stop whining about everything. It's exhausting, right? Constantly hearing someone complain is like nails on a chalkboard. It drains the energy out of any room. But when you're the one who avoids this trap, something magical happens. People start to see you differently. They see you as strong, resilient, and composed. Why does complaining rub people the wrong way? Well, for starters, it focuses on the negative. When you're always griping about things, you're basically telling the world, "Hey, look at me. I can't handle my problems." It's a bit of a downer. People respect those who face their challenges head-on, not those who just sit and moan about them. Think about it. When you avoid complaining, you're showing that you can rise above the muck. You're saying, "Yeah, stuff happens. But I'm not going to let it bring me down." That's powerful. It's like you're a beacon of positivity in a sea of negativity. And people are drawn to that. They admire it. They respect it. Now, avoiding complaints doesn't mean you have to be all sunshine and rainbows 24/7. It's about balance. It's okay to acknowledge when things aren't perfect. But instead of whining, you shift your focus to solutions. You take action. You show that you're proactive. That's the kind of behavior that earns respect. Another thing about not complaining, it makes you more pleasant to be around. Let's be honest, nobody likes Debbie Downer. When you're not constantly airing your grievances, people enjoy your company more. They see you as a source of positivity and strength. They want to be around you because you lift them up, rather than bringing them down. And here's a fun twist: avoiding complaints can actually make you feel better, too. When you're not fixated on what's wrong, you start to notice what's right. You find gratitude in the little things. Your mindset shifts. It's like a breath of fresh air. This positivity is contagious. Others pick up on it, and they respect you for it. So, how do you stop complaining? It's all about mindfulness. Catch yourself when you start to whine. Pause. Take a deep breath. Ask yourself, is this complaint productive? Can I do something about it? If the answer is no, let it go. If yes, then take action instead of complaining. Another tip: Reframe your thoughts. Instead of saying, "Ugh, this is the worst," try saying, "This is challenging, but I'll get through it." It's a subtle shift, but it makes a big difference. It changes your energy. It shows resilience. When you make a habit of avoiding complaints, people notice. They see you as someone who's in control, someone who doesn't let the little things get to them. They admire your strength and positivity. And in return, they respect you more. So next time you feel a complaint bubbling up, remember, you have the power to choose your response. Choose resilience. Choose positivity. Choose respect. It's a small change, but it makes a big impact. People will see you as a beacon of strength and positivity. And that's a surefire way to earn their respect. Number 7, practice discretion. So, practicing discretion. It's a bit like having a superpower. Not the flashy, superhero kind. More like a subtle, behind-the-scenes magic that works wonders. Discretion is all about knowing when to speak and when to keep things to yourself. It's about having the wisdom to navigate conversations and situations with care. First off, discretion means you don't spill the beans on everything. You know how to keep a secret. When someone confides in you, they need to know you won't blab about it to the next person you see. This builds trust. Trust is the bedrock of respect. When people see that you can keep things confidential, they feel safe around you. They see you as reliable, someone who won't betray their confidence. That's huge. But it's not just about keeping secrets. Discretion also means you're mindful of what you share about yourself. Oversharing can be a turn-off. You know, those folks who tell you their life story within 5 minutes of meeting you? Yeah, that can be a bit much. Practicing discretion means you reveal things gradually, letting relationships develop naturally. It shows that you're thoughtful and measured. People respect that. Then there's the flip side, knowing when to speak up. Discretion isn't just about silence. It's about choosing your words wisely. When you do speak, your words carry weight. They're considered, deliberate, and impactful. You're not just talking to fill the silence, you're contributing meaningfully to the conversation. This kind of thoughtful communication can make people sit up and take notice. They respect someone who speaks with purpose. Let's talk about social media for a sec. We live in an age where everyone's posting every little detail of their lives online. Practicing discretion means you're not one of those people. You don't air your dirty laundry on Facebook or get into Twitter spats. You keep your private life private. This kind of restraint shows maturity. It shows you understand the value of keeping some things to yourself. And guess what? People respect that too. Discretion also means being tactful. It's about knowing when to hold back a comment that might be hurtful or unnecessary. It's about choosing kindness over the urge to be right. It's about being considerate of others' feelings and perspectives. When people see that you can navigate tricky situations with grace, they respect you more. And there's another layer to this, respecting others' privacy. Just as you value your own discretion, you extend that same courtesy to others. You don't pry into their business. You don't press for details they're not willing to share. You give them space. This kind of respect for others' boundaries reflects back on you. It's like a mirror, when you respect others, they respect you. So, how do you get better at practicing discretion? Start by listening more and talking less. Pay attention to what's being said and what's not being said. Be mindful of your own impulses to share. Ask yourself, is this necessary? Is this kind? Is this the right time? Think before you post online. Consider the long-term impact of your words. And most importantly, be kind and considerate in your interactions. Discretion isn't about being secretive or withdrawn. It's about being wise, thoughtful, and respectful. By practicing discretion, you're showing the world that you're someone who can be trusted, someone who values the privacy and feelings of others. And in return, you'll find that people hold you in high regard. They'll see you as someone worthy of respect. So, embrace the power of discretion. It's a small change with a big payoff. Number 8. Foster equanimity. Picture this, a calm, unshakable core, no matter what life throws at you. Sounds amazing, right? Equanimity is that inner peace, that serene state of mind that keeps you steady amidst the chaos. And trust me, it's a trait people admire deeply. Imagine walking through a storm without flinching, staying cool while everyone else is losing their heads. That's equanimity in action. It's not about being emotionless or robotic, it's about mastering your reactions, staying balanced, and keeping your composure. This is the stuff of legends, the kind of calm that makes people sit up and take notice. When you're unflappable, people can't help but respect you. So, how do you get there? Start with your breath. Seriously, it sounds so simple, but it's incredibly powerful. Deep, mindful breathing can anchor you in the present moment, cutting through the noise and helping you find that calm center. Think of it as a reset button for your brain. Whenever you feel stress creeping in, take a deep breath, hold it for a moment, and let it out slowly. Feel the tension melt away. This little trick is your secret weapon for maintaining equanimity. Next up, let's talk about perspective. Equanimity comes from seeing the bigger picture, understanding that life's ups and downs are part of a grander scheme. It's about not sweating the small stuff and recognizing that most problems are temporary. When you zoom out and view situations from a wider lens, they often seem less daunting. This shift in perspective can transform how you react, helping you stay calm and composed. And then there's acceptance. It's a big one. Accept that you can't control everything. In fact, most things are outside your control. What you can control is how you respond. Embrace this fact and you'll find a profound sense of peace. It's like carrying an umbrella on a rainy day, accept the rain, but stay dry. This mindset not only fosters equanimity but also earns you the respect of those who see your unwavering calmness. Equanimity also thrives on a foundation of self-awareness. Know thyself, as they say. Be aware of your triggers, those little things that set you off. Once you know what they are, you can better manage your reactions. It's like being a captain who knows the treacherous waters, forewarned is forearmed. This awareness doesn't come overnight, it takes practice. But with time, you'll find yourself more in control, more balanced. And let's not forget detachment. This doesn't mean becoming a hermit or cutting off your emotions. It's about not getting overly attached to outcomes. Focus on your efforts, not the results. Do your best, and let go of the rest. This detachment helps you stay calm, no matter what happens. It's like being in a game where you give your all but don't hinge your happiness on winning. This attitude is not only liberating but also commands respect from others. Now, fostering equanimity isn't about being passive. It's about active engagement with life while maintaining inner peace. It's standing your ground, speaking your truth, but doing so calmly and respectfully. It's about being assertive, not aggressive. This balance between calm and strength is what makes equanimity so powerful. People respect those who can stand firm without losing their cool. And finally, let's talk about patience. Equanimity and patience go hand in hand. It's the patience to endure, to wait, to let things unfold in their own time. It's the understanding that everything happens in its own time, and rushing things only creates more stress. Cultivating patience is like planting a seed and waiting for it to grow. You water it, care for it, and trust that it will bloom when the time is right. This patience, this trust in the process, is a hallmark of true equanimity. So, there you have it. Fostering equanimity is a journey, a practice. It's about breath, perspective, acceptance, self-awareness, detachment, active engagement, and patience. Embrace these principles, and you'll not only find a deep sense of inner peace but also earn the respect and admiration of those around you. It's a win-win. So go ahead, cultivate that calm center, and watch as your life transforms. Number 9. Develop patience. Alright, let's dive into the magic of developing patience, a cornerstone of Stoicism and a surefire way to earn respect from others. Picture this: you're a rock in the middle of a rushing river, unbothered by the swirling currents. Patience is your superpower, your secret sauce to navigating life's ups and downs with grace. First off, let's get real about what patience truly means. It's not just about waiting for your turn or tolerating delays without getting mad. Patience is a deep, steady sense of calm and understanding that things will unfold in their own time. It's about trusting the process and knowing that everything happens when it's supposed to. This mindset? It's pure gold. It shows others that you're not easily rattled, that you have this quiet strength and inner peace. And trust me, people respect that. Now, how do you develop this patience? Start by practicing mindfulness. Mindfulness is like your training ground for patience. It's about being present, fully in the moment, and not letting your mind race ahead to the future or dwell on the past. When you're mindful, you're more aware of your thoughts and feelings, and you can catch yourself before impatience takes over. Think of mindfulness as your mental gym. The more you practice, the stronger your patience muscles get. Another key ingredient? Perspective. It's all about seeing the bigger picture. When you're stuck in traffic or waiting in a long line, it's easy to get frustrated. But step back for a second. Ask yourself, will this matter in a year? Or even in a month? Probably not. Keeping the bigger picture in mind can help you stay calm and patient in the moment. It's like having a bird's eye view of your life. You see that these little annoyances are just tiny blips on the radar. And let's not forget about self-compassion. Be kind to yourself. Developing patience is a journey, and you're going to slip up sometimes. That's okay. What's important is that you recognize when you're being impatient and gently bring yourself back to a state of calm. It's like training a puppy. You wouldn't get mad at the puppy for not learning a trick right away. You'd be patient, understanding, and encouraging. Treat yourself with that same kindness. Patience also thrives on a foundation of trust. Trust that things will work out as they should. This doesn't mean sitting back and doing nothing. It means doing your best and then letting go of the need to control everything. It's like planting a garden. You plant the seeds, water them, and then you wait. You trust that the sun will shine and the rain will come. This trust helps you stay calm and patient, even when things don't happen as quickly as you'd like. Then there's the art of letting go. Let go of the need for immediate results. Let go of the idea that things must happen on your timeline. Embrace the unknown, the uncertainty. This can be scary, but it's also incredibly freeing. When you let go, you make space for patience to grow. You become more adaptable, more resilient. And people notice. They see someone who's not desperate or frantic, but calm and composed. That's a quality that commands respect. Finally, remember that patience is a skill you can develop. It's like learning to play an instrument or mastering a new language. It takes practice, time, and effort. Start small. Find little opportunities to practice patience every day. Maybe it's waiting an extra minute before checking your phone or taking a deep breath before responding in a heated conversation. These small acts add up. Over time, you'll find yourself becoming more and more patient. So, there you have it. Developing patience is about mindfulness, perspective, self-compassion, trust, letting go, and practice. Embrace these principles and watch as your patience grows. Not only will you find a deeper sense of peace and calm, but you'll also earn the respect of those around you. Because patience isn't just a virtue, it's a powerful tool for navigating life's challenges with grace and dignity. And that's something everyone respects. Number 10, show gratitude. Next, let's dive into the wonderful world of showing gratitude, a key principle in Stoicism that can earn you heaps of respect from others. Picture this, a life filled with appreciation for the little things, where you recognize the good in every situation. Gratitude is like a superpower that transforms not only how you see the world but also how the world sees you. Imagine starting each day with a sense of thankfulness. It's like putting on a pair of glasses that highlight the positives around you. When you actively look for things to be grateful for, you shift your focus from what's lacking to what's abundant. This simple mindset change? It's magic. It creates a ripple effect that touches everyone around you. People see you as someone who appreciates life, who notices the small, often overlooked moments. That's infectious, and it naturally draws respect. Gratitude isn't just about saying thank you, though that's a great start. It's about cultivating a deeper sense of appreciation. Think of it as nurturing a garden. You plant seeds of thankfulness, water them with recognition, and watch as your relationships bloom. When you express genuine gratitude, you're acknowledging the efforts and kindness of others. This makes people feel valued and seen. And guess what? When people feel appreciated, they respect you more. One way to practice gratitude is through mindfulness. Take a moment each day to reflect on what you're thankful for. It doesn't have to be grand or profound. Maybe it's the warmth of the sun on your face, the sound of birds chirping, or a kind word from a stranger. By being mindful of these moments, you train your brain to focus on the positive. This practice not only boosts your mood but also radiates positivity to those around you. People are drawn to positive energy like moths to a flame. They respect and admire those who can find a silver lining, no matter the situation. Let's talk about expressing gratitude. Don't hold back. Share your appreciation openly and sincerely. Compliment someone on a job well done. Thank a friend for their support. Write a note of thanks. These small acts of kindness create a powerful impact. They show that you don't take things for granted, that you recognize and value the contributions of others. This kind of acknowledgement builds trust and fosters mutual respect. Gratitude also means being humble. It's about recognizing that you're not an island, that your achievements are often supported by the efforts of others. When you acknowledge the role others play in your success, you demonstrate humility. Humility is a key ingredient in gaining respect. It shows that you're grounded, self-aware, and appreciative of the teamwork and collaboration that go into any endeavor. Now, let's flip the script. How do you react when others show you gratitude? Accept it graciously. Don't brush it off or downplay it. When someone thanks you, acknowledge it with a warm smile and a heartfelt response. This not only validates their feelings but also shows that you're receptive to positive feedback. It's a beautiful cycle. The more you appreciate others, the more they'll appreciate you. Gratitude also extends to yourself. Be kind to yourself. Recognize your own efforts and achievements. Celebrate your small wins. This self-appreciation builds your confidence and self-respect, which naturally translates into earning respect from others. When you respect yourself, others will follow suit. Finally, let's talk about consistency. Make gratitude a daily habit. It's like exercising a muscle. The more you practice, the stronger it becomes. Incorporate gratitude into your routine. Maybe it's a gratitude journal, where you jot down things you're thankful for each day. Or perhaps it's a nightly reflection before bed. Whatever method you choose, be consistent. Over time, this practice will become second nature, and you'll notice a significant shift in how people perceive and respect you. So there you have it. Showing gratitude is about mindfulness, expression, humility, acceptance, self-appreciation, and consistency. Embrace these practices, and watch as your life fills with appreciation and respect from those around you. Gratitude isn't just a fleeting feeling, it's a powerful tool for building meaningful connections and earning the respect you deserve. Number 11. Live with purpose. Imagine waking up every day with a clear sense of direction, knowing exactly what drives you and why you're doing what you do. Sounds empowering, right? That's living with purpose. It's about having a vision, a mission that fuels your actions and decisions. Living with purpose starts with self-reflection. Take a moment to think about what truly matters to you. What are your values, your passions, your goals? This isn't a quick, one-time exercise but an ongoing journey of discovery. It's like peeling back layers of an onion. The more you explore, the clearer your purpose becomes. When you know your purpose, it acts like a compass, guiding you through life's twists and turns. And guess what? People notice. They see someone who's not just drifting aimlessly but is driven and focused. That kind of clarity and determination? It's magnetic. It's respectable. Now, having a purpose is one thing. Living it out is another. It's about aligning your actions with your purpose. Every decision, every step you take should reflect your core values and goals. This alignment creates integrity, a trait that's highly respected. When your words and actions match, people see you as authentic and trustworthy. They know you're not just talking the talk but walking the walk. Purpose gives your life a sense of meaning and direction. It's like having a map in a foreign land. Without it, you're wandering, lost. But with it, you have a path, a route to follow. This sense of direction boosts your confidence. You walk with your head held high, knowing that every step you take is purposeful. This confidence is palpable. It's something people can feel, and it naturally draws respect. Living with purpose also means being resilient. Purpose gives you the strength to persevere through challenges and setbacks. It's your anchor in the storm, the light at the end of the tunnel. When things get tough, your purpose keeps you going. It reminds you why you started in the first place. This resilience is admirable. People respect those who don't give up, who keep pushing forward despite the odds. Another key aspect is focus. Purpose helps you stay focused on what truly matters. It's easy to get distracted by trivial things, to waste time on unimportant tasks. But when you have a clear purpose, you can prioritize effectively. You know what deserves your attention and what doesn't. This focus is a powerful tool. It makes you more productive, more efficient. And people respect those who can cut through the noise and stay dedicated to their goals. Living with purpose also involves contributing to something greater than yourself. It's about making a positive impact, leaving a legacy. Whether it's through your work, your relationships, or your community, your purpose should extend beyond personal gain. It should be about adding value, making a difference. This outward focus is incredibly powerful. It shows that you're not just self-centered but are thinking about the bigger picture. People respect those who are generous with their time, energy, and resources. And let's talk about passion. Purpose and passion go hand in hand. When you're passionate about your purpose, it's contagious. People can feel your enthusiasm and energy. It's inspiring. It motivates others to find and pursue their own purposes. This kind of inspiration is a key component of respect. When you light the way for others, they can't help but look up to you. Finally, living with purpose brings fulfillment. It's about finding joy and satisfaction in the journey, not just the destination. When you're aligned with your purpose, you're happier, more content. This inner fulfillment radiates outward. It's visible in your actions, your demeanor, your interactions. And it's highly respected. People are drawn to those who are genuinely happy and fulfilled. So, there you have it. Living with purpose is about self-reflection, alignment, integrity, resilience, focus, contribution, passion, and fulfillment. Embrace these principles, and you'll not only find a deeper sense of meaning and direction in your own life, but also earn the respect of those around you. Living with purpose isn't just a way to get respect, it's a way to lead a rich, meaningful, and impactful life. Number 12, act with justice. First things first, what does it mean to act with justice? It's about doing the right thing, even when it's hard. It's about fairness, treating people equally, and standing up for what's right. It's like having a built-in compass that always points you towards equity. When people see that you consistently strive to be just, they can't help but respect you. Now, let's break it down a bit. Fairness is a cornerstone of justice. Imagine you're in a situation where you have to make a decision that affects others. Acting with justice means you weigh the pros and cons carefully, think about the impact on everyone involved, and aim for the fairest outcome. It's not about favoritism or personal gain, it's about what's right for the whole group. But justice isn't just about big decisions. It's in the little things too. It's about giving credit where it's due, acknowledging others' contributions, and being honest. When you do these things, people notice. They see that you're someone who values truth and fairness, and that builds a strong foundation of respect. Standing up for what's right is another huge part of acting with justice. It's easy to go with the flow or stay silent when you see something wrong. But it takes real courage to speak up and stand against injustice. When you do, you show that you're not afraid to fight for what's right, even if it means going against the grain. This kind of bravery doesn't go unnoticed. Now, let's talk about integrity. Acting with justice means you have a strong moral compass. You don't just talk the talk, you walk the walk. Your actions align with your words, and people can count on you to do what you say you'll do. This consistency is key to building trust and respect. Respecting others is a big part of acting with justice. It's about recognizing everyone's inherent worth and treating them accordingly. This means listening to others, valuing their opinions, and treating them with kindness and dignity. When you respect others, they're more likely to respect you in return. Empathy also plays a role here. When you can put yourself in someone else's shoes, you're better able to understand their perspective and make fair decisions. Empathy allows you to connect with others on a deeper level, and it's a crucial component of justice. And let's not forget accountability. Acting with justice means owning up to your mistakes. Nobody's perfect, and we all mess up sometimes. What matters is how you handle those mistakes. Admitting when you're wrong and making amends shows that you're committed to fairness and integrity. In a nutshell, acting with justice is about being fair, honest, and courageous. It's about standing up for what's right, respecting others, and holding yourself accountable. It's not always easy, but it's always worth it. When you act with justice, you not only earn respect, but you also inspire others to do the same. So, next time you're faced with a tough decision, think about what's fair and just. Let your actions reflect your values, and watch as the respect you receive grows. Remember, justice is more than a concept, it's a way of life. And living it daily makes you a person others can truly admire and respect. Number 13, cultivate humility. Let's dive into humility, that often underrated but incredibly powerful quality that can skyrocket your respect levels. Seriously, cultivating humility is like having a secret weapon in your arsenal. So, how do you go about doing that? First off, let's get clear on what humility really means. It's not about thinking less of yourself or pretending you're not good at something when you clearly are. No, humility is about recognizing your own strengths and weaknesses, and understanding that you're just one part of a bigger picture. It's about keeping your ego in check and being open to learning and growth. Picture this: you're in a group setting, maybe at work or with friends, and instead of dominating the conversation or showing off, you listen. You ask questions. You show genuine interest in others' ideas and perspectives. This isn't about making yourself small, it's about making space for others. When people see that you're not all about you, they start to respect you more. They see you as someone who values collective wisdom, not just their own. Now, let's talk about admitting mistakes. This one can be tough, but it's a huge part of humility. When you mess up, own it. Don't try to dodge responsibility or blame others. Just say, "Yeah, I got that wrong," and then learn from it. People respect honesty and accountability. It shows strength of character and a willingness to improve, which are both incredibly admirable traits. Another aspect of humility is being open to feedback. No one likes criticism, but it's essential for growth. Instead of getting defensive or dismissive, take a deep breath and really listen. What can you learn from this feedback? How can it help you become better? When people see that you're open to their input, they'll respect you for your willingness to evolve and adapt. Humility also means not putting yourself on a pedestal. Sure, be confident in your abilities, but don't act like you're better than everyone else. Remember, everyone has something valuable to offer. When you approach interactions with this mindset, you create a sense of equality and mutual respect. A humble person also doesn't boast about their achievements. Let your actions speak for themselves. When you do something great, people will notice, and they'll respect you even more for not needing to shout about it from the rooftops. There's something incredibly powerful about quiet confidence. Let's not forget the power of gratitude. A humble person recognizes that they didn't get to where they are all by themselves. They acknowledge the help and support they've received along the way. When you express gratitude, you show that you understand the value of others and the role they play in your life. This appreciation goes a long way in earning respect. Another key point: humility helps you build stronger relationships. When you approach interactions with a humble attitude, you're more likely to connect with others on a deeper level. You're seen as approachable and relatable, which makes people more inclined to respect and trust you. Humility is also about recognizing your own limitations. It's about knowing that you don't have all the answers and being okay with that. It's about seeking wisdom from others and continuously striving to learn and grow. This openness to learning is a hallmark of truly respected individuals. So, how do you cultivate humility? Start by practicing self-awareness. Reflect on your actions and attitudes. Are you being overly proud or dismissive of others? Make a conscious effort to listen more, to admit when you're wrong, and to appreciate the contributions of others. Keep your ego in check and stay grounded. In conclusion, humility is a powerful tool for gaining respect. It's about balance, knowing your worth without feeling the need to flaunt it. When you cultivate humility, you become a person others naturally gravitate towards, someone they admire and respect. So, embrace humility and watch as the respect you receive grows exponentially. Number 14, lead by example. Alright, let's talk about leading by example, one of the most powerful ways to earn respect from others. It's not just about telling people what to do, it's about showing them through your actions. Imagine being the kind of person who doesn't just talk the talk but walks the walk. That's where the magic happens. So, what does it mean to lead by example? It means embodying the values and behaviors you want to see in others. It's about consistency, integrity, and being the living, breathing proof of your principles. When you lead by example, people naturally start to respect you because they see that you're not just all talk. Let's start with consistency. If you're saying one thing but doing another, people will notice. They'll see the gap between your words and your actions, and that can erode respect pretty quickly. But when you're consistent, when your actions align with your words, you build trust. And trust is the foundation of respect. It's like being a rock that others can rely on, no matter what. Integrity is another big piece of the puzzle. This means being honest and having strong moral principles. It's about doing the right thing even when no one is watching. When people see that you're guided by integrity, they know they can count on you to act fairly and honorably. It's like having a compass that always points true north, guiding your actions in the right direction. Now, let's talk about leading with courage. Sometimes, leading by example means making tough choices or standing up for what's right, even when it's not popular. It takes guts to go against the grain, but when you do, it shows that you're not afraid to uphold your values. People respect that kind of bravery. They see you as a leader who's not afraid to blaze a trail, even when the path is uncertain. Another aspect is humility. Yes, even leaders need humility. Leading by example doesn't mean you're perfect or that you have all the answers. It means you're willing to learn, to admit when you're wrong, and to grow from your mistakes. When people see that you're humble, they're more likely to respect you because it shows that you're human and relatable. Empathy is also crucial. Leading by example means showing that you care about others and their experiences. It's about listening, understanding, and responding with compassion. When people feel heard and valued, they're more likely to respect you. It's about creating a connection and showing that you're in it together. And let's not forget about accountability. If you make a mistake, own up to it. Don't shift the blame or make excuses. Take responsibility and make amends. This kind of accountability demonstrates maturity and integrity. People respect leaders who can admit their faults and work to correct them. Leading by example also involves being proactive. It's not enough to just react to situations. You need to anticipate challenges and take action before problems arise. This shows foresight and initiative, qualities that are highly respected. It's about being a step ahead and ready to tackle whatever comes your way. Communication is another key element. Be clear, honest, and open with those around you. Share your vision, your goals, and your plans. When people know where you stand and what you're working towards, they're more likely to respect and follow you. It's about building a sense of transparency and trust. Finally, leading by example means inspiring others. Your actions should motivate and uplift those around you. When people see you striving for excellence, they're inspired to do the same. It's about creating a ripple effect of positive behavior and attitudes. In a nutshell, leading by example is about living your values, being consistent, acting with integrity, and inspiring others through your actions. It's about being a beacon of light that others can look up to and follow. When you lead by example, respect isn't just given, it's earned, one action at a time. So go out there and be the example you wish to see in the world. Number 15, exhibit self-control. Lastly, let's dig into exhibiting self-control, a trait that's like the secret sauce for earning respect from others. Picture this, you're in a heated debate, and things are getting intense. Instead of losing your cool, you keep your composure. That's self-control in action, and it's incredibly powerful. So, what exactly is self-control? It's the ability to manage your emotions, impulses, and reactions, even when the going gets tough. It's about not letting your anger, frustration, or excitement get the better of you. When you can master this, people take notice. They see you as someone who's calm, collected, and reliable. Let's start with emotions. We all have them, and they can be intense. But self-control means not letting those emotions dictate your actions. Imagine feeling a surge of anger but taking a deep breath and responding calmly instead of lashing out. That kind of restraint shows strength and maturity. It's like having a superpower that keeps you in check, no matter what. Now, let's talk about impulses. We all have urges and desires that can lead us astray if we're not careful. Self-control is about resisting those impulses and making choices that align with your long-term goals. It's like having a little voice in your head reminding you to stay on track. When people see that you can resist temptation and stay focused, they respect your discipline and determination. Reacting thoughtfully is another aspect of self-control. Instead of reacting impulsively, take a moment to think before you speak or act. This pause can make all the difference. It shows that you're not driven by knee-jerk reactions, but by careful consideration. People respect this kind of measured approach because it leads to better outcomes and less drama. Consistency is key, too. Exhibiting self-control consistently, not just once in a while, builds a strong reputation. It's about showing that you can handle whatever life throws at you with grace and poise. This reliability makes others see you as a steady, trustworthy individual. It's like being the eye of the storm, calm amidst chaos. Another facet of self-control is patience. In our fast-paced world, patience is a rare and valuable trait. It's about waiting for the right moment, not rushing into decisions, and being willing to endure discomfort for a greater good. When you demonstrate patience, people see that you're in control of your time and emotions, which commands respect. Let's not forget self-discipline. This is about setting goals and sticking to them, even when it's hard. It's about pushing through challenges and not giving up when things get tough. Self-discipline shows that you have a strong will and are committed to your path. People respect those who can set their minds to something and see it through. And then there's self-awareness. Understanding your triggers and knowing when you're likely to lose control is crucial. This awareness helps you navigate tricky situations more effectively. It's like having a roadmap to your own mind, guiding you to make better choices. When people see that you're in tune with yourself, they respect your self-knowledge and wisdom. One more thing, self-control also means managing stress. Life can be overwhelming, and stress is inevitable. But how you handle it makes all the difference. By practicing stress management techniques like deep breathing, meditation, or just taking a break, you show that you can stay calm under pressure. This calmness is incredibly admirable and something others look up to. In conclusion, exhibiting self-control is about mastering your emotions, impulses, and reactions. It's about being patient, disciplined, and self-aware. It's about showing that you can handle life's ups and downs with grace and poise. When you exhibit self-control, you become someone others can rely on and look up to. So, next time you're faced with a challenging situation, remember to keep your cool. Not only will you earn respect, but you'll also become a stronger, more resilient person in the process. In the next section, we will go over some Stoic secrets to achieve sanity and success. Number 1. Limit your exposure to trivial distractions. Alright, let's talk about distractions. They're everywhere, right? Your phone pings with notifications, social media beckons with endless scrolling, and there's always some shiny new thing vying for your attention. It's like the universe is constantly trying to pull you away from what really matters. And you know what? It's working. Those little distractions add up, chipping away at your time and focus until you're left wondering where the day went. First off, let's get one thing straight: not all distractions are created equal. There are those things that genuinely need your attention, and then there are the trivial distractions, the stuff that seems important in the moment but, in reality, adds zero value to your life. These are the things we need to limit. Picture it: you're deep in thought, working on something important, and then ding, your phone lights up with a notification about a sale on something you don't even need. That's the kind of distraction we're talking about. Now, why should you care? Because these distractions are sneaky. They seem harmless, but they fragment your focus, making it harder to dive deep into anything. Imagine trying to swim across a lake but having to stop every few strokes to swat away mosquitoes. That's what it's like when you let trivial distractions invade your day. Your progress becomes slow, and before you know it, you're exhausted without having gone very far. Alright, so what can you do about it? Start by identifying your main culprits. Is it your phone? The constant influx of emails? Maybe it's the endless stream of social media updates. Figure out what pulls you away from your tasks the most. Once you know your distractions, you can start to manage them. Turn off non-essential notifications. Do you really need to know every time someone likes your post? Probably not. Creating boundaries is another powerful step. Set specific times for checking emails or social media, and stick to them. For example, you might decide to check your messages only twice a day, once in the morning and once in the evening. The rest of the time, focus on your tasks. It sounds simple, but it's incredibly effective. But what if the distraction is more physical, like people around you or noise? Here's a tip: carve out a dedicated workspace. Make it a zone free from interruptions. Maybe it's a corner of your home or a specific desk at the office. Let others know when you're in your focus zone and prefer not to be disturbed. Sometimes, just putting on headphones can signal to others that you're in the zone, even if you're not listening to anything. It's also crucial to train your mind to stay focused. This doesn't happen overnight. Practice mindfulness and meditation. These tools can help you become more aware of when your attention starts to drift and gently bring it back. Think of it as building mental muscles. The stronger they get, the easier it will be to fend off distractions. Another trick is to break your tasks into smaller chunks. Long, daunting tasks are breeding grounds for distractions because they can feel overwhelming. By breaking them down, you make them more manageable, and it's easier to stay focused on one small piece at a time. Remember, the goal isn't to eliminate all distractions. That's impossible and honestly, a bit boring. The idea is to control them. Allow yourself small breaks to indulge in a distraction now and then. Just don't let it take over your day. Balance is key. In the end, limiting trivial distractions is about reclaiming your time and attention. It's about creating an environment where you can thrive, where you can dive deep into your work and come out feeling accomplished. It's a small change with a huge payoff. So next time a distraction tries to pull you away, remember why you're doing this. Your sanity and success are worth it. Number 2, commit to lifelong learning and intellectual growth. Let's dive into the fascinating idea of lifelong learning and intellectual growth, which is a cornerstone of the Stoic approach to sanity and success. Imagine this: you're on a journey, not just any journey, but one where every step you take, every twist and turn, is a chance to grow your mind and expand your horizons. It's not about hitting a destination and calling it a day. It's about embracing the adventure of continuous learning. Now, picture this. Your mind is like a garden. If you leave it unattended, it becomes overrun with weeds, right? But when you tend to it, planting new seeds and nurturing them, it flourishes. That's exactly what committing to lifelong learning does for your intellect. You're constantly weeding out ignorance and sowing seeds of knowledge, allowing your mind to bloom with new ideas, perspectives, and insights. So, how do you kickstart this never-ending quest for knowledge? It's not just about burying your nose in books, although that's a great start. It's about staying curious and open-minded. Think of yourself as a sponge, ready to soak up wisdom from every corner of life. Listen intently when others speak, ask questions, and don't shy away from exploring topics outside your comfort zone. This curiosity keeps your mind agile and sharp. Now, let's talk about intellectual growth in a more personal sense. Remember those moments when you stumble upon a new idea or concept, and it feels like a light bulb just went off in your head? Those are the moments that fuel your growth. They challenge your existing beliefs, push you to rethink your assumptions, and ultimately make you a more rounded individual. The Stoics were big on this. They believed in questioning everything and continually seeking the truth, no matter how uncomfortable it might be. One of the coolest things about lifelong learning is that it's incredibly flexible. You don't need to follow a rigid schedule or stick to one particular method. You can learn from books, podcasts, conversations, experiences, and even from reflecting on your own thoughts and actions. It's about finding what works best for you and running with it. The key is to make learning a habit, something you integrate into your daily routine. But let's get real for a second. Committing to lifelong learning isn't always a walk in the park. There will be times when you're overwhelmed, tired, or just plain uninterested. And that's okay. The trick is to recognize these moments as temporary setbacks and not let them derail your journey. Remember, it's a marathon, not a sprint. The Stoics knew that persistence was crucial. They embraced the idea that every little bit of progress counts, no matter how small. On this path, you're bound to encounter setbacks and failures. They are, in fact, part of the learning process. Each misstep is a lesson in disguise, an opportunity to refine your understanding and improve. The Stoics were masters of turning adversity into advantage, using every obstacle as a stepping stone to greater wisdom. And here's another thing, lifelong learning is not just about accumulating knowledge, it's also about applying it. The true measure of your growth is in how you use what you've learned to better yourself and the world around you. The Stoics believed that wisdom was meant to be practical, guiding your actions and decisions. So, take what you learn and put it into practice. Test it out in the real world, see what works, and don't be afraid to make adjustments along the way. In the end, committing to lifelong learning and intellectual growth is about embracing the journey of self-improvement. It's about being open to change, staying curious, and never settling for the status quo. The Stoic secret to sanity and success lies in this relentless pursuit of knowledge and wisdom, knowing that every step forward, no matter how small, brings you closer to the best version of yourself. So, keep learning, keep growing, and enjoy the ride. Number 3. Maintain an indifference to external validation. Let's dive into something that's pretty crucial but often overlooked, indifference to external validation. Imagine this, you're constantly chasing compliments, likes, or approval from others. It's like running on a treadmill that's always speeding up. Exhausting, right? This quest for validation can leave you feeling like you're never good enough, no matter how much praise you receive. Now, what if I told you that there's a way to step off that crazy treadmill? The Stoics had it figured out. They believed that true sanity and success come from within, not from what others think of us. Let's chat about how you can start ignoring the noise and find your own inner peace and satisfaction. First off, why do we crave external validation so much? It's human nature. From a young age, we're taught to seek approval from our parents, teachers, and peers. It's deeply ingrained in us. But here's the kicker, living your life based on what others think is a surefire way to lose sight of your own values and goals. You end up doing things not because they resonate with you, but because you think they'll earn you a pat on the back. It's like living in a shadow of someone else's expectations. But when you adopt a Stoic mindset, you start to see things differently. You realize that the opinions of others are beyond your control. The only thing you can control is how you respond to them. This shift in perspective is liberating. It's like a weight being lifted off your shoulders. You no longer need to dance to the tune of others, you can create your own rhythm. Think about it this way, every time you seek validation, you're handing over a piece of your power to someone else. You're essentially saying, your opinion of me is more important than my own. Ouch, right? But when you maintain an indifference to external validation, you reclaim that power. You start to value your own opinion more. You become the master of your own fate. Now, this doesn't mean you should become a hermit or stop caring about others altogether. It's about finding a balance. You can still appreciate positive feedback and learn from constructive criticism without letting it define you. The key is not to let it sway your sense of self-worth. Your value doesn't fluctuate based on the opinions of others, it remains constant because it comes from within. To get there, you need to practice self-awareness and self-acceptance. Reflect on your values, your strengths, and your goals. Remind yourself that you are enough, just as you are. When you truly believe in your own worth, external validation becomes less relevant. It's like turning down the volume on a noisy radio. You can finally hear your own thoughts clearly. In moments when you feel the urge to seek validation, pause and ask yourself why. What are you hoping to gain? Is it really worth it? Often, you'll find that the approval you're chasing won't bring you the fulfillment you seek. True contentment comes from within, from knowing that you're living authentically and in alignment with your values. So, the next time you're tempted to post that selfie for likes or seek praise for your achievements, remember this: your worth is not up for debate. It's inherent, unwavering, and independent of external opinions. By maintaining an indifference to external validation, you can find true sanity and success. You'll be grounded in your own sense of self, free from the exhausting pursuit of others' approval. And that, my friend, is the Stoic secret to a fulfilling life. Number 4, foster a sense of cosmopolitanism, seeing yourself as a citizen of the world. Let's dive into something pretty cool: cosmopolitanism. Sounds fancy, right? But it's actually a straightforward and powerful concept. Think of it as viewing yourself not just as a member of your family, community, or even your country, but as a citizen of the world. A broader, more inclusive perspective that can totally shift how you live and interact with others. Imagine waking up each day with the thought that the whole planet is your home, and every person on it is part of your extended family. That's cosmopolitanism in action. It's about embracing a global mindset, realizing that borders and divisions are, in many ways, artificial constructs. We're all in this together, sharing the same earth, breathing the same air. That sense of unity can be incredibly grounding. Why does this matter? Well, for starters, it broadens your horizons. When you see yourself as a citizen of the world, your perspective expands. You become more open to different cultures, ideas, and ways of life. It's like adding more colors to your palette. Suddenly, the world feels richer, more vibrant. You're not confined to a single viewpoint or way of doing things. Instead, you're open to learning from everyone, everywhere. This mindset also fosters empathy. When you view others as fellow citizens of the world, it's harder to see them as others or them. Differences become less threatening and more intriguing. You start to appreciate the diversity of human experience, understanding that everyone has their own unique story. This doesn't mean you agree with everyone, but you can respect their perspectives and acknowledge their humanity. Now, let's talk about the personal benefits. Embracing a cosmopolitan outlook can seriously reduce stress and anxiety. When you stop worrying about fitting into narrow categories or living up to certain labels, life becomes simpler. You're not constantly trying to prove yourself or measure up to some arbitrary standard. Instead, you focus on being the best version of yourself, contributing positively to the world around you. Practically speaking, how do you foster this sense of cosmopolitanism? Start by learning. Read about different cultures, philosophies, and histories. Travel, if you can, even if it's just to a new part of your city or country. Engage with people from diverse backgrounds. Listen to their stories, share yours, and find common ground. Every interaction is a chance to learn and grow. Another key aspect is breaking down prejudices. We all have biases, it's part of being human. But when you see yourself as a global citizen, you make a conscious effort to challenge those biases. You question stereotypes and strive to understand people as individuals, not just as representatives of a group. This makes you more compassionate and fair-minded. There's also a profound sense of responsibility that comes with this mindset. As a citizen of the world, you care about global issues, climate change, poverty, human rights. You realize that your actions have an impact, no matter how small. This doesn't mean you have to solve all the world's problems, but it does mean you contribute in whatever ways you can. Maybe it's through activism, volunteering, or simply making more sustainable choices in your daily life. Lastly, fostering cosmopolitanism is about connection. It's about building bridges, not walls. It's reaching out, making friends, and forming alliances across cultural and geographical boundaries. It's realizing that we're all part of a bigger picture, and that our collective well-being depends on mutual respect and cooperation. In essence, seeing yourself as a citizen of the world is about embracing a more inclusive, empathetic, and responsible way of living. It's a mindset that can bring sanity and success, not just to your life, but to the world at large. So, next time you feel the pull of narrow thinking, remember, you're part of something much bigger. Embrace it, celebrate it, and let it guide you towards a more fulfilling existence. Number 5. Practice voluntary discomfort to build resilience. Let's get into the nitty-gritty of something that might sound a bit counterintuitive at first: practicing voluntary discomfort. Yep, you heard that right. It's about choosing to put yourself in uncomfortable situations on purpose. Why? Because it's a powerful way to build resilience and mental toughness. Think of it as training your mind and body to handle whatever life throws at you with grace and grit. Imagine this: you're all cozy in your comfort zone, where everything is familiar and easy. Sounds nice, right? But here's the catch: staying in that bubble can make you soft. Life is full of unexpected challenges, and if you're not prepared, those challenges can knock you down hard. By introducing controlled discomfort into your life, you can toughen up and become more adaptable. So, what does this look like in practice? It can be as simple as turning the dial on your routine. Maybe you take cold showers instead of warm ones. The initial shock might be unpleasant, but over time, you get used to it. Your body adapts, and your mind learns to stay calm under stress. Or perhaps you skip a meal now and then, experiencing hunger and realizing it's not the end of the world. These small acts of discomfort train your brain to tolerate stress better. Now, why does this matter? Because it's all about resilience. When you regularly expose yourself to controlled stressors, you build a mental toughness that spills over into other areas of your life. Suddenly, the big challenges don't seem so daunting. You've already trained yourself to handle discomfort, so when real-life problems arise, you're ready. You can face them head-on without falling apart. Voluntary discomfort also teaches you to appreciate the good things in life. When you've experienced the tough stuff, the simple pleasures become much more meaningful. That warm shower feels incredible after a week of cold ones. The meal you savor is more delightful when you've experienced hunger. It's about cultivating gratitude through contrast. But let's get deeper. Practicing voluntary discomfort isn't just about physical challenges. It's also about mental and emotional growth. Maybe you have a tough conversation you've been avoiding. Tackling it head-on can be uncomfortable, but it strengthens your resolve and communication skills. Or perhaps you put yourself out there in a new social setting, stepping outside your comfort zone and building confidence along the way. This practice also involves accepting failure and setbacks. By deliberately putting yourself in challenging situations, you're bound to stumble sometimes. And that's okay. It's part of the process. Each failure is a lesson, a stepping stone towards growth. You learn to pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and keep going. Over time, this builds a robust sense of resilience. You become someone who doesn't shy away from difficulties but embraces them as opportunities for growth. Now, you might be thinking, Why would I choose to be uncomfortable on purpose? Because it's empowering. It gives you a sense of control over your life. Instead of waiting for discomfort to find you, you face it on your terms. It's a proactive approach to personal development. You're not a passive participant in your life, but an active architect of your growth and resilience. So, how do you get started? Start small. Choose one area of your life where you can introduce a bit of discomfort. Stick with it, even when it gets tough. Notice how it makes you feel, how it changes your perspective. Gradually, you can take on bigger challenges. Remember, it's not about being a masochist, it's about growth. It's about pushing your boundaries and discovering what you're truly capable of. In the end, practicing voluntary discomfort is like sharpening a blade. It keeps you strong, resilient, and ready for whatever life throws your way. It's a powerful tool in your Stoic toolkit, helping you stay sane and successful in a chaotic world. So go ahead, embrace a little discomfort. It might just be the key to unlocking your full potential. Number 6. Prioritize self-discipline and self-control. Let's talk about self-discipline and self-control. I know, these words might make you think of strict routines and rigid rules, but stick with me. It's not about being a drill sergeant to yourself. Instead, it's about finding the sweet spot where you guide your actions and decisions in a way that aligns with your goals and values. Think of it as steering your own ship instead of being tossed around by the waves. Why does this matter? Because self-discipline and self-control are like superpowers for your mind. They give you the ability to stick to your plans, resist short-term temptations, and focus on what really matters. Without them, it's easy to get lost in the sea of distractions and impulses. But with them, you're in control. You're the captain. Let's break it down. Self-discipline is about doing what needs to be done, even when you don't feel like it. It's getting up early to work on your goals, even when your bed is calling you back. It's choosing the healthy option, even when junk food is just a reach away. It's about making those small, often tough choices that lead to big results over time. Sounds challenging? Sure. But every time you flex that self-discipline muscle, it gets stronger. And the stronger it gets, the easier it becomes to make those choices. Self-control, on the other hand, is about restraint. It's about saying no to the things that don't serve your long-term goals. It's resisting that urge to binge-watch TV shows when you know you have important work to do. It's holding back that impulse to react in anger and choosing to respond calmly instead. Self-control is like a guard at the gate of your mind, letting in what's beneficial and keeping out what's harmful. Now, here's where it gets interesting. Practicing self-discipline and self-control isn't about denying yourself pleasure or becoming a robot. It's about balance. You're not cutting out all the fun stuff in life, you're just making sure it doesn't derail your progress. You're creating a life where you can enjoy yourself while still staying true to your goals. So, how do you prioritize these qualities? Start by setting clear goals. Know what you want and why you want it. When your goals are clear, it's easier to make decisions that align with them. Next, create a plan. Break down your big goals into smaller, manageable steps. This makes them less overwhelming and gives you a clear path to follow. Then, it's all about practice. Start with small acts of self-discipline and self-control. Maybe it's as simple as making your bed every morning or setting a timer for focused work sessions. Each small act builds your discipline and control, making it easier to tackle bigger challenges down the road. And don't forget about reflection. Take time to review your progress and adjust your plan as needed. Celebrate your wins, no matter how small, and learn from your setbacks. Reflection helps you stay on track and keeps you motivated. Also, be kind to yourself. Self-discipline and self-control aren't about perfection. You're going to slip up sometimes, and that's okay. What matters is getting back on track and continuing to move forward. It's a journey, not a sprint. Lastly, surround yourself with support. Whether it's friends, family, or a community, having people who encourage and hold you accountable makes a big difference. They can provide motivation, advice, and a reminder of why you're on this path. In the end, prioritizing self-discipline and self-control is about creating a life that's aligned with your values and goals. It's about being the author of your own story, making choices that lead to the success and sanity you seek. So, embrace these qualities. Practice them daily. They might just be the keys to unlocking your full potential and living a fulfilling, balanced life. Number 7, seek wisdom and continuous self-improvement. Let's chat about wisdom and the never-ending journey of self-improvement. It sounds lofty, but stick with me. This is about making your life richer and more fulfilling by constantly learning and growing. It's about realizing that you're never really done. There's always something new to discover, a better version of yourself to reach for. Think about wisdom for a second. It's not just about knowing a bunch of facts or being super smart. It's deeper. Wisdom is about understanding life, making good decisions, and seeing the bigger picture. It's like having a guide who helps you navigate the twists and turns of life with grace. And the best part? Anyone can seek wisdom. It's not reserved for the old or the exceptionally brilliant. It's about being curious, asking questions, and being open to learning from every experience. Now, let's mix that with continuous self-improvement. This isn't about beating yourself up or feeling like you're never good enough. Nope. It's about the opposite. It's about loving yourself enough to want to keep growing, to keep getting better. Imagine life as a never-ending book, and you're always writing new chapters. Each chapter is an opportunity to learn something new, to refine your skills, to deepen your understanding. How do you seek wisdom? Start by being a sponge. Soak up knowledge from everywhere. Read books, listen to podcasts, watch documentaries, have deep conversations. Wisdom is all around you, just waiting to be absorbed. But don't just passively consume information. Engage with it. Reflect on what you learn. How does it apply to your life? What can you take away from it? It's also about humility. Recognizing that you don't have all the answers, and that's okay. Be open to feedback, even if it stings a bit. Every piece of constructive criticism is a nugget of wisdom that can help you grow. It's like a compass pointing you in the right direction. Continuous self-improvement is a daily practice. It's not about making huge changes overnight. It's about small, consistent steps that add up over time. Maybe it's setting aside a few minutes each day to meditate or reflect on your goals. Maybe it's learning a new skill or hobby that challenges you. The key is to keep moving forward, no matter how small the steps. And let's not forget the power of setting goals. Clear, achievable goals give you something to strive for. They're like signposts on your journey of self-improvement. But be flexible. Goals aren't set in stone. As you grow and change, your goals might too. That's a good thing. It means you're evolving. Embrace discomfort. Growth often happens outside of your comfort zone. So don't shy away from challenges. See them as opportunities to stretch yourself, to become stronger and wiser. It's like working out a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it gets. Remember to celebrate your progress. Self-improvement can be tough, and it's important to acknowledge how far you've come. Take a moment to pat yourself on the back for your achievements, no matter how small they might seem. Every step forward is worth celebrating. Connect with others who are on the same path. Surround yourself with people who inspire you, challenge you, and support your growth. Having a community makes the journey more enjoyable and keeps you motivated. Share your experiences, learn from theirs, and grow together. Ultimately, seeking wisdom and continuous self-improvement is about living a life of purpose and meaning. It's about being proactive in your growth, not just waiting for life to teach you lessons. It's about being the best version of yourself, not for anyone else, but for you. Because you deserve a life that's rich with knowledge, growth, and fulfillment. So, dive into the world with curiosity. Embrace the journey of self-improvement with enthusiasm. Seek wisdom in every experience, and watch how your life transforms. It's a journey worth taking, and it's never too late to start. Number 8. Maintain a sense of purpose and direction. Let's jump into the heart of this intriguing idea, maintaining a sense of purpose and direction. Imagine waking up every morning knowing exactly what you're striving for, having a clear vision that guides your steps, like a compass pointing north. Sounds empowering, right? That's the magic of having a purpose, and it's a key ingredient in the Stoic recipe for sanity and success. Think of purpose as your personal North Star. It's that shining beacon that keeps you focused and grounded, no matter how chaotic life gets. When you have a purpose, you're not just drifting aimlessly, you're steering your ship with intention. And that, my friend, is incredibly powerful. So, how do you find this elusive sense of purpose? It starts with introspection. Take a moment to sit with yourself, away from the noise and distractions. Reflect on what truly matters to you. What ignites your passion? What makes you feel alive? It's about digging deep and uncovering those core values and desires that drive you. Once you have a glimpse of your purpose, it's time to turn that vision into action. But here's the thing, it doesn't have to be grand or earth-shattering. Purpose isn't always about big, flashy goals. Sometimes, it's about the small, meaningful things that bring you joy and fulfillment. It's about aligning your daily actions with your core values and making choices that resonate with your true self. And hey, maintaining a sense of direction doesn't mean you won't encounter detours and roadblocks. Life is full of unexpected twists and turns. But when you have a clear sense of purpose, those challenges become easier to navigate. They're like bumps in the road rather than insurmountable obstacles. You can adapt and adjust your course without losing sight of your destination. Let's talk about the importance of setting goals. Goals are like mile markers on your journey. They give you tangible targets to aim for and help you measure your progress. But here's a little secret, the goals you set should be flexible. Life is dynamic, and so are you. Allow yourself the freedom to reassess and realign your goals as you grow and evolve. Now, picture this, you're walking through a dense forest. It's easy to get lost, right? But if you have a map and a compass, you can find your way. Your purpose is that compass, and your goals are the map. They guide you through the wilderness, helping you stay on track even when the path gets tough. Another vital aspect of maintaining a sense of purpose is staying true to yourself. It's easy to get swayed by external pressures and expectations. But when you're clear about your purpose, you can stand firm in your convictions. You're less likely to be tossed around by the opinions and demands of others. You're living life on your own terms, and that's incredibly liberating. But let's be real for a second. There will be days when you feel lost or uncertain. That's normal. The key is to reconnect with your purpose during those moments. Take a step back, breathe, and remind yourself of why you started. Revisit those core values and desires that ignite your passion. It's like hitting the reset button and realigning your compass. And remember, purpose isn't static. It evolves as you do. What drives you today might not be the same thing that fuels you tomorrow. Embrace that evolution. Stay curious and open to new possibilities. Your purpose is a living, breathing entity, constantly growing and transforming alongside you. In the grand tapestry of life, maintaining a sense of purpose and direction weaves a thread of meaning through every experience. It's the anchor that keeps you grounded in the storm and the wind that propels you forward. So, keep your eyes on that North Star, trust in your journey, and let your purpose light the way to a life of sanity and success. Number 9. Reflect daily on your actions and thoughts. Let's dive into the essence of daily reflection and why it's such a game changer for sanity and success, according to Stoic philosophy. Imagine ending each day with a quiet moment, a little space carved out just for you, where you get to hit pause and take stock of your day. Sounds nice, right? That's what reflecting on your actions and thoughts is all about, creating that sacred space to unwind and grow. Picture this, you're sitting in a cozy corner, maybe with a warm cup of tea or a calming candle. You let your mind drift over the events of the day. What did you do? How did you feel? What thoughts bubbled up in your mind? It's like rewinding the tape, watching your day play out, but this time with the gift of hindsight. Now, you might be wondering, why bother? Well, daily reflection is like holding up a mirror to your soul. It's about understanding yourself better, seeing your strengths and recognizing areas for improvement. When you take the time to reflect, you're not just breezing through life on autopilot. You're living intentionally, with awareness and purpose. Think of it as a mental detox. Throughout the day, your mind collects all sorts of experiences, emotions, and thoughts. Some are uplifting, while others can be a bit toxic. Reflecting daily helps you sort through this mental clutter. You get to keep the gems and toss out the junk, leaving your mind clearer and more focused. But how do you actually do it? It's simpler than you might think. Start by asking yourself a few key questions. What went well today? What didn't? How did I react to challenges? What can I do differently tomorrow? These questions aren't meant to judge or criticize, but to understand and learn. And here's a fun twist. Think of your mind as a garden. Your thoughts and actions are the plants. Daily reflection is like tending to this garden. You water the healthy plants, your positive thoughts and actions, and weed out the negative ones. Over time, your garden flourishes, filled with vibrant, positive growth. Now, let's talk about the magic of writing. There's something powerful about putting pen to paper. When you write down your reflections, you give them form and substance. It's like capturing a fleeting moment and making it tangible. Plus, it creates a record you can look back on, seeing how you've grown and evolved over time. But reflection isn't just about looking back, it's also about looking forward. By understanding your past actions and thoughts, you can chart a better course for the future. It's like being the captain of your ship, using your reflections as a map to navigate the waters ahead. And guess what? This practice also boosts your mental resilience. When you regularly reflect on your thoughts and actions, you build a stronger, more resilient mindset. You become better at handling stress, more adept at managing your emotions, and more capable of making wise decisions. It's like strengthening a muscle. The more you do it, the stronger you become. Now, don't worry if some days feel harder to reflect on than others. It's all part of the journey. The key is consistency. Even on days when you feel tired or uninspired, take a few moments to reflect. It doesn't have to be perfect. What matters is that you show up for yourself, day in and day out. In the end, daily reflection is a powerful tool for personal growth and mental clarity. It's about taking charge of your life, learning from your experiences, and continuously striving to be the best version of yourself. So, give yourself that gift. Reflect on your actions and thoughts each day, and watch as it transforms your journey towards sanity and success. Number 10. Use negative visualization to appreciate what you have. Let's dive into the intriguing concept of negative visualization and how it can help you truly appreciate what you have. Now, this might sound a bit counterintuitive at first. Why would thinking about negative outcomes make you feel better about your life? But hang tight, because this Stoic practice is like a secret weapon for cultivating gratitude and contentment. Imagine this: you're sitting quietly, maybe in a comfy chair or lying in bed. You close your eyes and let your mind wander to a place where things aren't quite as rosy as they are now. Picture losing something you cherish, a job, a relationship, even a small daily comfort. Feel the weight of that loss. It's not about wallowing in sadness or fear, but about fully acknowledging the value of what you have by imagining its absence. Crazy, right? But here's the thing: when you picture life without these things, you start to see just how important they are. You realize how much joy and stability they bring to your life. It's like flipping a switch in your brain. Suddenly, the ordinary becomes extraordinary, and the mundane turns into something to be grateful for. Let's break this down a bit. Negative visualization is a mental exercise where you take a moment to envision worst-case scenarios. Not in a doom and gloom way, but in a mindful, deliberate manner. The Stoics believe that by contemplating potential losses, we can better appreciate our current blessings. It's like a mental rehearsal that prepares you for life's uncertainties while simultaneously making you more grateful for the present. Think of it as a gratitude amplifier. When you imagine life without your morning coffee, your cozy bed, or the laughter of a loved one, you start to see these everyday things in a new light. They become precious, almost sacred. And this shift in perspective is powerful. It's like putting on a pair of glasses that sharpens your vision, allowing you to see the richness of your life in vivid detail. But how do you actually practice this? Start small. Take a few minutes each day to reflect on different aspects of your life. Imagine what it would be like if they were taken away. How would you feel? What would you miss the most? Let those feelings sink in. Then, bring yourself back to the present moment, where these things still exist. Notice the sense of relief and appreciation that washes over you. Now, let's spice things up a bit. This practice isn't just about objects or people. You can apply negative visualization to your skills, opportunities, and even your health. Picture losing the ability to do something you love, like playing an instrument or going for a run. Imagine not having the opportunities you currently enjoy, whether it's in your career or personal life. Feel the gratitude for these abilities and chances, which you might have taken for granted. And here's the kicker: this practice isn't about being morbid or pessimistic. It's about embracing reality and understanding that change and loss are part of life. By facing these possibilities head-on, you're not only preparing yourself mentally but also fostering a deeper appreciation for what you have right now. It's a way of grounding yourself, anchoring your mind in the present, and cherishing the moments that make up your life. Let's get a bit poetic here. Imagine life as a beautiful tapestry, woven with threads of joy, sorrow, gain, and loss. Negative visualization helps you see each thread for what it is, understanding that without the dark threads, the bright ones wouldn't stand out as much. It's about seeing the full picture, appreciating the contrast, and finding beauty in the entire weave. So, next time you find yourself caught in the hustle and bustle, feeling like life's just a series of monotonous routines, pause for a moment. Close your eyes and imagine your life without the little things that bring you joy. Feel the impact. Then open your eyes and look around with a renewed sense of gratitude. Negative visualization is a powerful tool in the Stoic arsenal, helping you to appreciate the now, find contentment in the present, and ultimately, lead a life of greater sanity and success. Number 11. Apply the view from above to gain perspective. Imagine for a moment that you're a bird, soaring high above the earth. From this vantage point, everything below looks different, doesn't it? Problems that seemed enormous when you were on the ground now appear tiny and insignificant. This is what the Stoics called the view from above, and it's a powerful way to shift your perspective and gain a clearer understanding of life. Picture yourself rising above your daily concerns. You're floating higher and higher, until you can see your entire life spread out below you, like a map. The hustle and bustle, the worries and stresses, they all shrink as you ascend. From up here, you can see the big picture, the grand scheme of things. It's like zooming out on a map to see how the roads connect, how the cities spread out, and how everything fits together. This view helps you realize that many of the things that cause you stress are just small blips on the radar. Now, let's get a bit deeper. Imagine looking not just at your own life, but at the lives of everyone around you. See the interconnected web of humanity, each person living their own story, each with their own struggles and joys. This broader perspective can be incredibly humbling. It reminds you that you're just one small part of a much larger whole. Your problems, while important to you, are just one piece of the vast tapestry of life. Think about how this perspective can change the way you approach your day-to-day challenges. When you're stuck in traffic, dealing with a difficult colleague, or facing a personal setback, it's easy to get caught up in the frustration and stress. But what if you could step back and view the situation from above? Suddenly, the traffic jam is just a minor delay in the grand scheme of your life. The difficult colleague is just another human being with their own struggles. The setback is just a small chapter in your story, not the whole book. This shift in perspective can bring a sense of calm and clarity. It helps you focus on what truly matters and let go of the things that don't. It's like wiping away the fog from a window, allowing you to see clearly again. You start to prioritize differently, making decisions that align with your true values and long-term goals, rather than getting bogged down by temporary frustrations. But here's the thing, applying the view from above isn't just about looking at the big picture. It's also about recognizing your place in the universe. Picture yourself as a tiny dot on a vast canvas, surrounded by stars and galaxies. This cosmic perspective can be awe-inspiring. It reminds you of the immense beauty and complexity of the universe, and how small our individual worries really are in comparison. Imagine taking this cosmic view during moments of stress. You're not just looking at your life from above, you're looking at it from the edge of the universe. Your deadlines, arguments, and fears, they all fade into the background. What remains is a sense of wonder and connectedness. You feel part of something much greater than yourself, and this realization can bring profound peace. Applying the view from above also encourages empathy. When you see the interconnectedness of all people, you become more compassionate. You understand that everyone is dealing with their own battles, just like you. This empathy can transform your relationships, making you more patient, understanding, and kind. So, next time you're feeling overwhelmed, try this Stoic practice. Close your eyes and imagine yourself rising above the situation. See it from a higher perspective, then from a cosmic one. Let the stress melt away as you gain clarity and calm. Remember, the view from above is always available to you, a powerful tool to help you navigate life's challenges with grace and wisdom. Embrace it, and let it guide you toward a life of sanity and success. Number 12. Engage in mindful eating to appreciate sustenance. Imagine this, you're sitting down to a meal, but instead of scarfing it down while scrolling through your phone or watching TV, you actually take a moment to just be with your food. Sounds simple, right? But trust me, this practice can totally transform how you view sustenance. So, what's the big deal with mindful eating? Well, it's all about being present. Think of it as a mini meditation. When you eat mindfully, you're not just shoveling food into your mouth. You're savoring each bite, appreciating the flavors, the textures, the aromas. It's like turning a regular meal into a full-blown sensory experience. And the best part? You don't need any fancy tools or techniques. Just you, your food, and a bit of attention. Now, why should you bother with this? For starters, it helps you truly appreciate your food. We often take our meals for granted, treating them as a mere necessity rather than something to enjoy. But when you slow down and really pay attention, you start to see your food in a whole new light. You notice the subtle tastes, the intricate combinations of ingredients, and you start to feel gratitude for the nourishment it provides. It's like unlocking a new level of awareness. Another cool thing about mindful eating is that it helps you tune into your body's signals. Ever found yourself eating way past the point of fullness just because the food was there? Yeah, we've all been there. But when you eat mindfully, you're more in sync with your body. You start to notice when you're actually hungry and when you've had enough. It's like building a stronger connection with yourself, one bite at a time. And let's not forget the mental benefits. Eating mindfully can be a great stress reliever. When you focus on your meal, you're giving your mind a break from the constant chatter and distractions. It's a chance to reset, to find a moment of peace in your day. Plus, it can turn a mundane activity into something special, something you look forward to. So how do you get started with mindful eating? It's easier than you might think. Begin by setting the stage, turn off the TV, put away your phone, and create a calm environment. Then, take a moment to really look at your food. Notice the colors, the shapes, the way it's arranged on your plate. Take a deep breath and appreciate the effort that went into preparing it. As you start eating, take small bites and chew slowly. Pay attention to the taste and texture of each mouthful. How does it feel? How does it change as you chew? Try to identify the different flavors and ingredients. And most importantly, savor it. Let yourself enjoy the experience without rushing. It's also helpful to check in with yourself throughout the meal. How are you feeling? Are you still hungry, or are you starting to feel full? Listen to your body's cues and honor them. This isn't about strict rules or deprivation, it's about finding a balance that feels right for you. In the hustle and bustle of daily life, it's easy to overlook the simple pleasures. But by engaging in mindful eating, you can turn every meal into a moment of appreciation and gratitude. You'll start to see food not just as fuel, but as a source of joy and connection. And that, my friend, is a key to sanity and success. So next time you sit down to eat, take a deep breath, slow down, and savor the experience. You might be surprised at how much it changes your perspective. Number 13, accept what you cannot change. Life throws a lot of curveballs our way. Some things we can control, but a lot of things? Well, they're just out of our hands. And that's where the Stoic secret of accepting what you cannot change comes into play. Sounds simple, right? But let's dig deeper and see why this mindset can be a total game changer. First off, let's talk about control. We love feeling in control, don't we? It's comforting. Makes us feel like we're steering the ship. But here's the harsh truth, not everything is within our control. The weather, other people's actions, even certain life events, completely beyond our grasp. And trying to control the uncontrollable? It's like trying to catch smoke with your bare hands. Frustrating and utterly pointless. But here's where the magic happens. When you start accepting what you can't change, you free yourself from a ton of stress and anxiety. Picture this, instead of battling against an immovable wall, you simply acknowledge its presence and find a way to navigate around it. Feels like a breath of fresh air, doesn't it? Now, don't get me wrong. Acceptance doesn't mean throwing in the towel or becoming passive. It's about recognizing the boundaries of your influence and focusing your energy on what you can actually impact. It's like choosing your battles wisely. Why waste your time and effort on things that are beyond your control when you can channel that energy into areas where you can make a difference? Think about it. Every minute you spend worrying about things you can't change is a minute you're not spending on things you can. It's a shift in focus. Instead of getting caught up in the storm, you become the calm center. You're grounded, centered, unshakable. So how do you start embracing this mindset? Start with a bit of reflection. Take a moment to consider the things that are causing you stress or frustration. Ask yourself, can I control this? If the answer is no, let it go. Easier said than done, I know. But with practice, it becomes second nature. Another key part of this is letting go of the need for external validation. Often, our desire to change the uncontrollable is tied to how we want others to perceive us. But when you stop seeking approval and start valuing your own peace of mind, accepting the uncontrollable becomes a lot easier. You start living for yourself, not for others. It's also about embracing uncertainty. Life is unpredictable, and that's okay. Accepting what you cannot change means making peace with the unknown. It's about trusting that you can handle whatever comes your way, even if you can't foresee every twist and turn. And let's not forget about gratitude. When you focus on what you can control and let go of what you can't, you make room for gratitude. You start appreciating the little things, the things that are within your control. It's a shift from a scarcity mindset to one of abundance. So next time you find yourself getting worked up over something you can't change, take a step back. Breathe. Remind yourself that it's okay to let go. By accepting what you cannot change, you're not giving up, you're gaining freedom. You're choosing to invest your energy in a way that brings you peace and clarity. And that, my friend, is a true Stoic secret to sanity and success. Embrace it, live it, and watch how it transforms your life. Number 14, practice gratitude daily. Alright, let's dive into something that might seem super simple but is incredibly powerful: practicing gratitude daily. Yeah, I know, you've probably heard it a million times. But trust me, there's more to it than just saying thanks. When you make gratitude a daily habit, it can totally transform your mindset and bring some serious sanity and success into your life. First off, let's talk about what gratitude actually is. It's not just about saying thank you when someone holds the door open for you. It's about recognizing and appreciating the good things in your life, no matter how small. It's about shifting your focus from what's wrong to what's right. Sounds pretty straightforward, right? But it's more than just a feel-good exercise. Gratitude can actually rewire your brain. Yep, science backs this up. When you regularly practice gratitude, you start to train your brain to look for the positive, to notice the little blessings you might otherwise overlook. So, how do you get started? It's easier than you think. You don't need a fancy journal or a dedicated time slot. Just start by taking a few moments each day to reflect on what you're grateful for. It could be anything: a warm cup of coffee in the morning, the sound of birds chirping, or even just the fact that you woke up today. When you start paying attention to these little things, you'll be amazed at how many there are. One way to practice gratitude is by incorporating it into your daily routine. Maybe every morning, before you dive into your day, you take a minute to think about a few things you're thankful for. Or perhaps at night, before you go to bed, you reflect on the positive moments of the day. It doesn't have to be a big production. Just a simple, quiet acknowledgement of the good in your life. Now, you might be thinking, what's the big deal? How can something so simple make a difference? But that's the beauty of it. The simplicity is what makes it so powerful. When you focus on gratitude, you're not ignoring the challenges or pretending everything is perfect. You're just choosing to also recognize the good. It's like balancing the scales. And here's the kicker: gratitude isn't just about making you feel good. It actually helps you handle tough times better. When you're used to finding things to be grateful for, even on the hard days, you build resilience. You start to see that even in the midst of difficulties, there are still things to appreciate. It's a mindset shift that can help you navigate life's ups and downs with a bit more grace and a lot less stress. Another cool thing about gratitude? It's contagious. When you start practicing it, you'll notice it rubbing off on others. People around you will start to pick up on your positive vibes, and it can create a ripple effect. Imagine a world where more people focus on what they're grateful for. Pretty awesome, right? So, here's the challenge: start today. Take a moment to think about something you're grateful for. Write it down if you want, or just hold it in your mind. Do it again tomorrow, and the next day. Make it a habit. See how it changes your perspective, how it brightens your day. And remember, it's not about grand gestures. It's about finding joy in the little things, appreciating what you have, and realizing that even on the toughest days, there's something to be grateful for. By practicing gratitude daily, you're embracing a Stoic secret to sanity and success. You're choosing to see the good, to appreciate the present, and to cultivate a mindset that can weather any storm. So go ahead, give it a try. Your future self will thank you. Number 15. Use premeditatio malorum to prepare for potential setbacks. Alright, let's talk about something that might sound a bit intense, but is actually super useful: premeditatio malorum. Fancy Latin phrase, right? It basically means the premeditation of evils, and it's a Stoic practice that's all about mentally preparing yourself for potential setbacks. Think of it as a mental dress rehearsal for life's curveballs. So, how does this work? Imagine you're gearing up for an important meeting, a big trip, or even just a regular day. Instead of just hoping everything goes perfectly, you take a moment to visualize the things that could go wrong. Maybe the meeting gets derailed, your flight is delayed, or you spill coffee on your favorite shirt. Sounds a bit pessimistic, right? But here's the twist: this isn't about dwelling on negative outcomes. It's about getting ready for them. When you practice premeditatio malorum, you're not being a downer. You're being practical. By imagining possible setbacks, you're essentially building a mental toolkit. You're thinking, okay, if this happens, how will I handle it? It's like having a plan B, C, and D all lined up, just in case. This way, if things do go sideways, you're not caught off guard. You've already considered the possibilities, and you're ready to pivot. One big benefit of this practice is that it reduces anxiety. When you've already thought through the worst-case scenarios, they lose some of their power over you. You're not blindsided by unexpected challenges because, well, you've expected them. It's like defusing a bomb before it even has a chance to go off. You're calm, collected, and ready to tackle whatever comes your way. Another cool thing about premeditatio malorum is that it helps you appreciate the good moments even more. When you've contemplated potential pitfalls, you start to see the smooth moments as little victories. Your meeting went well? Awesome. Your flight was on time? Fantastic. Your shirt stayed coffee-free? High five. By acknowledging that things could go wrong, you learn to cherish when they go right. Now, let's get into how you can actually incorporate this into your daily life. Start small. Maybe in the morning, as you're sipping your coffee, take a minute to think about your day ahead. What are the key events? What could potentially go wrong? Visualize those scenarios, and then think about how you'd handle them. If your commute is delayed, maybe you'll use the time to catch up on emails. If a meeting gets heated, maybe you'll take deep breaths and stay calm. The key here is to not just imagine the problems, but also to visualize your responses. You can also use this practice for bigger plans. Got a big project at work? Think about the possible hurdles. Tight deadlines, tech issues, team conflicts, whatever they might be. By doing this, you're not just preparing for setbacks, you're also sharpening your problem-solving skills. You're training your brain to stay flexible and adaptable, ready to tackle challenges head-on. And here's the thing, this practice isn't about being negative or paranoid. It's about being realistic and resilient. Life is unpredictable, and setbacks are inevitable. By using premeditatio malorum, you're embracing that unpredictability. You're saying, I know things might not go as planned, And that's okay. I'm ready for it. So, next time you're planning something, big or small, give this Stoic practice a try. Take a moment to think through the possible setbacks and how you'd handle them. You'll find yourself feeling more prepared, less stressed, and more appreciative of the smooth moments. It's like having a mental safety net, there to catch you when things get rocky. And that, my friend, is a powerful secret to maintaining your sanity and achieving success in the roller coaster ride that is life. In the next section we will discuss some people that Stoicism warns us about. Number 1, the manipulator. The manipulator, the puppet master of social interactions. These are the people who always seem to have an agenda. You can't quite put your finger on it at first, but something feels off. They don't just want your company, they want something from you, and they'll twist words, situations, and even your emotions to get it. And before you know it, you're dancing to their tune without even realizing it. What's tricky about manipulators is that they often come across as charming and charismatic. They know how to say the right things at the right time, making you feel special, important, or even indispensable. But underneath that veneer of friendliness is a calculated mind, constantly plotting the next move to gain an advantage. Stoicism teaches us to be wary of such people, not just because they're deceptive, but because they can derail our inner peace. You see, manipulators are experts at creating a sense of obligation. They'll do you a favor, but it's never free. It comes with strings attached, sometimes so fine that you don't notice them until you're all tangled up. Suddenly, you owe them, and they'll cash in on that debt when it's most convenient for them. They prey on your sense of duty, your desire to be fair, to reciprocate kindness. But their version of kindness is a transaction, not a gift. The Stoics would advise us to keep our distance from these types, not out of fear, but out of a desire to maintain our autonomy. It's about preserving your own sense of self, your own values, and your own direction in life. The manipulator wants to steer you, sometimes subtly, sometimes overtly, but always in a way that benefits them more than it does you. They're not interested in a mutual exchange, they're interested in control. And here's the thing, manipulators are often masters of playing the victim. If you start to see through their games, they might turn the tables, making you feel like you're the one in the wrong. They'll use guilt, pity, and sometimes even anger to keep you in line. It's all part of the act, a way to keep you off balance, questioning yourself instead of their intentions. Stoicism teaches us the value of clear, rational thought, something that manipulators work hard to cloud. By creating confusion, they hope to keep you from seeing the truth. They know that if you can't think straight, you're more likely to fall into their traps. So, how do you protect yourself? The key is mindfulness. Stay aware of your own emotions, your own thoughts. Question why you're doing something. Is it because you truly want to, or because you feel you have to? Manipulators hate transparency because it exposes their schemes. They thrive in the shadows of half-truths and unspoken assumptions. Bringing things into the light, being direct, and asking the right questions can make them uncomfortable. And that discomfort is a sign you're on the right track. In the end, the manipulator is someone who's lost touch with the Stoic virtues of honesty, integrity, and mutual respect. They're driven by a desire for control rather than connection. And that's why they're dangerous, not because they have power, but because they're willing to distort reality to maintain it. So, be cautious, keep your distance, and most importantly, stay true to yourself. After all, your peace of mind is worth more than any favor they could offer. Number 2, the complainer. When it comes to Stoicism, there's a lot of emphasis on finding peace within yourself, maintaining a strong mind, and living according to nature. But, there's one type of person who can really throw a wrench into all that, the complainer. You know the type. The one who always has something to whine about, no matter how small or trivial. They seem to have a knack for turning every little thing into a huge ordeal, dragging down not only themselves but everyone around them. It's exhausting, right? Stoicism pretty much waves a big red flag when it comes to these people, and here's why. First off, let's get one thing straight: complaining is contagious. You might start off your day feeling good, but spend just a few minutes with a complainer, and suddenly, you're finding things to gripe about too. It's almost like their negative energy seeps into you without you even realizing it. Stoicism teaches us to maintain our own inner tranquility, to be like that rock in the river, unmoved by the turbulent waters around it. But a complainer? They're like a relentless force trying to erode that rock, little by little. And before you know it, you're not just listening to complaints, you're actively participating in them, letting negativity infiltrate your thoughts. Another thing about complaining, it's the complete opposite of what Stoicism stands for. Complaints stem from a place of resistance to reality. The complainer is constantly at odds with how things are, unwilling to accept situations as they are. Marcus Aurelius, one of the great Stoic philosophers, often reminded himself, and by extension, us, that we should accept what happens as part of the natural order. But complaining? That's resistance in its purest form. It's like trying to push against a brick wall and getting frustrated that it won't budge. Stoicism, on the other hand, teaches us to focus on what we can control and let go of what we can't. The complainer? They're stuck, endlessly pushing against that wall, going nowhere, fast. And here's the thing, they're not just doing it to themselves. They're doing it to you, too. The more you're around them, the more you'll find yourself dragged into that same futile struggle. It's not just annoying, it's downright harmful to your mental state. Think of your mind as a garden. You want to plant seeds of positivity, resilience, and calm. But a complainer? They're like a weed, choking out the good stuff before it even has a chance to grow. Now, let's talk about time. Your time is valuable. Every moment spent listening to someone's complaints is a moment you'll never get back. Stoicism urges us to use our time wisely, to focus on meaningful pursuits, and to cultivate our inner peace. Complaints do the opposite, they waste time and energy on things that don't matter. What's worse, they leave you feeling drained, as if you've run a marathon, but without any of the benefits. It's a lose-lose situation. So, what's the Stoic way to handle the complainer? It's not about being rude or dismissive. Instead, it's about setting boundaries. Recognize that their endless stream of negativity is their burden to carry, not yours. You don't have to take it on. Distance yourself, if necessary. Protect your mental space like you would your home, allowing only those who bring value, not those who drain it. By doing so, you're not just avoiding negativity, you're actively choosing to cultivate a more peaceful, resilient mind. And that's exactly what Stoicism is all about. In the end, avoiding the complainer isn't just about keeping your sanity intact. It's about living in alignment with Stoic principles, focusing on what truly matters, and not letting unnecessary negativity pull you off course. Because, let's face it, life's too short to spend it mired in complaints, whether they're yours or someone else's. Number 3, the hypocrite. Let's talk about the hypocrite, the kind of person who says one thing but does another. Stoicism warns us about these people for a good reason. Imagine someone who preaches about honesty but then twists the truth whenever it suits them. Or someone who demands loyalty but is the first to break a promise. These folks can be tricky because, on the surface, they often seem genuine, like they've got it all together. But once you scratch beneath that surface, you find a disconnect between their words and actions that's hard to ignore. The problem with hypocrites is that they erode trust. How can you rely on someone whose actions never match their words? It's like trying to build a house on quicksand. No matter how solid things might appear initially, eventually, everything will crumble. Stoicism teaches us the importance of consistency, being true to your principles in all situations. A hypocrite, by definition, lacks this consistency. They live in a state of constant contradiction, and this creates an unstable foundation for any relationship or interaction. Hypocrites often justify their behavior, too. They might tell themselves, "I'm doing what's best for everyone," or "this is just how things have to be." But deep down, there's an awareness that they're not walking the talk. This internal conflict can lead to frustration, bitterness, and even resentment, not just in them but in those around them. Being around a hypocrite can be exhausting because you're always trying to figure out what's real and what's just for show. What's worse, hypocrites can sometimes be quite charming. They know how to say the right things to get people on their side. They might even believe their own rhetoric, convincing themselves that their double standards are justified. This makes them even more dangerous because they're not just fooling others, they're fooling themselves, too. And once someone starts believing their own lies, it becomes nearly impossible for them to change. But Stoicism encourages us to avoid these people, not just for our own sanity, but for our growth. Associating with hypocrites can pull us into their web of contradictions, where we might start compromising our own values. You might find yourself excusing behavior that, under any other circumstances, you'd condemn. That's the insidious nature of hypocrisy. It's contagious. And let's be real, no one likes being around someone who's constantly saying one thing and doing another. It's confusing, frustrating, and downright disheartening. You might start to doubt your own judgment, questioning whether you're the one with the problem. But in reality, the problem lies with the hypocrite and their inability to live in alignment with their values. In the end, the best approach is to distance yourself from these individuals. Surround yourself with people whose words and actions are in harmony, who practice what they preach. That's the Stoic way, striving for consistency, integrity, and authenticity. Because in a world full of contradictions, being true to yourself and your principles is a rare and valuable trait. Don't let the hypocrite drag you down into their murky waters. Stay clear, stay true, and keep walking your path with purpose. Number 4, the narcissist. The narcissist, the self-proclaimed king or queen of every room they walk into. You know the type. It's like they've got their own spotlight, and they expect everyone else to bask in their glory. At first glance, their confidence can be mistaken for strength, their charm for warmth. But spend enough time around a narcissist, and you'll start to see the cracks in that polished veneer. The thing about narcissists is they're always the main character in their own story, and, by extension, in yours. Every conversation, every interaction somehow circles back to them. They might pretend to listen, might nod and smile at the right moments, but make no mistake, they're just waiting for their turn to speak. And when they do, it's often to tell you how great they are, how much they've accomplished, or how everyone else just doesn't understand them. Stoicism warns us about narcissists not just because they're self-absorbed, but because their need for constant validation can be draining. They crave attention like a plant craves sunlight, and if you're in their orbit, you'll be expected to provide it. The problem is, no matter how much you give, it's never enough. They're a bottomless pit of need, constantly seeking more praise, more admiration, more of everything. But here's the kicker, narcissists aren't just about self-love, they're also about control. They need to be the best, the smartest, the most important person in the room. And if you start to outshine them, if you begin to take some of that attention they feel entitled to, they won't take it kindly. They might belittle you, subtly undermine your achievements, or find ways to shift the focus back to them. In their world, there's only room for one star. The Stoics would advise us to steer clear of these people, not because they're simply annoying, but because they can lead us away from our own path. Narcissists have a way of making everything about themselves, which can pull you into their drama, their needs, their desires. And before you know it, you're spending your energy on them instead of on your own growth. One of the biggest challenges with narcissists is that they're often very good at hiding their true nature, at least in the beginning. They can be incredibly charming, making you feel special just by being in their presence. But this charm is often a tool, a way to draw you in, to make you more likely to feed their ego. It's like they're always performing, always putting on a show, and you're just part of the audience. But remember, Stoicism teaches us to value what is truly important: virtue, wisdom, and inner peace. Narcissists, with their endless need for validation, can disrupt that peace, making it harder to focus on what really matters. They thrive on drama, on conflict, on the highs and lows of emotional roller coasters. And if you're not careful, they'll drag you along for the ride. So what's the solution? It's about setting boundaries, about recognizing when someone's self-interest is starting to infringe on your well-being. It's about choosing to spend your time with people who respect you as an equal, not those who see you as a tool to boost their own ego. The Stoics remind us that our time, our energy, our peace of mind, these are precious resources. We should guard them carefully, especially from those who would take them for their own gain. In the end, the narcissist's world is a small one, limited by their own reflection. And while they might try to pull you into it, you have the power to step back, to focus on your own journey. It's your life, after all, not theirs. So let them bask in their own glory while you quietly, calmly, walk your own path. Number 5, the pessimist. The pessimist, the one who always seems to have a cloud hanging over their head, raining on everyone's parade. You know the type. No matter what you say or do, they'll find a way to see the worst in it. Suggest a new idea, and they'll tell you why it'll never work. Mention something good that happened, and they'll point out all the ways it could go wrong. It's like they're on a mission to find the dark side of every silver lining. Pessimists are the ultimate buzzkills. They have this uncanny ability to suck the joy out of even the most positive situations. And the tricky part is, they often think they're just being realistic. They'll say they're just looking out for you, trying to prepare you for the worst, but in reality, they're projecting their own fears and anxieties onto you. Stoicism warns us about these folks because they can drag us down if we're not careful. Now, let's be clear, Stoicism isn't about wearing rose-colored glasses and pretending everything is sunshine and rainbows. It's about seeing the world as it is, but also maintaining a sense of calm and resilience in the face of whatever comes our way. Pessimists, on the other hand, tend to focus on what might go wrong, often to the exclusion of what might go right. They get so caught up in potential pitfalls that they miss out on the beauty of the present moment. What makes pessimists particularly challenging is their persistence. They're like a dripping faucet, slowly, steadily, wearing you down with their constant negativity. Spend enough time around them, and you might start to see the world through their dreary lens. Their doubts can become your doubts, their fears your fears. And before you know it, you're stuck in the same rut, unable to move forward because all you can see are the obstacles in your path. Stoicism teaches us to guard our minds against this kind of influence. It's not about ignoring the challenges or pretending everything's perfect, but about keeping a balanced perspective. The pessimist wants you to join them in their world of what-ifs and it'll never works. But Stoicism reminds us that while we should prepare for difficulties, we shouldn't let them define our outlook on life. One of the most insidious things about pessimism is that it can be contagious. It's easy to get caught up in someone else's negative energy, especially if they're someone close to you. But just because someone else sees the glass as half empty doesn't mean you have to. You have the power to choose your own perspective, to focus on what's within your control, and to let go of the rest. So, what do you do when you're dealing with a pessimist? First, recognize what's happening. Understand that their negative outlook is more about them than it is about you or the situation at hand. Second, set boundaries. You don't have to engage in every gloomy conversation or entertain every worst-case scenario they throw your way. And finally, keep keep your own mindset strong. Surround yourself with positivity, with people who inspire and uplift you, and with practices that reinforce your own sense of inner peace. In the end, the pessimist's world is a small one, limited by their own fears and doubts. But you don't have to live there. Stoicism teaches us to see beyond the shadows, to find the light even in difficult times, and to keep moving forward, no matter what. So, while the pessimist may try to pull you down, you can choose to rise above, staying grounded in your own truth and focused on what truly matters. Number 6, the gossiper. Let's talk about the gossiper, the person who always has the latest scoop, the inside story, the lowdown on everyone else's business. They come to you with that glint in their eye, like they're offering you a precious gift. Did you hear what so-and-so did? They whisper, pulling you into their web of whispers and secrets. It's tempting, right? We all have that curiosity, that little itch to know what's going on behind the scenes. But here's the thing, gossip is like junk food for the mind. It's addictive, but it leaves you feeling empty afterward. Gossipers thrive on drama. They're the unofficial narrators of everyone's lives, spinning stories, adding twists, and sometimes even creating entire plots out of thin air. They love to be in the know and even more so to be the ones who share the news. But Stoicism warns us about these people because, while gossip might seem harmless or even fun at first, it can be toxic. It pulls you away from your own focus, your own goals, and plants seeds of negativity in your mind. The problem with gossip is that it's rarely about the truth. It's about perception, about shaping the way others see someone, usually in a negative light. Gossipers aren't just passing on information, they're often passing on judgment. And once you get sucked into that world, it's hard to see clearly. You start to view people not for who they are, but for who the gossiper says they are. It's like putting on a pair of glasses with someone else's prescription. You're seeing things, but they're out of focus. Stoicism teaches us to rise above this. It reminds us to be wary of those who spend more time talking about others than focusing on their own lives. Gossipers are often trying to distract themselves from their own issues, using other people's lives as a smokescreen. But just because they're looking outward doesn't mean you have to join them. You have the choice to steer clear of those conversations, to keep your thoughts and words focused on what truly matters. Another thing about gossipers? They're not loyal. Today, they're talking to you about someone else. Tomorrow, they might be talking to someone else about you. It's a cycle that never ends, and no one is safe from their wandering tongue. Stoicism advises us to avoid getting caught in that cycle. Why waste your energy on tearing others down when you could be building yourself up? Gossip also erodes trust. Once you engage in it, you're participating in a behavior that, at its core, is about betrayal. The person being talked about isn't there to defend themselves, to give their side of the story. And by listening, by engaging, you're complicit in that betrayal. Stoicism values honesty, integrity, and respect, all things that gossip undermines. So, what's the Stoic approach? It's simple but powerful. Don't engage. Change the subject, steer the conversation towards something more meaningful, or if that doesn't work, walk away. You don't have to be part of that narrative. Your time and energy are too valuable to be wasted on something as trivial and damaging as gossip. In the end, gossipers may think they hold power with their stories, but the real power lies in choosing not to participate. By staying above the fray, by focusing on your own path, you protect your peace of mind and maintain your integrity. And that's something no amount of juicy gossip can ever replace. Number 7, the drama seeker. So, the drama seeker, someone who seems to live for the chaos, the conflict, and the emotional roller coaster of life. It's like they're addicted to the highs and lows, and they'll do whatever it takes to stir the pot. You know the type, they're the ones who somehow manage to turn the smallest disagreement into a full-blown saga. They're always involved in some kind of turmoil, and if there isn't any around, they'll create it. Stoicism gives us a clear warning: stay away from these people. Not just because they're exhausting, but because they can drag you into their whirlwind, pulling you off balance and away from your path. Drama seekers thrive on attention. They want to be at the center of everything, the main character in the drama they've scripted. And they don't care who gets caught in the crossfire, as long as they get their fix of excitement. They're like emotional adrenaline junkies, constantly seeking that next rush, that next confrontation. And they're good at pulling you in, too. They know how to push buttons, how to twist situations, how to make you feel like you need to take sides or get involved. But here's the thing, it's all a distraction. Drama seekers aren't interested in resolution or peace, they're interested in the thrill of the conflict. They don't want things to settle down, they want the storm to keep raging. And if you're not careful, you'll find yourself caught up in it, spending your time and energy on things that don't matter. Stoicism teaches us to guard our peace of mind, to focus on what's within our control, and to let go of the rest. Drama seekers? They want the opposite. They want you embroiled in the mess, tangled up in the drama. What's particularly insidious about drama seekers is how they mask their intentions. They might come across as passionate, as someone who just cares a lot. They might present themselves as victims of circumstance, always finding themselves in the middle of things. But in reality, they're often the ones pulling the strings, setting the stage for the next act of chaos. And the more you engage with them, the more you'll find yourself getting dragged into situations that have nothing to do with you. The Stoic response to drama seekers is clear: disengage. Don't feed into the chaos. Don't get sucked into the whirlwind of emotions they create. Maintain your focus, your calm, your sense of purpose. Drama seekers lose their power when they can't pull others into their games. Without an audience, without participants, their drama loses its sting. It's also important to recognize that drama seekers are often dealing with their own inner turmoil. They might not even realize that they're creating chaos because they don't know how to live without it. But that doesn't mean you need to be a part of their storm. Stoicism teaches us to have compassion, yes, but also to protect our own peace. You can care about someone without getting involved in their drama. You can offer support without getting pulled into their emotional maelstrom. So, next time you encounter a drama seeker, take a step back. Observe, but don't engage. Let them spin their web of chaos without getting caught in it. Your peace of mind, your focus, your path, they're worth more than any fleeting thrill that drama can offer. And in the end, staying true to your own values, your own calm, is the best way to navigate through the storms that others might try to create. Number 8. The passive-aggressive. The passive-aggressive type, they're a tricky bunch. On the surface, they might seem calm, even agreeable, but underneath, there's a simmering tension that's just waiting to bubble up. Instead of being direct and straightforward, they choose to express their frustrations in subtle, often confusing ways. Stoicism warns us about these individuals for good reason. They can be incredibly draining, not just because of the confusion they create, but because their behavior runs completely counter to the Stoic ideal of clear, honest communication. Let's start with the basics. Stoicism teaches us to value directness and clarity in our interactions. It's all about being straightforward, saying what you mean and meaning what you say. But passive-aggressive people? They do the exact opposite. They say one thing while implying another, leaving you to piece together what they're really feeling. It's like trying to solve a puzzle without all the pieces. You're left guessing, wondering if you've done something wrong, or if there's something more lurking beneath the surface. This ambiguity creates unnecessary tension and uncertainty, both of which are the antithesis of the calm, rational mindset that Stoicism promoted. Another issue with the passive-aggressive type is that they're often driven by a fear of confrontation. Rather than addressing issues head-on, they skirt around them, using indirect jabs, sarcasm, or subtle digs to express their displeasure. This approach doesn't resolve conflicts, it just festers them. And in a Stoic's world, unresolved conflict is like carrying around a heavy burden. It weighs you down, distracts you, and takes up valuable mental space that could be better used for something productive or meaningful. In short, it's a waste of energy. What's more, passive-aggressive behavior can be incredibly manipulative. They might agree to something with a smile, only to sabotage it later with deliberate forgetfulness or half-hearted effort. This kind of behavior not only erodes trust but also creates an environment of suspicion and doubt. And trust? It's a cornerstone of any healthy relationship or interaction. Stoicism values integrity and honesty above all. When you're dealing with someone who says one thing and does another, it's hard to maintain any kind of genuine connection. You're left constantly on edge, wondering when the next subtle act of sabotage will occur. Now, let's talk about the impact on your own peace of mind. Being around a passive-aggressive person can leave you feeling frustrated, confused, and even angry. It's like being stuck in a mental maze, trying to figure out what's really going on. This kind of mental clutter is exactly what Stoicism advises against. The Stoic ideal is to maintain a clear, focused mind, free from unnecessary distractions. But with passive aggressiveness in the mix, your thoughts can become muddled, and your emotions stirred up, all of which detracts from your inner tranquility. So, what's the Stoic approach to dealing with the passive-aggressive? It's all about setting boundaries. Recognize that their behavior is a reflection of their own internal struggles, not a reflection of you. Don't get drawn into their games of indirect communication. Instead, be clear and direct in your own interactions. If they refuse to meet you halfway, it might be time to distance yourself. After all, your peace of mind is far too valuable to be compromised by someone else's inability to communicate openly. In the end, avoiding the passive-aggressive isn't just about dodging frustration or confusion. It's about protecting your own mental space, ensuring that your interactions are honest and direct, and staying true to the Stoic principles of clarity, integrity, and peace. Because at the end of the day, life's too short to be spent deciphering mixed messages and hidden agendas. Number 9. The fearmonger. The fearmonger. We've all encountered one at some point. You know, the person who always seems to have a worst-case scenario ready at the tip of their tongue. The one who, no matter what the situation, will find a way to inject a good dose of doom and gloom. Stoicism gives us a heads up about these folks, and for good reason. They can seriously mess with your headspace if you're not careful. Let's break it down. Stoicism is all about cultivating a calm, rational mind. It's about understanding that while we can't control everything that happens to us, we can control how we respond. But here's the thing, fearmongers thrive on pushing the idea that everything is out of control. They're like walking, talking anxiety machines, always ready to tell you why things are about to go horribly wrong. Their favorite word? What if? What if the economy crashes? What if you lose your job? What if this? What if that? Before you know it, they've got you spiraling into a pit of worry over things that might never even happen. The problem with the fearmonger is that they tap into a very primal part of our brain, the part that's wired for survival, always on the lookout for threats. In the Stoic worldview, this kind of constant fear is not just unhelpful, it's downright destructive. Marcus Aurelius, one of the great Stoic thinkers, often reminded himself to stay grounded in the present, to focus on what is real and true, not on what might happen. But the fearmonger? They pull you out of the present and plant you squarely in a future filled with shadows and phantoms. And the more time you spend worrying about those shadows, the less time you have to actually live your life. Another issue with fearmongers is that they're incredibly draining. Their constant barrage of negativity can leave you feeling exhausted, both mentally and emotionally. It's like being around a perpetual dark cloud. No matter how sunny the day might be, they'll find that one little patch of gray and magnify it until it covers the whole sky. And the worst part? Fearmongers rarely offer solutions. They're not interested in finding ways to make things better, they're just focused on amplifying the fear. And that's where Stoicism really draws the line. Stoicism teaches us to be proactive, to take control of what we can, and to let go of what we can't. Fearmongers, on the other hand, are all about feeding helplessness, making you feel like the world is this big, scary place where you have no agency. So, how do you deal with the fearmonger? First, recognize their behavior for what it is, an attempt to drag you into their world of endless worry. Then, set boundaries. You don't have to absorb their fear. You can listen, sure, but you don't have to internalize it. Keep your focus on what you can control, on staying grounded in the present. And if they keep pushing their fear agenda, it might be time to distance yourself. After all, your peace of mind is worth protecting. In the end, avoiding the fearmonger is about more than just dodging a constant stream of negativity. It's about preserving your own mental clarity, staying true to the Stoic principles of calm, rational thought, and refusing to let someone else's fears dictate your life. Life's uncertain, sure, but that's no reason to live in fear. Stoicism teaches us to face uncertainty with courage, not with endless what-ifs and worst-case scenarios. And that's a lesson worth holding on to, no matter how loud the fearmonger's voice might be. Number 10. The Eternal Procrastinator. The Eternal Procrastinator. We've all known one, or maybe, at times, we've been one. This is the person who always has grand plans, big dreams, and endless to-do lists, but somehow, nothing ever gets done. There's always tomorrow, right? Well, Stoicism throws up a big red flag when it comes to these folks, and for a good reason. Their constant delays can be infectious, and before you know it, their habit of putting things off might just rub off on you. Let's dive into why the eternal procrastinator is someone you want to avoid, or at least, be cautious around. Stoicism is all about action, about living in the present and seizing the moment. Marcus Aurelius, one of the big names in Stoicism, reminded himself daily that life is short, and we should make the most of every moment. But the procrastinator? They live as if they've got all the time in the world. They'll tell you, "I'll do it tomorrow," or "I'm just waiting for the right time." But here's the kicker, tomorrow never comes. The right time is always just out of reach. And while they're busy waiting for that perfect moment, life is passing them by. Now, the problem isn't just that they're not getting things done. It's that their procrastination can start to affect you too. Spend enough time around a procrastinator, and you might find yourself adopting that same mindset. You might start thinking, well, if they can wait, why can't I? And suddenly, tasks that should be tackled today get pushed to tomorrow, then the next day, and so on. It's a slippery slope, and Stoicism warns us against it for a reason. The more you put things off, the more you're missing out on living fully and intentionally. Another issue with the eternal procrastinator is that they're often full of excuses. They'll tell you they're waiting for inspiration, or that they work better under pressure. But let's be real, these are just ways to avoid facing the fact that they're not taking action. Stoicism teaches us to be honest with ourselves, to take responsibility for our own lives and choices. The procrastinator, though, they're all about deflecting that responsibility. And that's not just frustrating, it can be downright toxic if you're trying to stay focused and productive in your own life. What's more, procrastination often breeds regret. The procrastinator might not feel it now, but eventually, they'll look back and realize how much time they wasted, how many opportunities they let slip through their fingers. And Stoicism? It's all about living without regret, about making the most of each day so that, at the end of it all, you can look back and know that you gave it your all. Hanging around with someone who constantly puts things off can lead you down that same path of missed chances and what-ifs. So, how do you deal with the eternal procrastinator? It's not about cutting them off completely, but more about being aware of their influence. Encourage them to take action, sure, but don't let their delays drag you down. Keep your own priorities in check, and remember that the best time to act is now, not later. If their procrastination starts to impact your own progress, it might be time to create some distance. After all, your time is precious, and once it's gone, you don't get it back. In the end, avoiding the eternal procrastinator is about more than just dodging their habit of delay. It's about staying true to the Stoic principles of action, responsibility, and living in the present. Because life isn't something to be put off, it's happening right now. And that's something worth embracing every single day. Number 11, the chronic overthinker. Let's talk about the chronic overthinker. You know the type, the one who can turn the simplest decision into a complex mental maze. Should I do this? What if that happens? But then again, maybe I should wait. And before you know it, they're tangled up in a web of their own thoughts, paralyzed by possibilities that might not even matter. Stoicism waves a big caution flag when it comes to these folks, and it's not hard to see why. Here's the thing about overthinking, it's exhausting. Not just for the person doing it, but for anyone around them. It's like watching someone endlessly pace back and forth, trying to decide which way to go, but never actually moving. Stoicism, on the other hand, is all about simplicity and clarity. It's about cutting through the noise and focusing on what's real, what's tangible. But the chronic overthinker? They live in the land of what-ifs and maybes, a place where nothing is ever certain, and everything is up for endless debate. Now, don't get me wrong, thinking things through is important. We're not talking about being reckless here. But there's a difference between careful consideration and getting stuck in analysis paralysis. The chronic overthinker tends to cross that line all the time. Instead of making a decision and moving forward, they get trapped in a loop, endlessly revisiting the same thoughts, the same concerns, without ever reaching a conclusion. And the problem with that? It stops progress dead in its tracks. Stoicism teaches us to take action, to focus on what we can control and let go of the rest. But overthinking? It's the enemy of action. It's like trying to drive with the parking brake on, you're not going anywhere fast. Another issue with chronic overthinkers is that they can be contagious. Spend enough time around one, and you might find yourself starting to question everything too. Should you really make that decision? What if you're overlooking something? Maybe you should think it over just a little bit more. And suddenly, you're caught in the same trap, overanalyzing every little detail instead of just getting on with it. Stoicism is about living in the present, making decisions with the information you have, and accepting that uncertainty is a part of life. Overthinkers, though, they're constantly trying to eliminate uncertainty, which is a fool's errand if there ever was one. And let's be honest, overthinking is stressful. The chronic overthinker is often riddled with anxiety, always worrying about the potential outcomes of every choice. This kind of stress isn't just bad for them, it's bad for you too, especially if you're trying to maintain a stoic mindset. Stoicism teaches us to cultivate inner peace, to remain calm in the face of life's challenges. But when you're constantly around someone who's always stressed out because they're stuck in their head, it can be tough to keep that calm intact. So, how do you handle the chronic overthinker? First, recognize what's happening. Understand that their overthinking is more about their own anxieties than it is about reality. Encourage them to simplify, to focus on what's within their control. But don't get sucked into their mental spiral. Keep your own decisions clear and direct, and if their overthinking starts to drag you down, it might be time to step back a bit. After all, your peace of mind is too valuable to let it get tangled up in someone else's endless thoughts. In the end, avoiding the chronic overthinker is about more than just sidestepping stress. It's about staying true to Stoic principles, focusing on the present, taking action, and not letting unnecessary doubts cloud your judgment. Life is too short to spend it caught in an endless loop of overthinking. So make your decisions, trust yourself, and move forward with confidence. Because in the end, it's action that leads to growth, not endless contemplation. Number 12, the emotional leech. Let's dive into the emotional leech, a person who seems to thrive on draining others' energy. Stoicism warns us about this type, and for good reason. These individuals are often masters at making everything about themselves, pulling you into their emotional whirlpool until you're left feeling depleted, exhausted, and sometimes even guilty for wanting to escape. They cling to your emotional reserves like they're the only thing keeping them afloat, but in reality, they're dragging you down with them. You might start out feeling compassionate, wanting to help. Maybe you lend an ear, offer some advice, or just be there for them. But with an emotional leech, it's never enough. No matter how much you give, they always need more. They feed on your empathy, but instead of finding balance, they create an imbalance, where their emotional needs overshadow everything else. Stoicism teaches us to maintain our inner peace, but how can you do that when someone is constantly tugging at your emotional strings? What makes emotional leeches particularly tricky is their subtlety. They often don't even realize what they're doing. They're not necessarily bad people, but their constant need for attention, validation, or support can become overwhelming. It's like trying to fill a bottomless pit. No matter how much energy you pour in, it never feels like enough. And that's the real danger. They can leave you feeling empty while they continue on, seemingly unaware of the toll they're taking on you. Stoicism advises us to be mindful of our energy, to protect our inner tranquility. Engaging with an emotional leech disrupts that tranquility. Instead of focusing on your own growth, your energy is diverted to managing someone else's emotional landscape. Over time, this can lead to resentment, fatigue, and a sense of being used. You might start questioning your own worth, wondering if you're being selfish for wanting to distance yourself. But here's the truth, it's not selfish to protect your emotional well-being. It's necessary. Another thing to watch out for is how emotional leeches can make you feel responsible for their happiness. They might not say it outright, but their actions, their constant need for reassurance, can make you feel like it's your job to keep them afloat. But Stoicism teaches us that each person is responsible for their own emotions. You can't control how someone else feels, nor should you have to. The emotional leech, however, blurs these lines, making it hard to see where their emotions end and yours begin. So, what's the best way to deal with an emotional leech? Boundaries. Clear, firm, and consistent boundaries. It might feel uncomfortable at first, especially if you're used to being the go-to person for emotional support. But without boundaries, you risk losing yourself in someone else's emotional chaos. Stoicism encourages us to cultivate inner strength, to be resilient in the face of challenges. Part of that resilience is knowing when to step back, when to protect your energy, and when to say, enough. In the end, it's about balance. You can be compassionate, supportive, and kind without sacrificing your own peace of mind. Don't let the emotional leech siphon away your energy. Instead, focus on building relationships that are mutually supportive, where there's a give and take that leaves both parties feeling fulfilled. That's the Stoic way, maintaining your equilibrium, no matter what emotional storms may come your way. Stay grounded, stay centered, and don't be afraid to distance yourself from those who disrupt your inner peace. Number 13, the envious. Let's dig into the envious, a type of person who Stoicism strongly advises us to avoid. Envy is a sneaky, corrosive emotion that doesn't just eat away at the person feeling it, it can also gnaw at anyone in their orbit. People who are envious rarely celebrate the success of others. Instead, They dwell in a constant state of comparison, always measuring themselves against what others have, what others do, or who others are. It's exhausting to be around, and even worse, it's toxic. The thing about envious people is that they can't genuinely be happy for you. When something good happens in your life, they don't see it as a reason to celebrate, they see it as a reminder of what they lack. And that's where things get tricky. They might smile and nod, say all the right things, but underneath, there's this simmering resentment, this frustration that you have something they don't. Stoicism teaches us to be content with what we have, to focus on our own path, but the envious person does the opposite. They're perpetually stuck in the mindset that the grass is greener on the other side. What makes envy particularly insidious is that it often masquerades as something else. It might come across as criticism, a backhanded compliment, or even as concern. "Oh, I'm just worried you're taking on too much," they might say, but what they're really thinking is, "Why do you get to succeed when I'm struggling?" Stoicism calls for honesty and integrity, but envy distorts both. It warps perception, turning every achievement into a competition, every success into a slight. Now, you might think that it's harmless, that their envy is their problem, not yours. But here's where Stoicism offers a different perspective. Envy is like a weed. If you let it grow unchecked, it spreads. It can poison relationships, create unnecessary tension, and even cause you to question your own accomplishments. When someone is constantly comparing themselves to you, it's easy to get pulled into that game, to start doubting yourself or feeling guilty for your successes. And that's the last thing you want, to let someone else's insecurity make you second-guess your worth. So, what's the Stoic approach to dealing with the envious? Distance. Not in a cold or callous way, but in a protective, self-preserving way. It's about recognizing that you can't control how others feel or what they choose to focus on, but you can control your own environment. Surround yourself with people who uplift you, who genuinely celebrate your victories, and who don't see your success as a reflection of their shortcomings. Stoicism isn't about isolating yourself, but it is about being mindful of the company you keep. At the end of the day, the envious person is trapped in a cycle of dissatisfaction. They're constantly chasing something external to fill an internal void. But you don't have to be dragged into that cycle. Stay grounded, stay focused on your own journey, and don't let someone else's envy cast a shadow over your light. Stoicism teaches us to find contentment within ourselves, to cultivate a sense of inner peace that isn't swayed by the opinions or emotions of others. By keeping your distance from the envious, you're protecting that peace, ensuring that your path remains clear and your mind remains unclouded. Number 14, the unreliable. Let's chat about the unreliable, the ones who Stoicism strongly suggests we should steer clear of. Picture this, you've made plans, you're counting on someone, and then, poof, they disappear, leaving you hanging. It's frustrating, right? That's the thing with unreliable people, they're all talk, no action. They make promises, but when it's time to deliver, they vanish like a ghost, leaving you to pick up the pieces. Now, the tricky part with unreliable folks is that they often come across as well-meaning. They don't usually intend to let you down, but the result is the same. You're left scrambling, trying to figure out what went wrong, and more importantly, why you trusted them in the first place. Stoicism teaches us to value our time and energy, to be discerning about where we invest them. But when you're dealing with someone who's unreliable, it's like throwing those precious resources into a black hole. And here's where it gets even messier. Unreliability breeds uncertainty. It creates this constant state of limbo, where you're never quite sure if you can count on someone or if you'll be left holding the bag again. It's exhausting. You start second-guessing yourself, questioning whether you're asking too much or if you're being too demanding. But let's be real, reliability isn't a high bar. It's the basic expectation that people will do what they say they're going to do. What's worse is that unreliable people often have a knack for making excuses. they'll have a reason, or 5, for why they couldn't follow through. And sometimes, those reasons might even sound valid. But here's the Stoic truth: reasons don't matter if the outcome is the same. If you can't rely on someone, it doesn't really matter why, they're still unreliable, and that's still a problem. Stoicism encourages us to seek stability, to cultivate relationships that are grounded in trust and mutual respect. But you can't have that with someone who's unreliable. Trust is built on consistency, on knowing that when someone says they'll do something, they'll actually do it. When that consistency is missing, the whole foundation of the relationship starts to crumble. It's like building a house on sand. No matter how strong the structure is, it's eventually going to collapse. So, how do you deal with unreliable people? It might sound harsh, but sometimes the best move is to minimize their impact on your life. That doesn't mean cutting them off completely, unless you need to, but it does mean adjusting your expectations. Don't put yourself in a position where you're relying on someone who's already shown you they can't be counted on. Protect your peace, your time, your energy. And remember, Stoicism isn't about being cold or detached. It's about being wise. It's about recognizing patterns in people's behavior and making choices that align with your values. If someone has a track record of letting you down, it's okay to step back and protect yourself. Surround yourself with people who are dependable, who value your trust, and who follow through on their commitments. Because in the end, reliability isn't just about showing up, it's about showing up consistently. And that consistency is what builds strong, lasting relationships, the kind that Stoicism encourages us to cultivate. So, keep your circle tight, your standards high, and don't waste your time on those who can't be bothered to keep their word. Number 15, the ingrate. Let's talk about the ingrate, the person who Stoicism advises us to avoid like the plague. You know the type, the one who never says thank you, who takes and takes but never acknowledges what's given. Ingrates are those who seem to think the world owes them something, and no matter how much they receive, it's never enough. Stoicism teaches us the value of gratitude, of recognizing and appreciating the good in our lives, but ingrates operate on a completely different frequency. The thing about ingrates is that they have this uncanny ability to make you feel like nothing you do is ever enough. You go out of your way to help, to support, to give, and what do you get in return? Silence. Or worse, complaints. They'll find something wrong with even the most generous of gestures. Oh, you got me this? But I wanted that. It's draining. It's demoralizing. And it's a huge red flag that this is someone you might need to distance yourself from. Stoicism isn't just about enduring life's hardships with grace, it's also about cultivating an attitude of appreciation, about seeing the value in even the smallest things. But an ingrate turns that on its head. They're like a bottomless pit of dissatisfaction, always wanting more, never content with what they have. And that mindset? It's contagious. Spend enough time around someone like that, and you might start questioning whether what you have is really enough, whether you should be wanting more, expecting more, demanding more. What's even more frustrating is that ingrates often don't see themselves as the problem. In their mind, they're just being honest, just expressing their needs. But there's a fine line between being honest and being ungrateful. And once that line is crossed, it's hard to come back from it. Stoicism teaches us to be content, to find peace within ourselves, but ingrates disrupt that peace. They make you feel like you're constantly on trial, like no matter what you do, it's never going to measure up. The best way to handle an ingrate? Set boundaries. And be firm about them. It's not about being harsh or unkind, it's about protecting your own well-being. Stoicism reminds us that we can't control how others act, but we can control how we respond. If someone constantly fails to appreciate what you do, it's okay to take a step back. You don't have to keep pouring your energy into a relationship that's a one-way street. And here's the thing, Gratitude is a two-way street. It's not just about saying thank you, it's about recognizing and valuing the effort someone else has made. When that recognition is missing, it's a sign that the relationship is out of balance. Stoicism is all about balance, about maintaining harmony in our lives. An ingrate throws that harmony off kilter, leaving you feeling resentful, used, and unappreciated. So, keep your distance from the ingrate. Focus on surrounding yourself with people who appreciate what you bring to the table, who see the value in your contributions, no matter how big or small. Life's too short to waste on those who can't see the good in what they've got. Stoicism encourages us to cultivate relationships that uplift, not drain, and to be grateful for those who walk this path with us. Let the ingrates go, they're not worth the energy. In the last section, let's go over Stoic habits that can make you attractive. Number 1. Maintaining calmness under pressure. Maintaining calmness under pressure isn't just a skill, it's an art. It's like having an inner stillness that no storm can shake. Picture this: you're in the middle of chaos, things are spiraling out of control, and everyone around you is losing their cool. But there you are, grounded, composed, almost like you're in a different world. That kind of calm is magnetic. It draws people in, not just because it's rare, but because it represents strength. When you can keep your head when others are losing theirs, it says something powerful about you. Now, let's dive into what this calmness really means. It's not about suppressing your emotions or pretending that nothing affects you. That's just bottling up tension, and we all know that doesn't end well. Instead, it's about finding a way to stay centered, to anchor yourself in the middle of a storm. It's about knowing that, no matter what happens, you have the tools to navigate through it without being swept away by the waves. But how do you cultivate this kind of calmness? It's like building a muscle. The more you practice, the stronger it gets. Maybe it starts with small things, taking a deep breath when you feel your pulse quicken, or stepping back for a moment when you feel the pressure rising. Over time, these small actions add up. They become habits, and these habits become a part of who you are. This kind of calmness is attractive because it's contagious. People are drawn to those who exude a sense of peace, especially when things get tough. It's like they see a rock in a stormy sea, and they naturally want to be near it, hoping that some of that stability will rub off on them. But there's more to it. Calmness under pressure shows that you're not easily rattled, that you can handle whatever life throws your way without losing your sense of self. It's a subtle form of confidence, one that doesn't need to shout or show off. It just is. And let's talk about how this calmness affects your interactions with others. When you're calm under pressure, you're able to listen more clearly, to think more critically, and to respond more thoughtfully. You're not reacting out of fear or anger or stress. You're choosing your responses with intention. This not only helps in making better decisions but also in maintaining healthier relationships. People respect those who can stay composed, who don't let their emotions dictate their actions. It's also worth noting that this calmness isn't something you just turn on when things get rough. It's a way of being, a mindset that you cultivate over time. It's about learning to find that stillness even in the quiet moments, so when the storm hits, you're already prepared. It's like having a well that you've been filling up, drop by drop, so that when you need it, it's there, ready to sustain you. So, in the end, maintaining calmness under pressure is about more than just looking cool in a crisis. It's about developing a deeper sense of self-awareness and control. It's about being the eye of the storm, the place where peace resides, no matter how wild the world around you gets. And that, in itself, is incredibly attractive. It's a quality that doesn't just make you stand out, it makes you someone others look up to, someone they trust, and someone they want to be around. Number 2, showing empathy through actions. When it comes to showing empathy, words can sometimes feel empty or even inadequate. That's where actions step in, painting a picture of understanding and compassion that speaks louder than any words ever could. There's something incredibly powerful about a gesture that isn't accompanied by a verbal cue, something that transcends language altogether. It's like you're saying, "I see you, I feel you," without actually saying it. It's a connection that's almost primal, rooted in our shared humanity. Think about how often we get caught up in our own heads, focusing on what we're going to say next or how we're going to respond. But when you shift that focus, when you let go of the need to speak, you open up space for something more profound. You start to notice the little things, the way someone's shoulders slump, the slight tremble in their hands, the weariness in their eyes. These are the cues that guide you in showing empathy through your actions. Maybe it's offering a helping hand when someone seems overwhelmed, or maybe it's just being there, fully present, when someone needs support. These acts don't need to be grand or showy. In fact, the most powerful displays of empathy are often the simplest. It's in those small, almost unnoticed moments that you communicate your understanding and care. And here's the thing, people pick up on that. They feel it. When you show empathy through your actions, you're not just performing a task, you're creating a bond, building trust. It's like you're telling the other person, "You matter," without uttering a single word. That's attractive in a way that's hard to put into words. It's a quiet, confident sort of attractiveness, one that doesn't need to boast or draw attention to itself. In this fast-paced world, where everyone is rushing to get their point across, taking the time to simply act, without the need to explain or justify, can be a game changer. It's a reminder that you don't need to fill the silence with empty words. Sometimes, the silence itself is where the real connection happens. It's where empathy is felt, not heard. Empathy in action is also deeply rooted in Stoic principles. Stoicism teaches us to be mindful of our actions, to act with purpose and intention. When you apply this to empathy, you're not just reacting to someone else's emotions, you're consciously choosing to engage in a way that supports and uplifts them. It's about being there, not just in body but in spirit, too. It's about understanding that sometimes, the best way to show you care is to act rather than speak. This approach to empathy is subtle, but it's powerful. It's the kind of thing that doesn't need to be acknowledged because it's felt on a deeper level. The other person might not even realize why they feel closer to you, why they trust you more. But they do. And that's the magic of showing empathy through actions. It's a silent conversation that says everything without saying anything at all. So, next time you're in a situation where words feel like they might fall short, try letting your actions do the talking. Be the steady hand, the calm presence, the quiet support that someone needs. In doing so, you not only embody Stoic principles, but you also become someone who's deeply attractive, not in a flashy or obvious way, but in a way that resonates on a deeper, more meaningful level. Number 3, exhibiting emotional resilience. Exhibiting emotional resilience is like having a superpower that you don't need to flaunt. It's not about being unshakable or pretending that nothing ever gets to you. Rather, it's the art of bouncing back, of finding your center when life tries to knock you off balance. It's about taking life's punches, rolling with them, and quietly standing up again, stronger and more composed. There's a certain magnetism in that, an unspoken strength that doesn't need validation. Now, let's get one thing clear, emotional resilience doesn't mean you're a robot without feelings. You feel, and sometimes those feelings are intense. But what sets you apart is how you handle them. Instead of letting emotions control your actions or words, you give yourself space to process. You breathe, you reflect, and you decide how to respond. This pause, this moment of clarity, is where your resilience shines. People are drawn to this kind of inner strength because it radiates calm and confidence. In silence, this trait becomes even more powerful. When you're not constantly explaining yourself or reacting to every little thing, you give off an aura of stability. People can sense it. There's a quiet confidence in your ability to weather storms, even if you don't say a word about it. This resilience isn't just about enduring, it's about enduring with grace. It's about letting challenges shape you without breaking you. Imagine walking through a chaotic world, and while everyone else is swept away by the tides of emotion, you stand firm. Not because you're numb, but because you've trained yourself to stay grounded. This is what makes emotional resilience so attractive. It's not flashy, it's not loud, it's a subtle strength that others can't help but notice. When you carry this within you, it shows in how you move, how you interact, and even in the energy you bring into a room. There's also a certain mystery to it. Emotional resilience often goes hand in hand with a kind of quiet self-assurance. You don't need to prove anything, and that can be incredibly compelling. People are curious about those who don't wear their hearts on their sleeves, who don't react impulsively. They wonder what gives you that steady, calm demeanor. And in that curiosity, they're drawn closer to you. In a world where it's easy to get swept up in drama and react to every slight, choosing resilience is like stepping out of the storm and into a place of peace. It's a choice to be mindful, to be deliberate in how you handle your emotions. And this choice, repeated over time, builds an inner fortress. Not an impenetrable one, but one that's strong enough to withstand the winds without crumbling. And let's not forget, there's something incredibly attractive about someone who can face adversity without falling apart. It's not about suppressing your emotions, but rather about mastering them. When others see that you can remain composed under pressure, that you don't let life's ups and downs dictate your mood, they can't help but admire that. It's a form of leadership, even if you never utter a word. In silence, emotional resilience speaks volumes. It says, "I've been through the fire, and I'm still here." It's a quiet confidence that doesn't need to shout to be heard. And in a world that often values loudness and instant reactions, this calm, steady presence is a rare and attractive quality. So, embrace your emotional resilience, nurture it, and let it be the silent strength that draws others to you. Number 4, showing consistent reliability. Showing consistent reliability might not sound like the most glamorous trait, but let's not underestimate its power. Imagine being someone people can count on every single time. That kind of dependability isn't just attractive, it's magnetic. It's like being the person everyone knows will show up, follow through, and do exactly what they said they would. And in a world full of broken promises and half-hearted commitments, that consistency is pure gold. When we talk about reliability, it's more than just being there when you're needed. It's about setting a standard for yourself and living up to it day in and day out. It's like you've drawn a line in the sand, and no matter what happens, you're not crossing it. That level of commitment speaks volumes. It tells people that you're someone they can trust, someone who values their word and backs it up with action. And trust, as we know, is the foundation of any meaningful connection. But let's break this down a bit. Being consistently reliable isn't about being perfect or never making mistakes. It's about showing up with intention. It's about doing your best even when you're not feeling it. It's about being steady, like a heartbeat, reliable in its rhythm. People notice that. They notice when you're the one who always follows through, who doesn't just talk the talk but walks the walk. It's like being a rock, solid, unmovable, dependable. Now, why does this make you more attractive? Well, think about it. In a world where so many things are uncertain, having someone reliable in your corner is incredibly reassuring. It's like having an anchor when everything else is drifting. People are drawn to that. They're drawn to the stability and security that comes with knowing you're not going to flake out or disappear when things get tough. It's a quiet strength, one that doesn't need to shout or make a scene. It just is. Consistency, too, is part of the equation. Anyone can be reliable once or twice, but doing it over and over again? That's what really sets you apart. It shows that your reliability isn't a fluke, it's who you are. And that's where the real attraction lies. People want to be around those who are steady, who aren't going to let them down or leave them hanging. It's a rare quality, and when people find it, they value it deeply. There's also something to be said about the respect that comes with being reliable. When people know they can count on you, they start to see you differently. They start to see you as someone who has integrity, who takes their commitments seriously. And that kind of respect is incredibly attractive. It's not just about being liked, it's about being valued for who you are and what you bring to the table. But, of course, being consistently reliable isn't always easy. It requires effort, dedication, and sometimes a bit of sacrifice. It means doing what you said you'd do, even when it's inconvenient, even when no one's watching. But here's the thing, it's worth it. Because when you show up for others, they show up for you. And that creates a bond, a connection that goes deeper than just surface-level attraction. So, showing consistent reliability isn't just about being dependable. It's about embodying a quality that others can rely on, time and time again. It's about being a person of your word, someone who people can trust without question. And in a world where trust is often in short supply, that makes you stand out. It makes you someone others want to be around, someone they admire, and someone they can count on, no matter what. Number 5, embracing humility. Embracing humility might not be the first thing that comes to mind when you think about what makes someone attractive, but it's one of those qualities that quietly draws people in. There's something incredibly appealing about a person who doesn't need to boast or seek the spotlight, someone who's comfortable in their own skin without needing constant validation. It's like a breath of fresh air in a world full of noise and self-promotion. Let's be clear, humility isn't about putting yourself down or pretending you're less than you are. It's more about having a grounded sense of self, knowing your strengths and weaknesses, and not needing to flaunt either. It's recognizing that you don't have all the answers and being okay with that. This kind of self-awareness is rare, and it's deeply attractive because it shows a level of maturity and inner confidence. It's like you've reached a point where you don't need to prove anything to anyone, and that's powerful. Humility also makes you more approachable. When you're humble, people feel more comfortable around you because they know you're not going to judge them or try to one-up them. It creates a sense of ease in your interactions, making others feel seen and valued for who they are, not for what they can do or how they compare to you. It's like being a safe space, where people can just be themselves without fear of being overshadowed or dismissed. But here's the thing, embracing humility isn't about thinking less of yourself. It's about thinking of yourself less. It's about shifting your focus from constantly worrying about how you're perceived to actually paying attention to the world around you. When you're not caught up in your own ego, you can genuinely listen to others, connect on a deeper level, and build relationships based on mutual respect rather than competition. Another aspect of humility that's often overlooked is the willingness to admit when you're wrong or when you don't know something. This might seem counterintuitive in a world where everyone's trying to be the smartest person in the room, but it's actually a sign of strength. It takes courage to own up to your mistakes or to say, "I don't know," especially when the pressure is on to appear flawless. But in doing so, you show that you're human, that you're learning, and that you're not afraid to grow. And that kind of authenticity is magnetic. Humility also allows you to keep things in perspective. It helps you remember that no matter how much you achieve, there's always more to learn, more ways to improve, and more people who can teach you something valuable. This openness to growth is not only attractive but also essential for personal development. It's like you're on a journey, always evolving, always striving to be better, without getting caught up in the idea that you've already made it. And let's not forget how humility impacts your presence. When you walk into a room with humility, you're not trying to dominate the space. Instead, you're adding to it. You're contributing without taking over, offering your insights without demanding attention. This kind of understated confidence is incredibly appealing because it's real. It's not about putting on a show, it's about being genuine, and people can sense that. So, embracing humility isn't just about being modest or self-effacing. It's about having a quiet confidence that speaks for itself. It's about being secure enough in who you are that you don't need to shout it from the rooftops. And in doing so, you become someone others are naturally drawn to, someone they respect, admire, and want to be around. Number 6. Exhibiting genuine confidence. Exhibiting genuine confidence, now that's something that can truly set you apart. But let's get one thing straight, real confidence isn't about being the loudest person in the room or flaunting your achievements. No, it's something much deeper. It's a quiet assurance, a kind of inner peace that radiates outward. It's knowing who you are and being comfortable with that, flaws and all. And that kind of confidence? It's magnetic. Think about it. When someone is genuinely confident, they don't need to seek validation from others. They're not constantly looking for approval or trying to impress. They just are. It's like they've figured out this secret that so many people are still searching for, that true confidence comes from within. It's not something you can fake, at least not for long. People can sense authenticity, and when you're comfortable in your own skin, it shows. Genuine confidence is about walking into a room and not needing to prove anything. You don't have to puff yourself up or put others down to feel good about yourself. There's no need for that. Instead, you just move through the world with a sense of calm and certainty. It's a quiet kind of strength, one that doesn't need to shout to be heard. And that's exactly what draws people in. They're attracted to that stability, that sense of knowing who you are and being okay with it. But here's the thing, genuine confidence isn't the same as arrogance. There's a fine line between the two, and it all comes down to how you view yourself in relation to others. When you're genuinely confident, you don't see yourself as better than anyone else. You're just comfortable being you. There's no need to compete or compare because you're secure in your own path. And that security? It's incredibly appealing. Another key aspect of genuine confidence is how it affects your interactions with others. When you're truly confident, you're not threatened by other people's success or talents. In fact, you're able to celebrate them without feeling like it takes anything away from you. This kind of confidence allows you to connect with others on a deeper level, without the need for pretense or posturing. You can just be real, and that's what makes your presence so refreshing. This confidence also shows up in how you handle challenges. When things don't go your way, you're not easily shaken. Instead, you take it in stride, knowing that you have the strength to get through it. It's not about being fearless, it's about trusting yourself to face whatever comes your way. And that's a kind of confidence that doesn't just shine in the good times, but in the tough moments too. It's steady, unwavering, and resilient. And let's talk about how this kind of confidence influences your decisions. When you're genuinely confident, you're able to make choices that align with your values and goals, without being swayed by outside opinions. You trust your instincts, and that trust allows you to move forward with conviction. People notice that. They see that you're not easily influenced, that you stand firm in your beliefs. And that firmness? It's attractive because it shows that you know where you're going, and you're not afraid to get there. So, exhibiting genuine confidence isn't about being the center of attention or always having the right answers. It's about having a quiet assurance in who you are and where you're headed. It's about moving through life with a sense of purpose and calm, not needing to prove anything to anyone. And in doing so, you naturally draw people to you, not because you're trying to, but because confidence, real confidence, is something everyone is drawn to. It's a light that shines from within, and it's impossible to ignore. Number 7. Practicing active listening. Practicing active listening, now that's a habit that can really set you apart. It's one of those things that sounds simple, but when done right, it's incredibly powerful. You see, everyone likes to feel heard, truly heard. But in a world where everyone is eager to speak, to get their point across, active listening is like a breath of fresh air. It's rare, and that's what makes it so attractive. So, what does it mean to practice active listening? It's not just about hearing the words someone is saying. It's about being fully present in the moment, tuning into the person speaking, and giving them your undivided attention. It's about letting them know that, in that moment, nothing else matters. You're there, with them, fully engaged. And that's a game changer. When you practice active listening, you're not just waiting for your turn to talk. You're actually absorbing what the other person is saying, taking it in, and processing it. You're listening not just to respond, but to understand. And that kind of listening creates a connection, a bond that's hard to find in casual conversations. It's like you're saying, I see you, I hear you, and what you're saying matters to me. That's powerful. Let's talk about what active listening looks like. It's more than just nodding along or throwing in a few ahas to show you're paying attention. It's about engaging with the conversation on a deeper level. You might ask questions, not to interrupt, but to delve deeper into what's being said. You might reflect back what you're hearing, just to make sure you're on the same page. It's these little things that show you're not just hearing the words, but you're really getting the message. And here's the thing, people can tell when you're truly listening. They can feel it. There's something magnetic about being with someone who's fully present, who's not distracted by their phone or their own thoughts. It's like you're giving them a gift, the gift of your attention. And that's something people crave, whether they realize it or not. It makes them feel valued, appreciated, and understood. Active listening also changes the dynamic of a conversation. When you're really listening, you're not just waiting for your turn to speak. You're not formulating your response while the other person is talking. You're there, in the moment, letting the conversation flow naturally. And that creates a sense of ease, a kind of rhythm that's hard to describe but easy to feel. It makes the conversation more meaningful, more genuine. But practicing active listening isn't just about making others feel good. It also has a profound impact on you. When you listen actively, you learn more. You pick up on things you might have missed if you were only half listening. You gain insights, not just into what's being said, but into the person saying it. It's like you're opening yourself up to a deeper understanding of the world around you, one conversation at a time. And let's not forget how practicing active listening builds trust. When people know you're really listening, they're more likely to open up to you, to share their thoughts and feelings. They feel safe, knowing that you're not going to judge them or dismiss what they're saying. That kind of trust is invaluable. It's the foundation of strong relationships, whether they're personal or professional. So, practicing active listening isn't just a skill, it's a way of being. It's about being present, engaged, and genuinely interested in what others have to say. It's about creating connections that go beyond the surface, connections that are real and lasting. And in a world where everyone's talking, being the one who truly listens, that's not just attractive, it's irresistible. Number 8, demonstrating quiet determination. There's something undeniably captivating about someone who carries a sense of quiet determination. It's not about making grand statements or shouting your ambitions from the rooftops. No, it's about that calm, steady energy that tells the world you're in this for the long haul, without needing to say a word. It's the way you move forward, step by step, unshaken by the noise around you. Quiet determination is like an unspoken promise to yourself. It's a commitment that doesn't require external validation. You don't need to broadcast your goals or seek approval, you just keep going, no matter what. There's an elegance in that kind of resolve, a sort of understated power that draws people in. It's magnetic because it's rare in a world where so many are quick to boast or seek attention. When you demonstrate quiet determination, you're essentially saying, "I've got this," but not in a loud or arrogant way. It's more like a gentle, unwavering confidence that others can sense, even if they don't fully understand it. They see it in the way you handle challenges, in the way you don't flinch in the face of obstacles. It's that steady hand, that calm gaze, that makes people take notice. What's fascinating about this kind of determination is that it doesn't rely on outward expressions. It's not about making a scene or proving a point. It's more about the consistent, almost rhythmic pursuit of your goals. You're like a river carving through rock, slow, deliberate, but undeniably effective. People might not see the full scope of what you're doing, but they can sense that something is happening, something important. And here's the kicker, that quiet determination is attractive because it signals a deep sense of self-assurance. You don't need to convince anyone of your worth or your capabilities, you just do the work, and let the results speak for themselves. There's a purity to that, a focus that's both rare and refreshing. In a world filled with noise, your silence speaks volumes. Stoicism, at its core, teaches us to focus on what we can control, to act with purpose, and to remain undisturbed by external factors. Quiet determination is a perfect embodiment of this philosophy. It's about knowing what you want and moving towards it with a kind of serene intensity. You don't need to rush or force things, you just keep going, one step at a time, confident that you'll get there eventually. People are drawn to that kind of energy. They see someone who isn't easily swayed, who doesn't crumble under pressure. They see someone who knows where they're going and is committed to getting there, no matter how long it takes. It's a strength that doesn't need to be flaunted, because it's evident in every action, in every decision. In demonstrating quiet determination, you're not just working towards your own goals, you're also setting an example. Others notice how you handle yourself, how you remain focused and composed, and they find themselves inspired by it. They might not say it out loud, but they're watching, and they're learning. And that's where the real power lies. So, embrace that quiet determination. Let it guide you, steady and sure, towards whatever it is you're striving for. You don't need to shout about it or make a big deal out of it. Just keep moving forward, one deliberate step at a time, and let your actions speak for themselves. In that silence, you'll find a strength that's not only attractive but also deeply empowering. Number 9. Practicing negative visualization. Negative visualization sounds a bit grim at first, doesn't it? But there's a hidden power in this Stoic practice that can actually make you more attractive in a way that's subtle yet profound. It's not about dwelling on worst-case scenarios or getting lost in a spiral of worry. Instead, it's about mentally preparing yourself for the ups and downs of life, so when challenges do arise, you handle them with a calmness that others can't help but notice. Let's break it down. Practicing negative visualization is like giving yourself a mental dress rehearsal for life's inevitable curveballs. You imagine things going wrong, not because you want them to, but because it helps you appreciate what you have and stay grounded. It's like keeping your mind in the game, ready for whatever comes your way. And when you do this, you start to carry yourself differently. There's a quiet confidence in knowing that you're prepared, that you've already faced these possibilities in your mind. This kind of mental fortitude is magnetic because it's rare. People are drawn to someone who isn't easily rattled, who seems to have a steady hand on the wheel, no matter the storm. This practice also makes you more present. When you take a moment to consider that things could change or be lost, you begin to value the here and now in a way that's deeper and more genuine. That appreciation shows up in how you interact with others, in the way you savor the moment, in the quiet gratitude that lingers in your presence. It's an energy that others can feel, even if they can't quite put their finger on why you seem different. But it's not just about being prepared, it's about the perspective you gain. When you regularly consider that life's comforts and conveniences might not be permanent, you start to see the world in a more balanced way. You're less likely to get caught up in the trivial stuff. You stop sweating the small things because, in the grand scheme of things, they don't really matter. That kind of perspective is refreshing. It's attractive because it suggests a maturity, a wisdom, that others find both comforting and intriguing. And then there's the resilience that comes from negative visualization. By contemplating potential difficulties, you're essentially building mental muscle. You're training your mind to remain calm and focused, even when things don't go as planned. This resilience is something people pick up on. It's not loud or flashy, but it's there, in the way you navigate through challenges with a sense of calm assurance. It's the kind of strength that doesn't need to be advertised because it's obvious in how you carry yourself. So, negative visualization isn't about pessimism, it's about realism. It's about understanding that life is full of uncertainties and being okay with that. When you practice this regularly, you're not just preparing yourself for what might go wrong, you're also cultivating an inner strength and peace that others can't help but find attractive. It's a quiet kind of confidence, one that doesn't need to boast or make a show. It just is, and it's incredibly appealing. In a world where so many are focused on the positive, on chasing happiness at all costs, there's something grounding and reassuring about someone who embraces the full spectrum of life's experiences, both good and bad. Practicing negative visualization helps you become that person, the one who is steady, calm, and deeply aware. And that, in itself, is a powerful kind of attractiveness. Number 10. Maintaining focused attention in conversations. In a world where distractions are just a click away, maintaining focused attention in conversations can be like a breath of fresh air. It's not just about being present physically, it's about being there mentally, too. Really being there. When you give someone your undivided attention, you're telling them, without words, you matter. What you're saying matters. And that's incredibly attractive. It's easy to get lost in your thoughts during a conversation, to let your mind wander off to that never-ending to-do list or that email you forgot to send. But when you consciously decide to be fully present, to really tune into what the other person is saying, you create a connection that goes beyond the surface. It's like a silent agreement that this moment, this exchange, is worth your time and energy. And here's the thing, people notice. They can feel it when you're truly listening, not just waiting for your turn to speak. It's in the way you make eye contact, in the slight nods, in the pauses that show you're taking in what they're saying. This kind of focused attention is rare, and it's powerful. It makes others feel valued, understood, and that's something people are drawn to, almost instinctively. But there's more to it than just making someone else feel good. When you maintain focused attention in conversations, you're also honing your own mind. You're practicing the Stoic art of mindfulness, of being in the here and now. This kind of mental discipline doesn't just benefit your conversations, it spills over into every aspect of your life. You become more aware, more in tune with what's happening around you, and that awareness? It's a game changer. Imagine carrying that sense of presence into every conversation you have. No more half-listening, no more getting lost in your thoughts. Just pure, focused attention. It changes the dynamic, makes interactions more meaningful. It's like turning up the volume on life, making everything just a little bit richer, a little bit deeper. And the best part? You don't need to say much. In fact, sometimes the less you say, the better. By focusing on what the other person is saying, by really listening, you can respond more thoughtfully, more meaningfully. It's not about filling the silence with words, it's about letting the silence work for you. Letting it create a space where genuine connection can happen. When you think about it, maintaining focused attention in conversations is like giving a gift. It's not wrapped in flashy paper or topped with a bow, but it's something that people appreciate, often more than they realize. It's a sign of respect, of genuine interest, and it's something that sticks with people long after the conversation is over. So, next time you find yourself in a conversation, try this: put away the distractions, clear your mind, and just be there. Fully. Listen with your whole being, not just your ears. Let the other person feel that they have your complete attention, that, for this moment, nothing else matters. In doing so, you'll find that not only do your conversations become more meaningful, but you also become someone who others want to talk to, someone who others are naturally drawn to. And that, in the quietest way possible, makes you undeniably attractive. Number 11, cultivating inner dialogue with virtue. Cultivating an inner dialogue with virtue, now that's a habit that's often overlooked but carries a quiet power. It's like having a personal compass that helps you navigate life's complexities with grace and integrity. But here's the thing, it's not about being perfect or having all the answers. It's about engaging in an ongoing conversation with yourself, one where you constantly check in on your values and align your actions accordingly. Think of it like this, every day, you're faced with choices, big and small. And each choice is an opportunity to either move closer to the person you want to be or drift further away. When you cultivate an inner dialogue rooted in virtue, you're essentially giving yourself a chance to pause, reflect, and choose wisely. It's that moment of reflection that can make all the difference. It's where you ask yourself, am I acting out of kindness? Am I being honest? Am I living up to the principles I believe in? Now, this might sound a bit lofty, but it's actually quite grounding. Engaging in this inner dialogue isn't about beating yourself up over mistakes or trying to be morally superior. It's more about staying connected to what truly matters to you. It's like having a conversation with a wise, inner friend who always has your best interests at heart. And when you consistently tune into this dialogue, you start to make decisions that resonate on a deeper level. It's not just about doing the right thing, it's about feeling aligned with your core values, and that alignment? It shows. People pick up on it, even if they can't quite articulate why. There's a certain calmness, a steadiness that comes from knowing you're acting in accordance with your principles. It's a kind of inner peace that radiates outward, making you more attractive in a way that's subtle yet undeniable. You're not trying to impress anyone, you're simply living in a way that feels true to who you are, and that authenticity is magnetic. But let's not pretend it's always easy. Sometimes, that inner dialogue can be challenging, especially when life throws curveballs your way. It's in those moments that this habit really shines. Instead of reacting impulsively or getting caught up in the chaos, you take a breath and consult that inner voice. You remind yourself of what you stand for, and you let that guide your actions. It's a practice, one that requires patience and persistence, but over time, it becomes second nature. And here's the beautiful part, this inner dialogue with virtue isn't something you need to announce or broadcast. It's a private, personal practice that quietly shapes who you are and how you move through the world. It's the kind of thing that doesn't need validation from others because it's rooted in something much deeper, your own sense of self-worth and integrity. So, as you go about your day, consider taking a moment to check in with yourself. Engage in that inner dialogue. Ask yourself if you're living up to the values that matter most to you. And when you do, you'll find that not only do you feel more centered and confident, but you also become someone who others are naturally drawn to. It's a quiet, steady kind of attractiveness, one that's built from the inside out. And in a world full of noise, that's something truly worth cultivating. Number 12, maintaining a balanced lifestyle. Maintaining a balanced lifestyle isn't just about keeping your calendar in check or making sure you get enough sleep, though those things certainly help. It's more like crafting a harmonious symphony out of the many pieces of your life. Each element, whether it's work, rest, relationships, or personal growth, plays its part in creating something that feels whole and fulfilling. It's not about perfection, it's about flow. It's about knowing when to push forward and when to pull back, when to be active and when to just be. This balance, when truly embraced, has a magnetic quality. It's as if people can sense that you've figured out something they're still trying to grasp. You're not running yourself ragged, nor are you slacking off. You've found this rhythm, a cadence to your days that feels right, not too fast, not too slow. And that's incredibly attractive. It's not just about what you do, it's how you do it. With a sense of ease, a kind of effortless grace that comes from knowing your limits and respecting them. What's fascinating is that this balanced approach often goes unnoticed until someone steps back and takes in the full picture of your life. It's like a well-tuned instrument that doesn't stand out for any one note but rather for the overall sound it creates. People might not immediately point to your balanced lifestyle as the reason they're drawn to you, but it's there, working its quiet magic in the background. It shows in how you handle stress, how you approach challenges, and even in how you interact with others. In silence, this balance becomes even more powerful. You're not the one bragging about how well you've got it all together. You don't need to. Your actions, your presence, do the talking for you. There's a kind of quiet confidence that comes from living a life that's in sync with your values, your needs, and your aspirations. It's like you've found your own personal rhythm, and it's steady, consistent, and unshakable. But here's the thing, balance doesn't mean everything is always perfectly aligned. Life is dynamic, always shifting, and so are you. What makes balance attractive is your ability to adapt, to adjust the sails when the wind changes direction. It's about being flexible, knowing when to lean into one area of your life and when to ease off. This adaptability, this fluidity, is what keeps you grounded, no matter what comes your way. And let's not forget the peace that comes with balance. When you're not constantly running from one extreme to the other, you find a sense of calm, a kind of inner tranquility that's hard to shake. People notice this. They might not be able to put their finger on it, but they can feel it, a sort of quiet strength that comes from knowing you're living in alignment with yourself. It's not about having it all figured out, but rather about being okay with where you are and where you're going. In the end, maintaining a balanced lifestyle isn't about achieving some static state of perfection. It's about the ongoing dance between all the different aspects of your life. It's about finding harmony in the midst of chaos, about knowing when to push forward and when to pull back. And when you live like this, in tune with your own rhythm, it shows. People are naturally drawn to the ease and grace with which you navigate life. They see in you a model of what it means to live fully, yet mindfully. And that, in itself, is profoundly attractive. So, keep striving for balance, not as a destination but as a way of being. Let it be the foundation of your life, the quiet strength that others admire, even if they can't quite name it. Number 13, living with purpose. Living with purpose, it sounds lofty, almost like something you'd find stitched on a pillow or framed on a wall. But when you strip away the cliches, living with purpose is about something much deeper, something that resonates within you, even if you never speak it aloud. It's about having a compass, a guiding star that quietly informs the choices you make, the paths you take. And when you move through life with that sense of direction, people notice. Not because you're shouting about it from the rooftops, but because it subtly seeps into everything you do. Purpose doesn't need to be grand or world-changing. It just needs to be yours. It's that underlying why that keeps you going, even when the going gets tough. It's the reason behind your actions, the motivation that keeps you aligned with what matters most to you. And when you live with this kind of intentionality, it creates a kind of aura around you. There's a quiet magnetism in knowing where you're headed, even if the road isn't always clear. What's intriguing about purpose is how it transforms the mundane into something meaningful. When you have a sense of purpose, even the smallest tasks take on a new significance. You're not just going through the motions, you're moving with intention. This sense of purpose brings a kind of energy, a vibrancy, that's hard to ignore. It's not flashy or over the top, it's steady, consistent, and undeniably compelling. In silence, your purpose becomes even more pronounced. You're not out there broadcasting your goals or trying to convince others of your direction. You don't have to. Your actions, your focus, speak for themselves. There's a kind of power in that. People are drawn to those who move with purpose because it suggests a certain depth, a richness of character that isn't easily swayed by external forces. You know what you're about, and that's attractive. Living with purpose also brings a sense of fulfillment that's palpable. When you're aligned with your purpose, you carry yourself differently. There's a calm confidence, a sense of peace that comes from knowing you're on the right path for you. It's not about having all the answers or achieving some final destination. It's about the journey, the process of continually aligning your actions with your values. And in that process, there's growth, there's evolution, and there's an undeniable allure. But let's be real, living with purpose isn't always easy. It requires reflection, self-awareness, and sometimes, making tough decisions. It's about saying no to what doesn't serve you, even when it's tempting, and saying yes to the things that might push you out of your comfort zone. This kind of intentional living takes courage, but it also brings a deep sense of satisfaction. It's like walking through life with a sense of clarity, even when the world around you is chaotic. And here's the thing, when you live with purpose, it's contagious. People can't help but be inspired by someone who knows what they want and isn't afraid to pursue it. It's not about being rigid or inflexible, it's about being committed to something that truly matters to you. That kind of commitment, that kind of dedication, is rare and incredibly attractive. So, living with purpose isn't about making grand declarations or having everything figured out. It's about quietly, confidently aligning your life with what's meaningful to you. It's about moving through the world with intention, with a sense of direction that doesn't need validation. And when you live this way, others can't help but be drawn to you, not because of what you say, but because of how you live. Number 14, embracing minimalism. Embracing minimalism, now that's a concept that's often misunderstood. It's not about stripping your life down to the bare bones or living with as little as possible. Instead, it's about making space for what truly matters. It's the art of clearing out the clutter, both physically and mentally, so you can focus on what really adds value to your life. And when you embrace minimalism, it creates a certain allure, a quiet kind of attraction that doesn't shout but whispers with intent. Minimalism is about intentionality. It's choosing what you keep in your life with a sense of purpose. This could be the objects you surround yourself with, the commitments you take on, or even the thoughts you entertain. When you start to cut away the excess, you're left with what's essential, what truly resonates with you. And there's something deeply attractive about a person who knows what they want, who isn't weighed down by unnecessary baggage. It's like they move through life with a lightness, a clarity that others can't help but notice. What's interesting is that minimalism isn't just about things. It's about mindset. It's about simplifying your mental landscape so you can focus on what's important. This might mean letting go of old habits, outdated beliefs, or even toxic relationships. When you clear out the mental clutter, you make room for growth, for new perspectives, for peace. And this inner simplicity has a way of reflecting outward. People can sense when you're not bogged down by the noise of the world, and that kind of presence is magnetic. In silence, minimalism becomes even more powerful. You're not flaunting your simplicity, you're living it. There's no need to announce that you've embraced a minimalist lifestyle because it shows. It shows in how you carry yourself, in the choices you make, and in the energy you bring into a room. There's a calmness, a focus that comes from not being distracted by the unnecessary. And that calmness? It's contagious. Others can't help but feel drawn to the peace you exude. But minimalism isn't about deprivation. It's not about denying yourself joy or comfort. It's about being discerning, about knowing what truly brings you joy and focusing on that. It's about quality over quantity. When you choose to live with less, you often find that what you do have is richer, more meaningful. And that sense of contentment, of satisfaction with what you have, is incredibly attractive. It's like you've tapped into a secret that others are still searching for. And let's be real, there's something liberating about letting go of what doesn't serve you. When you're not constantly chasing after the next thing or trying to keep up with the latest trends, you free up so much energy. Energy that can be spent on what truly matters to you. This freedom, this lightness, is something people notice. They see it in the way you move, in the way you live, and it draws them in. So, embracing minimalism isn't about having less for the sake of it. It's about making room for what truly matters, for what adds value to your life. It's about living with intention, with purpose, and with a sense of clarity that others can't help but find attractive. In a world that's often chaotic and cluttered, this kind of simplicity stands out. It speaks volumes without saying a word. It's a quiet confidence, a deep contentment, that doesn't need to be broadcasted. And in that silence, you find a strength and an allure that's undeniably compelling. Minimalism, then, is more than just a lifestyle choice. It's a way of being, a way of moving through the world with grace, with purpose, and with a focus on what truly matters. And when you live like that, in tune with what's essential, others can't help but be drawn to you, not because of what you have, but because of what you've chosen to let go. Number 15, practicing self-discipline. Practicing self-discipline is like having a superpower that doesn't need to be flashy to be effective. It's that quiet resolve, the inner strength that keeps you on track when distractions are pulling at you from every direction. It's about making choices that align with your goals, even when the easier path is tempting you. And when you master this, it's incredibly attractive, not in a loud, look-at-me way, but in a subtle, commanding kind of way that others can't help but respect. Self-discipline isn't about being rigid or denying yourself pleasures. It's more about finding balance, about knowing when to indulge and when to hold back. It's about setting boundaries for yourself and sticking to them, not because you have to, but because you choose to. This kind of control, this ability to steer your own course, is something people notice, even if they don't say it out loud. There's an unspoken admiration for someone who can keep their word, especially to themselves. In silence, self-discipline becomes even more powerful. You're not out there broadcasting your sacrifices or boasting about your willpower. You're simply living it, day in and day out. There's a certain mystique to that, a quiet confidence that comes from knowing you can rely on yourself. Others might not see the work you're putting in, the small choices you make every day to stay on course, but they feel the energy you bring because of it. It's like an unshakable foundation that everything else is built upon. What's fascinating about self-discipline is how it creates a ripple effect in your life. When you practice it in one area, it often spills over into others. You become more focused, more determined, and this sense of purpose becomes evident in everything you do. People can sense it, they see it in how you carry yourself, in how you approach challenges. There's a calmness, a steadiness that's incredibly appealing. It's not about being perfect or never slipping up, it's about getting back on track without making a fuss about it. And here's the thing, self-discipline isn't just about big, grand gestures. It's in the small, everyday decisions. It's choosing to get up early to work on your goals, even when the bed is calling your name. It's about saying no to that extra helping, not because you have to, but because you've decided that something else is more important. These little acts of discipline add up, and over time, they shape you into someone who is dependable, consistent, and strong. But let's be real, self-discipline isn't always easy. There are moments of struggle, moments when you question why you're even bothering. And that's okay. What matters is that you keep going, that you keep choosing discipline over ease, even when it's hard. This resilience, this refusal to give up on yourself, is what makes self-discipline so attractive. It's a kind of inner fire, a determination that others can't help but admire, even if they don't fully understand it. In the end, practicing self-discipline is about more than just achieving your goals. It's about becoming the kind of person who can set their sights on something and follow through, no matter what. It's about building trust in yourself, about knowing that you have the strength to do what needs to be done, even when no one is watching. And when you live with that kind of integrity, That kind of quiet commitment to yourself, it shows. It shows in how you move through the world, in the decisions you make, and in the respect you command, all without saying a word. Self-discipline, then, is a quiet force. It's not about the grand displays of willpower, but about the everyday choices that shape who you are. And when you master this, others will be drawn to you, not because of what you say, but because of the unspoken strength that your actions reveal. In this video, we're diving into 50 Stoic rules that can seriously help you get your life back on track. Whether you're dealing with stress, anxiety, or just trying to find a bit more peace, these timeless principles have got you covered. Let's jump in. Number 1. The fortress of focus. Imagine your mind as a vast, sprawling castle. At its core, there's a fortress, the fortress of focus. This fortress is your sanctuary, your stronghold, where distractions are banished, and clarity reigns supreme. But keeping this fortress intact and impregnable isn't just about throwing up walls. It's about understanding how to fortify your mental defenses with intention and practice. Alright, let's picture this. You're sitting down to work, and your phone buzzes. A notification here, a ping there. Before you know it, you're lost in a sea of memes, tweets, and cat videos. Sound familiar? We've all been there. But building your fortress of focus is about creating an environment where these distractions can't breach your walls. First, let's talk about the moat. In medieval times, castles were surrounded by a moat, a watery barrier to keep invaders at bay. For us, our moat could be setting boundaries with our devices. Turn off non-essential notifications, use apps that limit your screen time, or even put your phone in another room while you work. These small steps can create a significant barrier between you and the distractions that sap your focus. Next, think about the walls of your fortress. These aren't just any walls, they're thick, solid, and unyielding. In the realm of your mind, these walls are built from routines and habits. Establishing a routine is like laying brick after brick. Wake up at the same time, dedicate specific hours to deep work, and take breaks at regular intervals. This consistency strengthens your mental walls, making it easier to slip into a state of focus. Inside these walls, there's the keep, the heart of the fortress. This keep is where your deepest focus and creativity reside. To protect this inner sanctum, we need to practice mindfulness. This doesn't have to be anything fancy, just a few minutes of deep breathing, meditation, or even a walk in nature can work wonders. By regularly practicing mindfulness, you train your mind to return to the present moment, no matter how chaotic things get outside your fortress. But even the strongest fortress needs vigilant guards. Your guards are the intentions you set and the goals you pursue. Clear, specific goals act as a guiding star, keeping your efforts aligned and your distractions minimized. Every time you sit down to work, remind yourself of your larger purpose. Why are you doing this? What do you hope to achieve? This clarity acts as a constant guard, steering you back whenever your mind starts to wander. Another layer of defense? Simplicity. In a world obsessed with multitasking, embracing single tasking can be a game changer. It's like having a clear, straight path leading to your fortress gate, no detours, no distractions. Focus on one task at a time, and do it with all your might. When you concentrate your efforts on a single task, the quality of your work improves, and you complete it faster, leaving you more time for other things. Lastly, let's not forget the importance of rest and recovery. Even the most formidable fortress needs maintenance. Burnout is the enemy of focus. Ensure you're getting enough sleep, eating well, and taking time to relax and recharge. When you're well rested, your mind is sharper, and your fortress stands stronger. In the grand scheme of things, your fortress of focus isn't built overnight. It takes time, effort, and a lot of patience. But with each brick you lay, each moat you dig, and each guard you station, you're creating a mental environment where distractions can't thrive. You're crafting a space where your mind can operate at its best, and that, my friend, is a powerful thing. So, the next time you sit down to work, visualize your fortress. Strengthen your moat, reinforce your walls, guard your keep, and most importantly, take care of yourself. With time, you'll find that the fortress of focus isn't just a concept, it's a reality you can live every day. Number 2. Perceiving the world. Imagine, for a moment, you're an artist. Not the kind that paints or sculpts, but an artist of perception. Your canvas, the world around you. Your brush, the way you choose to see and interpret what happens. It's all about perspective, my friend. First off, let's talk about the power of perception. It's wild, really. Two people can look at the exact same situation and see it completely differently. One might see a challenge, while the other sees an opportunity. One sees a setback, while the other sees a stepping stone. It's like wearing a pair of glasses that tint everything you see. The lens of Stoicism, though, is all about clarity, seeing things as they truly are without the fog of emotions and preconceived notions. So, how do we start perceiving the world through a Stoic lens? It begins with a fundamental shift in how we process our experiences. Instead of immediately reacting to something, take a step back. Pause. Give yourself a moment to breathe and assess the situation. This tiny pause is like the artist stepping back from the canvas to get a better view. It's here, in this space, that you can start to see things more clearly. Now, let's get a bit deeper. Imagine you're watching a play. The actors on stage are performing their parts, each with their own emotions, conflicts, and resolutions. As a member of the audience, you can enjoy the play without getting swept up in the drama. You see the plot unfold, but you remain detached. Stoicism teaches us to approach life in a similar way. Be an observer of your own life. Watch the scenes play out, understand the roles and motivations, but don't get lost in the theatrics. The next part of this secret is understanding that your perception shapes your reality. It's not what happens to you, but how you interpret it that matters. This is where the real power lies. If you see every inconvenience as a disaster, your life will feel like a series of catastrophes. But if you see them as minor bumps on the road, suddenly, the journey becomes a lot smoother. This shift in perception doesn't change the world outside, but it transforms your experience of it. Ever notice how a cloudy day can make you feel gloomy? But if you shift your perception and see the clouds as a cozy blanket covering the sky, your mood changes. It's the same day, the same clouds, but your perception makes all the difference. This is what Stoics practice daily, reframing their experiences to find tranquility and wisdom in every situation. One of the coolest things about perceiving the world through a Stoic lens is the sense of control it gives you. When you realize that you can choose how to interpret events, you reclaim a sense of power. No longer are you at the mercy of external circumstances. Instead, you become the master of your inner world. You decide what everything means, and that, my friend, is incredibly liberating. Remember, this isn't about ignoring reality or pretending everything is perfect. It's about seeing things clearly, without the distortion of unnecessary emotions or irrational thoughts. It's about recognizing that while you can't control what happens, you can control how you perceive and respond to it. That's the essence of Stoic perception. So, start today. Be that artist of perception. Paint your world with the colors of clarity and wisdom. Step back from the canvas, observe the play of life, and choose to see things as they are. When you do, you'll find a sense of peace and resilience that's unshakable. That's the real magic of perceiving the world through a Stoic lens. Number 3. Emotional equilibrium. Alright, let's talk about emotional equilibrium. Picture yourself as a sailor navigating the vast ocean. Some days, the sea is calm and serene, while other days, it's a tempest, with waves crashing all around you. Emotional equilibrium is your anchor in this vast, unpredictable ocean of life. It's about finding that sweet spot of balance, where you remain steady no matter what the waters throw at you. So, how do we cultivate this inner balance? Let's start with the idea of understanding emotions. Emotions are like weather patterns, sometimes they're stormy, sometimes sunny, but they always pass. Recognizing this transient nature is the first step. When a strong emotion hits, take a deep breath and remind yourself, this too shall pass. It's like a mental mantra that helps you ride out the storm without getting swept away. Another trick is to create some distance between you and your emotions. Imagine you're an observer watching your emotions from the outside. Instead of saying, "I am angry," you say, "I notice that I am feeling anger." This little shift in wording helps you see emotions as temporary states, not defining characteristics. You're not your anger, sadness, or fear. You're the one experiencing these emotions, and that perspective changes everything. Now, let's talk about the power of choice. Stoics believe that while we can't control what happens to us, we can control how we respond. This is where your power lies. When a wave of emotion hits, you have a choice. You can either let it toss you around or decide how you want to respond. It's like being at a fork in the road. One path leads to reaction, the other to response. Choose the latter. Responding gives you control, reacting takes it away. Another cornerstone of emotional equilibrium is acceptance. This doesn't mean resigning to fate or giving up. It's about acknowledging reality as it is, without resistance. When you accept things as they are, you free yourself from the emotional turmoil that comes from wishing things were different. It's like letting go of a heavy burden and feeling lighter instantly. Let's not forget the importance of self-reflection. Taking a few moments each day to reflect on your emotional responses can be incredibly enlightening. Ask yourself, why did I react that way? What triggered this emotion? This practice helps you understand your emotional patterns and break free from automatic responses. It's like having a map of your emotional landscape. You know where the pitfalls are and can navigate around them. Mindfulness is another key player in maintaining emotional equilibrium. Being present in the moment, fully aware of your thoughts and feelings, without judgment, helps you stay grounded. It's like anchoring yourself to the present, preventing your mind from drifting into the turbulent waters of past regrets or future anxieties. Finally, let's talk about resilience. Emotional equilibrium doesn't mean you'll never feel strong emotions. You will. Life is full of surprises, after all. But resilience is about bouncing back, returning to your center after the storm has passed. It's like the ocean returning to calm after a tempest. Building resilience means practicing all these techniques consistently until they become second nature. So, next time you find yourself in emotional turmoil, remember you have tools at your disposal. Observe your emotions, create distance, choose your response, accept reality, reflect on your experiences, practice mindfulness, and build resilience. These practices are your anchor, keeping you steady in the midst of life's unpredictable seas. Emotional equilibrium isn't about eliminating emotions but learning to dance with them gracefully. It's about finding peace amidst the chaos, strength in vulnerability, and wisdom in every experience. Embrace this Stoic secret, and you'll navigate life's ocean with a steady hand and a serene heart. Number 4. Cultivating resilience. Picture life as this winding road, full of twists, turns, and unexpected bumps. Sometimes, it feels like you're cruising along effortlessly, and other times, you're hitting potholes left and right. Resilience is your shock absorber. It's what keeps you going, even when the journey gets rough. So, how do we build this resilience, you ask? Well, it starts with embracing adversity. Sounds counterintuitive, right? But here's the thing, resilience isn't about dodging the tough times, it's about facing them head-on. Think of adversity as a kind of workout for your mind. Just like lifting weights makes your muscles stronger, dealing with challenges makes your mental fortitude tougher. First off, let's talk about mindset. Ever heard the saying, "What doesn't kill you makes you stronger"? There's some truth in that. When you encounter setbacks, view them as opportunities for growth rather than obstacles. It's all about flipping the script. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" try asking, "What can I learn from this?" This subtle shift can change everything. Now, let's get a bit deeper. Imagine you're a tree in a storm. The wind is howling, branches are breaking, but your roots? They're digging deeper into the earth, holding you steady. Your roots are your core values and principles. They ground you, keep you stable. When life's storms hit, hold tight to these roots. They give you the strength to withstand any storm without losing your way. Another key aspect is flexibility. Think of a bamboo plant. It bends with the wind but doesn't break. That's what we're aiming for here, flexibility in the face of adversity. It's about adapting to change rather than resisting it. Life is unpredictable, and the more you can go with the flow, the more resilient you become. It's like being water, taking the shape of whatever container you find yourself in, yet remaining essentially the same. Let's also touch on the power of perspective. When you're in the thick of a tough situation, it's easy to get tunnel vision, focusing only on the negative. But zooming out, looking at the bigger picture, can be incredibly liberating. Ask yourself, will this matter a year from now? 5 years from now? Chances are, it won't. This perspective can help you keep your cool and see challenges as temporary hurdles rather than permanent roadblocks. Support systems are another vital piece of the resilience puzzle. Even the strongest among us need a shoulder to lean on sometimes. Surround yourself with people who uplift and encourage you. It's like having a safety net beneath you, ready to catch you if you fall. And don't forget to be that support for others too. It's a two-way street, and building connections strengthens your resilience. Lastly, let's talk about self-care. Yes, resilience is about facing challenges, but it's also about knowing when to rest and recharge. You can't pour from an empty cup, right? Take time for yourself, do things that bring you joy, and give your mind and body the rest they need. It's like sharpening your axe before you head out to chop wood, essential for maintaining your strength in the long run. So, there you have it. Cultivating resilience isn't a one-time thing, it's a continuous practice. Embrace adversity, hold tight to your core values, stay flexible, keep a broad perspective, build strong support systems, and prioritize self-care. These practices will fortify you, making you resilient in the face of whatever life throws your way. You'll find that, over time, the bumps in the road become less daunting, and your journey becomes all the more enriching. Number 5. Discipline of desire. Alright, let's talk about the discipline of desire. This is one of those Stoic secrets that really gets to the heart of mastering your mind. Imagine your desires as wild horses. Left unchecked, they can gallop off in all directions, dragging you along for the ride. But with discipline, you can rein them in, guide them, and harness their power to take you where you truly want to go. First things first, what exactly is the discipline of desire? It's about understanding what you truly want, not just in the moment, but in the grand scheme of things. It's about aligning your desires with your values and long-term goals. This isn't about suppressing desires or pretending they don't exist. Nope. It's about discerning which desires are worth pursuing and which ones are just fleeting whims that don't serve you. Let's break it down. We all have desires that pop up out of nowhere. Maybe it's a craving for a snack, the urge to binge-watch a show, or the desire to buy something shiny and new. These immediate desires are like the wild horses I mentioned earlier. They're strong and can be very persuasive. But here's the thing, just because a desire is strong doesn't mean it's good for you. This is where discipline comes in. It's about taking a step back and asking yourself, is this desire leading me towards my goals or away from them? It's like being a wise gardener. You don't just let any plant take over your garden. You choose what to cultivate based on what you want your garden to look like in the future. Now, let's talk about how to practice this discipline. One technique is to develop a habit of pausing before you act on a desire. Just a simple pause. When a desire hits, take a moment to breathe and reflect. This pause is like a filter. It helps you separate the fleeting whims from the desires that are aligned with your true values and goals. Another important aspect is clarity. Knowing what you want in the long term makes it easier to discipline your desires in the short term. If you have a clear vision of your goals, you can use it as a compass. When a desire arises, ask yourself if it aligns with that vision. If it doesn't, it's easier to let it go. It's like having a North Star that guides your decisions. Also, consider the power of saying no. In a world that constantly bombards us with options and opportunities, learning to say no is crucial. Every time you say no to a fleeting desire, you're saying yes to something more meaningful. It's about making space for what truly matters. It's like cleaning out a cluttered closet. By removing what you don't need, you make room for what you love. It's also helpful to cultivate gratitude for what you already have. When you appreciate what you have, the constant craving for more diminishes. Gratitude is like a soothing balm for the restless mind. It helps you find contentment in the present moment, reducing the grip of desires that pull you away from your center. Remember, the discipline of desire isn't about becoming a monk or living a life devoid of pleasure. It's about finding a balance. It's about enjoying life's pleasures without becoming enslaved by them. It's about choosing desires that enhance your life and bring you closer to your goals, rather than chasing every fleeting whim. So, next time you feel a desire bubbling up, take a moment to pause. Reflect on whether it aligns with your values and long-term goals. Use your clarity and vision as a guide. Practice saying no to what doesn't serve you, and cultivate gratitude for what you have. By doing this, you're not just reining in those wild horses, you're guiding them towards a destination that truly matters to you. Number 6. Resilience through acceptance. Alright, let's talk about one of the most transformative Stoic secrets, resilience through acceptance. Picture life as this unpredictable roller coaster. There are ups, downs, twists, and turns that you never see coming. Sometimes, it feels like you're just holding on for dear life. But here's where acceptance comes into play. It's not about changing the roller coaster, it's about changing how you ride it. So, what exactly is resilience through acceptance? It's about embracing reality as it is, not as you wish it to be. When you accept things for what they are, you stop wasting energy fighting against them. It's like trying to swim upstream versus going with the flow. Acceptance doesn't mean you're okay with everything that happens. It just means you acknowledge it and decide to respond rather than react. Imagine you're caught in a sudden storm. You can't stop the rain or the thunder, but you can decide how you're going to deal with it. Acceptance is like putting on a raincoat. It doesn't stop the storm, but it helps you stay dry and move through it more comfortably. When you accept the things you can't change, you free up mental and emotional space to focus on what you can change. Now, let's break it down a bit more. One of the first steps in building resilience through acceptance is recognizing what's within your control and what isn't. The Stoics were big on this. They believed in focusing on what you can control, your thoughts, actions, and reactions, and letting go of the rest. It's like sorting through a pile of stuff and deciding to keep what's useful and discarding what's not. Another key aspect is letting go of the shoulds. You know what I mean, the things you tell yourself should or shouldn't be happening. These shoulds are often rooted in our expectations, And when reality doesn't match up, it creates frustration and stress. By letting go of these expectations and accepting things as they are, you reduce the mental friction and emotional turmoil. It's like dropping a heavy backpack you've been carrying around for no reason. Acceptance also involves embracing impermanence. Nothing lasts forever. The good times, the bad times, they all come and go. By accepting this impermanence, you build resilience. You understand that whatever you're going through, it's temporary. This perspective helps you ride out the tough times and appreciate the good ones even more. It's like watching the seasons change. Each one has its beauty and challenges, but they all pass in time. Now, let's talk about self-compassion. Accepting yourself, flaws and all, is crucial for resilience. We're often our harshest critics, but Stoic acceptance includes being kind to yourself. It's about recognizing your humanity, your mistakes, and your achievements. It's like being your own best friend, giving yourself the same understanding and support you'd offer someone you care about. Acceptance doesn't mean passivity. It's not about resigning yourself to whatever happens. Instead, it's about facing reality with a clear mind and a calm heart, then taking action from that place of clarity. It's like a sailor who adjusts their sails according to the wind rather than trying to change the wind itself. They navigate better because they work with the forces at play instead of against them. So, how do you practice acceptance? Start small. Notice when you're resisting reality, when you're stuck in traffic, when plans change unexpectedly, or when someone lets you down. Acknowledge your feelings, then gently remind yourself to accept what is. Take a deep breath and ask, what can I control in this situation? How do I want to respond? Resilience through acceptance is a game changer. It transforms how you handle life's challenges, making you stronger, calmer, and more at peace. It's not about liking everything that happens, but about finding your balance no matter what. Embrace this Stoic secret, and you'll navigate life's roller coaster with more grace and inner strength. Number 7. Emotional agility. Imagine you're a surfer riding the waves. Some days, the ocean is calm and easy to navigate, but other days, the waves are wild and unpredictable. Emotional agility is your ability to stay balanced and ride those waves smoothly, no matter how choppy they get. So, what exactly is emotional agility? It's the capacity to understand, accept, and respond to your emotions in a flexible and constructive way. Think of it as mental gymnastics. You're not just reacting to every emotion that pops up. Instead, you're assessing the situation, figuring out the best move, and then executing it with grace. It's about being nimble, adaptable, and in control. Now, let's break it down. First off, let's acknowledge that emotions are a natural part of being human. They're like the weather, sometimes sunny, sometimes stormy, but always changing. Emotional agility starts with this simple recognition. You don't have to suppress or ignore your feelings. Instead, you acknowledge them, understand their source, and decide how to respond. It's like seeing dark clouds and deciding to carry an umbrella. You're prepared, not panicked. One key aspect of emotional agility is self-awareness. It's about tuning into your emotional state and recognizing what you're feeling and why. This self-awareness acts like a compass, guiding you through your emotional landscape. When you're aware of your emotions, you can make better decisions. You can choose to respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively. It's like having a map in unfamiliar territory. It helps you navigate without getting lost. Next, let's talk about flexibility. Emotional agility requires you to be flexible in your thinking and behavior. Sometimes, this means letting go of rigid beliefs and being open to new perspectives. It's about adapting to the situation rather than trying to force your way through it. Imagine you're a tree bending in the wind. You don't break because you're flexible. You move with the wind, not against it. Another important element is resilience. Emotional agility isn't just about handling emotions in the moment. It's also about bouncing back from setbacks. When you face a tough situation, emotional agility helps you recover and keep moving forward. It's like getting knocked down by a wave and getting back on your surfboard. Each time you get up, you become a little stronger and more capable. Now, let's not forget the power of mindfulness. Being present in the moment helps you stay grounded. When you practice mindfulness, you're fully aware of your thoughts and feelings without being overwhelmed by them. It's like standing on the shore, watching the waves roll in and out. You observe them without being swept away. This awareness gives you the space to choose your response calmly and wisely. Emotional agility also involves self-compassion. It's about being kind to yourself, especially when you're going through a tough time. Instead of criticizing yourself for feeling a certain way, you accept your emotions with understanding and care. It's like offering yourself a comforting hug during a storm. This self-compassion helps you stay resilient and bounce back stronger. So, how do you cultivate emotional agility? Start by practicing self-awareness. Pay attention to your emotions and the triggers behind them. Reflect on your responses and think about how you can handle similar situations better in the future. Practice mindfulness to stay present and grounded. And be flexible in your thinking and behavior, adapting to new situations with an open mind. Incorporating these practices into your daily life will help you build emotional agility. You'll find that you're better equipped to handle whatever comes your way. Whether it's a minor annoyance or a major life challenge, you'll navigate it with grace and resilience. Emotional agility isn't about avoiding emotions but about embracing them, understanding them, and responding to them in a way that supports your well-being and growth. Number 8. Reflective meditation. Alright, let's get into reflective meditation, a Stoic practice that can truly transform the way you think and feel. Imagine your mind as a calm lake. On the surface, it might get ruffled by the wind and the waves, but deep down, it remains still. Reflective meditation is like diving into that deeper part of the lake, where clarity and tranquility reside. So, what is reflective meditation all about? It's essentially taking a step back to look inward. It's a time to pause, ponder, and process. You're not just sitting in silence, you're actively engaging with your thoughts, examining them, and gaining insight. It's like having a conversation with yourself, but in a way that's more intentional and focused. Let's break it down. Reflective meditation starts with finding a quiet spot where you won't be disturbed. It doesn't have to be anything fancy, just a comfortable place where you can sit and relax. Once you're settled, close your eyes and take a few deep breaths. This helps to calm your mind and body, setting the stage for deeper reflection. Now, think about a specific aspect of your day or a particular situation that's been on your mind. Maybe it's a decision you have to make, a problem you're facing, or an emotion you're struggling with. The goal is to explore this topic from different angles. Ask yourself questions like, why do I feel this way? Or what are my options here? It's like peeling back the layers of an onion, getting to the core of the matter. One of the keys to reflective meditation is being honest with yourself. This isn't about sugarcoating things or avoiding uncomfortable truths. It's about facing them head-on with curiosity and openness. Imagine you're a detective, searching for clues to understand your own mind better. This process helps you uncover insights that might not be obvious at first glance. Another important aspect is non-judgment. As you reflect, try to observe your thoughts and feelings without labeling them as good or bad. Just see them for what they are. This can be tough, especially if you're used to being critical of yourself. But remember, the goal here is understanding, not judgment. It's like looking at a painting without critiquing it, just appreciating it for what it is. Now, let's talk about the benefits. Reflective meditation can help you gain clarity and perspective. It's like cleaning the lenses of your glasses, so you see things more clearly. You might discover patterns in your thinking or behavior that you hadn't noticed before. This awareness is the first step towards making positive changes. Additionally, reflective meditation can enhance your emotional resilience. When you take the time to process your experiences, you're less likely to be overwhelmed by them. It's like organizing a cluttered room. Once everything is in its place, you feel more in control and at peace. So, how often should you practice reflective meditation? There's no hard and fast rule. Some people find it helpful to do it daily, while others might do it weekly or whenever they feel the need. The important thing is consistency. The more you practice, the more natural it will become. To wrap it up, reflective meditation is a powerful tool for self-discovery and personal growth. It's a chance to connect with your inner self, gain insights, and cultivate a sense of calm and clarity. By making it a regular part of your routine, you'll find that you're better equipped to handle life's challenges with a steady mind and an open heart. Number 9. Mastering responses to external events. Next, let's dig into mastering responses to external events. This Stoic secret is like having a superpower. Imagine going through life, and no matter what happens, you're calm, collected, and in control. Sounds amazing, right? Well, the Stoics believed it's possible. It's all about mastering your responses to what the world throws at you. First off, let's get one thing straight. You can't control everything that happens to you. Life is unpredictable. One minute everything's smooth sailing, the next, you're caught in a storm. But here's the kicker, you have complete control over how you respond. And that, my friend, makes all the difference. Think of it like this, external events are like waves in the ocean. You can't stop the waves, but you can learn to surf. It's about riding those waves with skill and grace instead of letting them toss you around. The first step in mastering your responses is understanding this fundamental truth. Your power lies in your response, not in controlling the waves. So, how do you actually master your responses? It starts with a mindset shift. When something happens, good or bad, pause for a moment. Take a breath. Instead of reacting impulsively, give yourself a second to think. This pause is like a mental reset button. It gives you a moment to choose your response consciously rather than reacting out of habit or emotion. Next, let's talk about perspective. Stoics believe that it's not the events themselves that disturb us, but our interpretation of them. Imagine you're stuck in traffic. You could get angry and frustrated, or you could see it as an opportunity to listen to a podcast or enjoy some music. Same event, different perspective. By changing how you interpret events, you change how they affect you. Another key aspect is focusing on what you can control. You can't control other people's actions or the outcomes of certain situations, but you can control your own actions, thoughts, and attitudes. It's like being the captain of your own ship. You can't control the weather, but you can control how you navigate through it. This focus on what's within your control helps you stay grounded and reduces feelings of helplessness. Let's not forget the importance of emotional regulation. Emotions can be powerful and overwhelming, but they don't have to dictate your actions. When you feel a strong emotion, acknowledge it. Name it. Understanding what you're feeling is the first step to managing it. Then, decide how you want to respond. It's like being a thermostat rather than a thermometer. You set the temperature instead of just reacting to the heat. Another useful technique is reframing. This means looking at a situation from a different angle. Suppose you face a setback. Instead of seeing it as a failure, see it as a learning opportunity. What can you take away from this experience? How can it help you grow? Reframing helps you find the silver lining and keeps you from getting bogged down by negativity. Finally, practice gratitude. It might sound cliché, but it's powerful. When you focus on what you're grateful for, it shifts your mindset. you become more resilient and less affected by external events. It's like building a buffer that softens the impact of life's bumps and bruises. So, there you have it. Mastering your responses to external events isn't about controlling the world around you. It's about controlling the world within you. By pausing, shifting your perspective, focusing on what you can control, regulating your emotions, reframing situations, and practicing gratitude, you can navigate life's ups and downs with grace and resilience. Imagine the peace of mind that comes with knowing that no matter what happens, you've got this. You're in control of your inner world, and that's a powerful place to be. Embrace this Stoic secret, and watch how it transforms your life. Number 10. Harnessing inner strength. Imagine for a moment that you have an unbreakable core inside you, a place of immense power and calm that you can draw from whenever you need. Sounds pretty cool, right? Well, the Stoics believe that this inner strength is something we all have. It's just a matter of tapping into it. First off, let's get real about what inner strength actually is. It's not about physical power or brute force. It's about mental resilience, emotional stability, and a sense of unwavering calm in the face of chaos. Think of it as the roots of a mighty tree. The branches may sway in the wind, but the roots hold firm, keeping the tree grounded and steady. So, how do you start harnessing this inner strength? It begins with self-awareness. Knowing who you are, what you stand for, and what your values are forms the bedrock of your inner strength. It's like having a roadmap for your life. When you're clear about your direction, it's easier to stay the course, no matter what obstacles come your way. Next, let's talk about embracing challenges. Life is full of them, big and small. Instead of seeing challenges as setbacks, view them as opportunities to grow stronger. Each challenge you face and overcome is like adding another layer of resilience to your core. It's like going to the gym, every workout makes you a bit stronger. Similarly, every challenge you face head-on builds your inner strength. Another important aspect is maintaining a positive mindset. Now, this isn't about being relentlessly cheerful or ignoring problems. It's about choosing to focus on the solutions rather than the problems. It's about seeing the glass as half full and finding the silver linings. A positive mindset acts like a shield, protecting your inner strength from the negativity that can drain it. Let's not forget the power of mindfulness. Being present in the moment helps you connect with your inner strength. When you're mindful, you're fully engaged with what you're doing, not distracted by worries about the past or future. It's like tuning into a clear signal on the radio, cutting through the static. This clarity helps you stay grounded and centered. Gratitude also plays a big role in harnessing inner strength. When you focus on what you're grateful for, it shifts your perspective and boosts your resilience. It's like adding fuel to your inner fire, keeping it burning brightly. Take a moment each day to reflect on what you're thankful for. It's a small practice, but it can have a big impact. Self-compassion is another key ingredient. Being kind to yourself, especially when you're facing difficulties, nurtures your inner strength. It's like giving yourself a warm hug during a storm. Recognize that it's okay to struggle, and treat yourself with the same kindness and understanding you'd offer a friend. Lastly, connect with others. Building strong, supportive relationships enhances your inner strength. It's like having a network of roots that interlock with others, providing additional stability and support. Surround yourself with people who uplift and encourage you, and be that support for others too. So, how do you put all this into practice? Start small. Take time each day to reflect on your values and goals. Embrace challenges with a positive mindset. Practice mindfulness and gratitude. Be kind to yourself, and nurture your relationships. Over time, you'll find that your inner strength grows, and you become more resilient, more centered, and more at peace. Harnessing inner strength isn't about becoming invincible. It's about recognizing that you have a well of resilience and calm within you that you can draw from whenever you need. Embrace this Stoic secret, and watch how it transforms your life. You'll find that no matter what life throws at you, you've got the strength to handle it. Number 11. Embracing wisdom. This is a big one, my friend. Wisdom isn't just about knowing a bunch of stuff. It's about understanding life on a deeper level, seeing the bigger picture, and making choices that reflect this insight. It's like having a superpower that guides you through life's complexities with grace and clarity. So, what does it mean to embrace wisdom? Well, it starts with a mindset of curiosity. Always be eager to learn, question, and explore. The world is full of lessons waiting to be discovered, and each day brings a new opportunity to grow. Think of yourself as an eternal student, never settling for what you already know, but always seeking to expand your understanding. Next, let's talk about humility. Embracing wisdom means recognizing that you don't have all the answers, and that's okay. It's about being open to new perspectives and willing to change your mind when presented with new evidence. Imagine wisdom as a flowing river. If you're rigid and stuck, you block the flow. But if you're flexible and open, you allow the river to guide you, enriching your life with its continuous stream of insights. Another key aspect is reflection. Take time to look back on your experiences and think about what they've taught you. This isn't about dwelling on the past, but about learning from it. Reflective thinking helps you connect the dots and see patterns you might have missed in the moment. It's like having a conversation with your past self, extracting lessons and wisdom that can guide your future actions. Listening is also crucial. Truly listening to others, not just hearing them, but understanding their perspectives and experiences, enriches your own wisdom. Every person you meet has something to teach you, if you're willing to listen. It's like collecting pieces of a puzzle from everyone you encounter, gradually forming a clearer picture of life's complexities. Now, let's talk about discernment. Wisdom involves making good judgments based on your knowledge and experience. It's not just about gathering information, but knowing how to apply it effectively. Think of it as having a toolbox. Each tool represents a piece of knowledge or a skill you've acquired. Discernment is knowing which tool to use in a given situation to achieve the best outcome. Embracing wisdom also means embracing uncertainty. Life is full of unknowns, and that's part of its beauty. Instead of fearing uncertainty, see it as an opportunity for growth. Be comfortable with not having all the answers and trust that you can navigate whatever comes your way with the wisdom you've cultivated. It's like sailing into uncharted waters with the confidence that you have the skills to handle whatever you encounter. Patience is another component of wisdom. Sometimes, the best course of action is to wait and see how things unfold. Rushing into decisions can lead to mistakes, but taking the time to consider your options and the potential consequences leads to better outcomes. It's like allowing a fine wine to age, understanding that some things get better with time. Finally, let's not forget the importance of sharing your wisdom. It's not just about keeping it to yourself, but about passing it on to others. When you share what you've learned, you not only help others grow, but you also reinforce your own understanding. It's like lighting a candle. Your flame doesn't diminish when you use it to light another, instead, it creates more light. So, how do you embrace wisdom in your daily life? Stay curious, remain humble, reflect on your experiences, listen to others, exercise discernment, accept uncertainty, practice patience, and share your insights. Each of these practices will help you cultivate a deeper, richer understanding of life, making you wiser with every passing day. Embracing wisdom isn't a destination, it's a lifelong journey. It's about continuously growing, learning, and evolving. It's about seeing the world through a lens of understanding and compassion. So, embark on this journey with an open heart and a curious mind, and watch as wisdom illuminates your path. Number 12. The power of adaptability. Let's talk about the power of adaptability, a crucial Stoic secret for mastering your mind. Picture this: life is like a river. Sometimes it flows smoothly, other times it's turbulent. The key to navigating it successfully is adaptability, your ability to adjust to whatever comes your way. Think of adaptability as your mental flexibility. It's what helps you bend without breaking, no matter what life throws at you. So, what exactly does it mean to be adaptable? It's about rolling with the punches, embracing change, and staying resilient in the face of uncertainty. Life doesn't always go according to plan, and that's okay. Adaptability is your superpower in these moments. It's like being a tree that bends with the wind instead of snapping. You stay grounded, but you move with the breeze. First off, let's ditch the idea that change is the enemy. Change is a constant. It's happening all around us, all the time. The seasons change, technology evolves, people grow. Instead of resisting change, lean into it. See it as an opportunity rather than a threat. When you embrace change, you open yourself up to new possibilities and experiences. It's like surfing, catching the waves and riding them, instead of being knocked over. Next, let's talk about the importance of keeping an open mind. Being adaptable means being willing to adjust your perspective. Sometimes, you need to let go of old ways of thinking to make room for new ideas. It's like decluttering your mental attic. When you clear out the old stuff, you make space for fresh, innovative thoughts. This openness allows you to see solutions where others see problems. Now, adaptability also involves a certain level of detachment. It's about not getting too attached to specific outcomes. When you pin all your hopes on one outcome, any deviation can feel like a disaster. But when you stay flexible and open to different possibilities, you're less likely to be thrown off course. It's like being on a hike and discovering that the trail is blocked. Instead of panicking, you find another path and keep moving forward. Let's not forget about resilience. Adaptability and resilience go hand in hand. When you're adaptable, you're better able to bounce back from setbacks. It's like being made of rubber rather than glass. You don't shatter when you fall, you bounce back, ready to face the next challenge. This resilience is what keeps you going, even when the going gets tough. Another important aspect is being proactive. Adaptability isn't just about reacting to changes but anticipating them. It's like being a chess player, always thinking a few moves ahead. By staying alert and being prepared for different scenarios, you're better equipped to handle whatever comes your way. It's not about predicting the future but being ready for it. Mindfulness plays a big role here too. Staying present and aware helps you navigate changes more smoothly. When you're mindful, you're more attuned to the shifts happening around you. It's like being a skilled sailor, constantly adjusting the sails to match the wind. This awareness allows you to make quick, effective decisions and stay on course. So, how do you cultivate adaptability in your daily life? Start by embracing change rather than fearing it. Keep an open mind and be willing to adjust your perspective. Practice detachment from specific outcomes and build your resilience. Stay proactive and mindful, always ready to adjust your sails. Adaptability is a journey, not a destination. It's about being flexible, open, and resilient. It's about navigating life's river with skill and grace, adjusting to the currents and finding your flow. Embrace this Stoic secret, and you'll find that no matter what life throws at you, you've got the tools to handle it. You'll be like that tree in the wind, strong, grounded, and unbreakable. Number 13. Virtue of patience. Patience isn't just about waiting, it's about how you wait. Imagine standing in a long line. You can either fidget and grumble the whole time, or you can take a deep breath, look around, and find a bit of peace in the moment. Patience is choosing the latter. It's about finding calm amidst the chaos. So, what does it mean to cultivate patience? It starts with understanding that not everything happens on your timetable. Life has its own rhythm, its own pace. Sometimes things move slower than you'd like, and that's okay. Patience is recognizing this and not forcing things to happen before their time. It's like planting a seed and trusting that it will grow when it's ready. You don't dig it up every day to check on it. You water it, give it sunlight, and let nature take its course. Now, let's talk about the benefits of patience. First off, it reduces stress. When you're patient, you're not constantly fighting against reality. You're not getting worked up over things you can't control. This acceptance brings a sense of peace. It's like floating on a river, going with the flow instead of struggling against the current. You save your energy for what truly matters. Patience also leads to better decision-making. When you're not rushing, you have time to think things through. You can weigh your options, consider the consequences, and make more thoughtful choices. It's like being a chess player who thinks several moves ahead rather than just reacting to the current situation. This foresight can lead to more successful outcomes. Let's not forget the role of patience in relationships. Whether it's family, friends, or colleagues, patience helps you build stronger, more understanding connections. When you're patient with others, you give them the space to be themselves, to make mistakes, and to grow. It's like being a gardener who tends to each plant with care, knowing that each one blooms in its own time. One key aspect of cultivating patience is practicing mindfulness. Being present in the moment helps you stay calm and collected. When you focus on what's happening right now, rather than worrying about the future or dwelling on the past, you can respond more patiently. It's like watching a sunset. You're not thinking about what comes next, you're just enjoying the beauty of the moment. Another important factor is self-compassion. Be patient with yourself. Growth and change take time, and it's okay to progress at your own pace. When you're kind to yourself, it's easier to be patient with others and with the process of life. It's like learning a new skill. You wouldn't expect to master it overnight, so why expect that from yourself in other areas of life? Patience is also about trust, trusting that things will work out in their own time. This doesn't mean being passive or doing nothing. It means doing what you can and then letting go of the need to control the outcome. It's like baking a cake. You follow the recipe, put it in the oven, and then you wait. You don't keep opening the oven door to see if it's done, you trust the process. So, how do you cultivate patience in your daily life? Start small. Practice being patient in everyday situations, waiting in line, dealing with a slow internet connection, or navigating traffic. Take deep breaths and remind yourself that it's okay to wait. Embrace mindfulness and stay present. Be kind to yourself and trust the process. Patience is a virtue that can profoundly impact your life. It helps you stay calm, make better decisions, build stronger relationships, and approach life with a sense of peace and trust. Embrace this Stoic secret, and you'll find that life's challenges become a little less daunting and a lot more manageable. You'll be like that calm river, flowing smoothly no matter what obstacles lie in your path. Number 14. Embracing impermanence. Impermanence, in a nutshell, is the idea that nothing lasts forever. Everything changes, everything evolves. It's a fundamental truth that can be both comforting and challenging. Imagine your life as a river. The water is always flowing, always changing, never the same from one moment to the next. That's impermanence in action. So, what does it mean to embrace impermanence? It starts with recognizing and accepting the transient nature of everything around us. From the small, everyday moments to the big, life-changing events, nothing is permanent. And that's okay. In fact, it's more than okay, it's what makes life dynamic and exciting. Embracing impermanence means letting go of the need to cling to things, people, or situations, and instead, appreciating them for what they are, right here and now. One way to start embracing impermanence is by practicing gratitude. When you acknowledge that everything is temporary, you begin to cherish the present moment more deeply. It's like savoring a delicious meal, knowing that each bite is unique and fleeting. This appreciation makes your experiences richer and more meaningful. You become more attuned to the beauty in everyday moments and less likely to take things for granted. Another aspect of embracing impermanence is learning to let go. Letting go doesn't mean giving up or being indifferent. It means accepting that change is a natural part of life and being open to it. When you let go, you free yourself from the pain of holding on to things that are meant to pass. It's like releasing a balloon into the sky. You watch it float away, knowing it's part of the journey. This mindset helps you navigate life's transitions with grace and resilience. Let's talk about the role of mindfulness. Being present in the moment helps you connect with the reality of impermanence. When you're mindful, you're fully engaged with what's happening right now, without getting lost in worries about the past or future. It's like watching a sunset. You know it's going to end, but that doesn't stop you from enjoying its beauty while it lasts. Mindfulness helps you appreciate the present moment and embrace the changes that come with it. Embracing impermanence also means finding peace in uncertainty. Life is unpredictable, and that unpredictability can be stressful if you're always trying to control it. But when you accept that change is inevitable, you become more adaptable and less anxious. It's like dancing with a partner who leads you in unexpected directions. Instead of resisting, you go with the flow, enjoying the spontaneity and surprise. Another important aspect is self-compassion. Change often brings challenges and setbacks. Being kind to yourself during these times is crucial. Recognize that it's okay to feel unsettled or uncomfortable with change. Give yourself the space to process your emotions and adjust. It's like comforting a friend who's going through a tough time. You wouldn't rush them to feel better, you'd offer support and understanding. Finally, embracing impermanence can deepen your relationships. When you accept that people come and go in your life, you appreciate them more. You become more present and engaged, valuing the time you have together. It's like tending to a garden. You know each season brings different flowers, and you enjoy each one in its time. This mindset fosters deeper connections and more fulfilling relationships. So, how do you start embracing impermanence? Practice gratitude for the present moment, learn to let go of what's meant to pass, stay mindful of the here and now, find peace in uncertainty, be kind to yourself during times of change, and cherish your relationships. By embracing impermanence, you'll discover a new sense of freedom and peace. You'll flow with life's changes, appreciating each moment for what it is, the unique, fleeting, beautiful part of your journey. Number 15. Stoic indifference. Now, don't let the word indifference throw you off. It's not about being cold or uncaring. Instead, it's about developing a calm, unshakable mindset in the face of things you can't control. Imagine standing in the middle of a storm, but inside, you're as still and serene as a quiet lake. That's the essence of Stoic indifference. So, what does this mean in practice? Well, it's about focusing your energy on what you can control and letting go of what you can't. Sounds simple, right? But it's a game changer. Think about it. How often do we stress over things that are completely out of our hands? Traffic, weather, other people's opinions, the list goes on. Stoic indifference teaches you to say, "That's out of my control, and that's okay." It's freeing, like setting down a heavy backpack you didn't even realize you were carrying. Let's break it down a bit more. The first step is recognizing what's within your control. Your actions, your thoughts, your responses, these are your domain. Everything else? Not so much. When you start to see the distinction, it's like a light bulb goes off. You stop wasting energy on things you can't change and start investing it where it really counts. Now, how do you actually develop this mindset? One powerful technique is to practice mindfulness. Being present in the moment helps you see things clearly. When you're mindful, you're not lost in worries about the future or regrets about the past. You're here, now, and you can better assess what's within your control. It's like having a mental compass that always points you back to what matters. Another key aspect is acceptance. This doesn't mean passivity or resignation. It means acknowledging reality as it is. When you accept things as they are, you stop fighting against the current. You flow with it instead. It's like surfing, you don't control the waves, but you can ride them. This acceptance brings a profound sense of peace and resilience. Let's not forget perspective. Sometimes, we get so caught up in the minutiae of daily life that we lose sight of the bigger picture. Stoic indifference helps you zoom out. Ask yourself, will this matter in a week? A month? A year? Often, the things that stress us out are pretty trivial in the grand scheme of things. Gaining perspective can instantly reduce your stress and help you focus on what truly matters. Another practical tip is to develop a mantra. Something simple like, I can't control this, but I can control my response. Repeating this to yourself in stressful situations can be incredibly grounding. It's like a mental anchor that keeps you steady, no matter how rough the seas get. Stoic indifference also involves setting boundaries. Learn to say no to things that don't align with your values or drain your energy. It's not about shutting yourself off from the world, but about protecting your peace of mind. Think of it as curating your life, choosing what you let in and what you keep out. This selective approach helps you stay focused on what's important and let go of the rest. So, how do you start incorporating Stoic indifference into your life? Begin with small steps. Notice when you're getting worked up over something outside your control. Take a deep breath and remind yourself to let it go. Practice mindfulness to stay present and cultivate acceptance to flow with life's ups and downs. Use perspective to keep the big picture in mind and develop a mantra to keep you grounded. Set boundaries to protect your energy and peace. Stoic indifference isn't about being aloof or detached. It's about being centered and resilient. It's about finding calm in the chaos and focusing your energy on what you can change. Embrace this Stoic secret, and you'll discover a new level of peace and clarity. You'll become like that serene lake, calm and untroubled, no matter what storms come your way. In the next section, we will discuss why less is more from a Stoic perspective. Number 1. Focus on essential needs. Imagine waking up each day and feeling like you're in control, not overwhelmed by the endless to-do lists or the constant chase for more stuff. This is what the Stoics were all about. They believed in cutting out the noise and honing in on what truly matters. It's like having a closet with only your favorite clothes. Everything fits, everything's comfortable, and everything serves a purpose. So, what does it mean to focus on essential needs? Well, it's about stripping away the excess and embracing simplicity. It's not about denying yourself pleasure or living like a monk. It's about recognizing that you don't need much to be happy and content. Think of it as clearing out your mental and emotional clutter. By focusing on the essentials, you create space for what truly brings value to your life. When you focus on essential needs, you start to see how much energy and time are wasted on things that don't really matter. Picture your day like a jar. If you fill it with big, important rocks first, like your health, relationships, and passions, there's still room for the smaller pebbles. But if you start with the pebbles, the trivial tasks and distractions, you run out of space for the rocks. The Stoics taught that by identifying and prioritizing what's truly essential, we can live more fulfilling and peaceful lives. Now, let's talk about how this looks in real life. Imagine yourself in the hustle and bustle of daily life. Emails, notifications, errands, the constant bombardment of information. It's easy to get caught up and lose sight of what really matters. The Stoic approach is to step back and ask yourself, Is this essential? If it's not, let it go. It's about making conscious choices that align with your values and goals. Living with less doesn't mean depriving yourself. It's about freeing yourself from the unnecessary so you can focus on what brings true joy and meaning. Think of it like decluttering your home. When you get rid of the things you don't need, you're left with a space that's not only easier to manage but also more enjoyable to be in. The same goes for your life. When you focus on essential needs, you clear out the distractions and make room for peace and happiness. The Stoics were big on self-discipline. They believed that by mastering your desires and impulses, you could achieve a state of tranquility. It's like training a muscle. The more you practice, the stronger you become. By focusing on essential needs, you develop the ability to resist the pull of instant gratification and superficial desires. This leads to a deeper sense of satisfaction and contentment. So, how do you start? Begin by taking inventory of your life. What are the things that truly matter to you? What are your non-negotiables? Once you have a clear understanding of your essentials, start eliminating the non-essentials. This doesn't happen overnight. It's a gradual process of letting go and simplifying. Remember, the goal isn't perfection. It's progress. Each small step towards focusing on your essential needs brings you closer to a more intentional and fulfilling life. The beauty of this approach is that it's unique to you. Your essential needs might be different from someone else's, and that's perfectly okay. What matters is that you're living in alignment with your values and priorities. In essence, focusing on essential needs is about reclaiming your time, energy, and attention. It's about living a life that's true to who you are and what you value. The Stoics understood that less is more because it allows us to connect with what really matters. So, embrace simplicity, prioritize your essentials, and watch how it transforms your life. Number 2, strengthen relationships through meaningful interactions. Imagine this: instead of having a vast network of acquaintances, you have a few deep, meaningful connections. It's like having a handful of diamonds instead of a bag full of pebbles. The quality of your interactions can vastly outweigh the quantity. The Stoics would argue that true fulfillment in relationships comes from this depth, not from breadth. Now, think about your everyday conversations. How often do they feel rushed, superficial, or transactional? It's like grabbing a quick bite to eat versus sitting down to a carefully prepared meal. The Stoics believed in savoring interactions, in being fully present and engaged. When you focus on meaningful interactions, you're not just exchanging words, you're sharing a part of yourself and inviting others to do the same. Imagine meeting up with a friend and really listening, not just waiting for your turn to speak. You're not distracted by your phone, not thinking about your to-do list. You're there, in the moment. This kind of presence is a gift. It's saying, "You matter to me. I value this time we have together." And in turn, you create a space where your friend feels heard, valued, and understood. That's powerful stuff. When we prioritize meaningful interactions, we start to see relationships not as things to be maintained but as experiences to be cherished. It's about quality over quantity. Think about it: having a deep, heartfelt conversation can leave you feeling more connected and fulfilled than a dozen small talks. It's like comparing a rich, satisfying meal to snacking all day. One leaves you nourished, the other just keeps you occupied. The Stoics taught that by focusing on what truly matters, we can find greater peace and happiness. In the context of relationships, this means valuing depth and authenticity. It's about being honest, open, and vulnerable. It's about sharing your true self and encouraging others to do the same. This kind of interaction builds trust and strengthens bonds in a way that superficial connections never can. Let's consider how this plays out in daily life. Instead of spreading yourself thin trying to keep up with everyone, you invest your time and energy in the relationships that truly matter. You choose to spend your time with people who uplift you, who challenge you, who bring out the best in you. And you do the same for them. It's a mutual exchange of support, respect, and love. This doesn't mean you have to cut ties with everyone else. It's more about being intentional with your time and energy. It's recognizing that you can't be everything to everyone, and that's okay. By focusing on a few meaningful relationships, you create a support system that's strong and resilient. You know these people have your back, and you have theirs. It's a sense of security that can't be bought or faked. Meaningful interactions also mean being present in the moment. When you're with someone, be with them. Put away distractions, make eye contact, and really listen. Show empathy and understanding. These small actions make a big difference. They turn ordinary moments into memorable ones. They build a foundation of trust and respect that can weather any storm. So, how do you start? Begin by reflecting on your current relationships. Who are the people that truly matter to you? How can you invest more time and energy into those connections? It might mean having fewer, but more meaningful, get-togethers. It might mean making an effort to have deeper conversations, to really listen and share. It might mean being more present and engaged when you're with them. Remember, the goal isn't to have perfect relationships. It's to have real ones. Ones that are built on mutual respect, trust, and love. The Stoics believed that these kinds of relationships are essential to a fulfilling life. So, take a step back, focus on what truly matters, and watch how your relationships transform. You'll find that less really is more. Number 3. Increase adaptability by practicing minimalism. Picture this, your life is like a backpack. When it's overloaded with stuff, you're weighed down, slow, and not exactly ready for anything that comes your way. But when you lighten that load and only carry what you need, you can move freely, adapt quickly, and handle whatever life throws at you. Now, imagine your mind as that same backpack. The more cluttered it is with unnecessary worries, possessions, and distractions, the harder it becomes to adapt to new situations. Minimalism, from a Stoic viewpoint, is all about clearing out that mental and physical clutter to make room for what truly matters. It's like giving your mind and life a breath of fresh air. The Stoics were masters of adaptability. They believed that by focusing on what you can control and letting go of what you can't, you become more resilient. And minimalism is a key part of this. When you practice minimalism, you're not just getting rid of stuff, you're training your mind to be flexible, to roll with the punches. It's about learning to be content with less so that you're not thrown off balance when things don't go as planned. Think about it. When you're not bogged down by excess, you're more agile. You can pivot and adapt to new circumstances with ease. Let's say you suddenly have to move to a new place. If your life is cluttered with unnecessary belongings, the process is stressful and overwhelming. But if you've embraced minimalism, moving becomes a breeze. You're not attached to your possessions, so you can focus on the new opportunities instead of the logistical nightmare. In a more abstract sense, minimalism also means shedding mental clutter. It's about freeing your mind from constant distractions and focusing on what's truly important. This mental clarity allows you to see situations more clearly and respond more effectively. You're not caught up in the noise, you're tuned into what really matters. This makes you more adaptable because you can assess situations more accurately and make better decisions. The Stoics also taught that by minimizing our desires, we can increase our adaptability. When you're content with what you have and don't constantly crave more, you're less likely to be rattled by changes. You become more self-sufficient, more grounded. If you're always chasing the next big thing, every little hiccup can feel like a major setback. But if you're happy with less, those same hiccups become much easier to navigate. Let's dive a bit deeper. Practicing minimalism means you're constantly evaluating what adds value to your life and what doesn't. This habit of reflection and intentionality makes you more adaptable because you're always in tune with what you truly need. You're not holding onto things out of habit or fear, you're making conscious choices that align with your values. This makes it easier to adjust when circumstances change because you're already used to letting go of the unnecessary. In the hustle and bustle of daily life, it's easy to accumulate stuff, not just physical possessions, but also emotional baggage and mental noise. Minimalism, from a Stoic perspective, is about stripping away the excess and getting back to basics. It's about creating a life that's simple, intentional, and aligned with your core values. When you do this, you become more adaptable because you're not weighed down by the extraneous. So, how do you start? Begin by taking a look at your life and identifying what's essential and what's not. It might mean decluttering your home, simplifying your schedule, or letting go of unproductive thoughts. The goal is to create space for what truly matters. This isn't about deprivation, it's about liberation. It's about freeing yourself from the unnecessary so you can focus on what's important. Remember, the Stoics believe that by practicing minimalism, we can increase our adaptability and resilience. It's about learning to thrive with less and finding strength in simplicity. So, embrace minimalism, lighten your load, and discover the freedom and flexibility that comes with it. You'll find that less really is more. Number 4. Deepen self-awareness by reflecting on what truly matters. Imagine taking a quiet moment for yourself, away from the hustle and bustle. You close your eyes, take a deep breath, and just reflect. It's in these moments of solitude that you can really connect with your inner self and start to understand what's genuinely important. The Stoics were big on this kind of reflection. They believed that by regularly examining your life and your choices, you could uncover what truly matters to you. Think of it as a mental detox. Just like you would declutter your home to create a serene space, you're decluttering your mind to create clarity and peace. When you start to reflect on what truly matters, you're peeling away the layers of superficial wants and distractions. It's like chipping away at a block of marble to reveal the statue within. You start to see your core values more clearly. And this process of self-discovery is incredibly liberating. It's like finding a compass that guides you through the chaos of everyday life. This reflection isn't a one-time thing. It's a practice, something you do regularly. It's about asking yourself tough questions. What do I value most in life? What brings me genuine joy? What am I holding on to that I can let go? The answers to these questions help you strip away the non-essentials and focus on what's truly important. And when you do this, you deepen your self-awareness in a profound way. Now, let's talk about why this is so powerful. When you're clear about what matters to you, you can make decisions with confidence and clarity. You're not swayed by every passing trend or external pressure. You're anchored in your own values and beliefs. This makes you more resilient, more grounded. It's like having a solid foundation that supports you no matter what life throws your way. The Stoics believe that true happiness comes from within, not from external things. By reflecting on what truly matters, you're tuning into your inner self and finding that source of happiness. You start to realize that you don't need a lot to be content. You don't need to chase after every shiny object or compare yourself to others. You're enough as you are. And this realization is incredibly empowering. When you deepen your self-awareness, you also become more mindful. You're more present in the moment because you're not distracted by unimportant things. You can appreciate the simple pleasures in life. A beautiful sunset, a quiet walk, a meaningful conversation. These moments become more vivid and fulfilling because you're truly present. This practice of reflection can also help you navigate challenges and setbacks. When you're clear about what matters to you, you can keep things in perspective. You don't get thrown off course by every little bump in the road. You can stay focused on your goals and values, even when things get tough. It's like having a map that guides you through the storm. So, how do you start? Find a quiet place where you can be alone with your thoughts. Take a few deep breaths to center yourself. Then, start reflecting. Write down your thoughts if it helps. Be honest with yourself. What really matters to you? What can you let go of? This practice isn't about perfection. It's about progress. Each time you reflect, you deepen your self-awareness a little more. Remember, the Stoics taught that by reflecting on what truly matters, we can find greater peace and happiness. It's about connecting with your inner self and living in alignment with your values. So, take the time to reflect. Listen to your inner voice. And discover the clarity and peace that comes from knowing what truly matters. You'll find that less really is more. Number 5. Achieve a sense of freedom by reducing material dependencies. Imagine waking up in the morning, feeling light and unburdened. Your home is simple, yet cozy, filled only with things that truly bring you joy or serve a purpose. There's no clutter, no excess. Just space to breathe, think, and live. The Stoics believe that true freedom comes from within. It's not about having more stuff, it's about needing less. When you reduce your material dependencies, you free yourself from the constant desire for more. It's like taking off a heavy backpack you've been carrying around for too long. Suddenly, you can move more freely, think more clearly, and live more fully. Think about the last time you bought something new. The thrill of the purchase, the excitement of having something shiny and new. But how long did that feeling last? Days, maybe weeks? Then, it's on to the next thing. The cycle never ends. But what if you stepped off that treadmill? What if you found contentment not in acquiring more, but in appreciating what you already have? Reducing material dependencies doesn't mean giving up all your possessions. It's about shifting your mindset. It's recognizing that your worth and happiness aren't tied to what you own. The Stoics taught that by focusing on inner values rather than external possessions, we can achieve a deeper, more lasting sense of fulfillment. Imagine you own fewer things. Each item has a place and a purpose. You're not constantly cleaning, organizing, or worrying about your stuff. Your mind is clearer because there's less to think about, less to manage. This simplicity brings a sense of calm and control. You're no longer a slave to your possessions. You own them, they don't own you. This sense of freedom extends beyond just physical possessions. It's about freeing yourself from the expectations and pressures of society. The idea that you need to have the latest gadget, the trendiest clothes, or the biggest house to be happy. The Stoics would argue that true happiness comes from living a life aligned with your values, not from chasing after material wealth. When you reduce your material dependencies, you also become more resilient. Life is unpredictable. Things change, jobs come and go, economies fluctuate. But when you're not reliant on material possessions for your happiness, you can adapt more easily. You're not devastated by a financial setback or a loss of possessions. Your sense of self and your happiness remain intact because they're not tied to external things. Let's consider the emotional freedom that comes with reducing material dependencies. When you're not constantly chasing after more, you can focus on what truly matters: relationships, personal growth, and experiences. You have more time and energy to invest in the things that bring true joy and fulfillment. You can live more intentionally, choosing experiences and connections over possessions. By embracing this mindset, you create a life that's rich in meaning, not things. You find joy in the simple pleasures: a walk in nature, a good book, a heartfelt conversation. These moments become more valuable because you're not distracted by the constant desire for more. You're present, engaged, and truly alive. So, how do you start reducing material dependencies? Begin by evaluating what you have. What brings you joy? What serves a purpose? What's just taking up space? Let go of the things that don't add value to your life. It's a gradual process, but each step brings you closer to a sense of freedom. Remember, the Stoics believe that less is more because it frees you from the chains of materialism. It allows you to focus on what truly matters, to live a life of purpose and fulfillment. So, take a step back, evaluate your dependencies, and start the journey towards a freer, more intentional life. You'll find that in letting go, you gain so much more. Number 6. Foster a sense of community by sharing excess resources. Alright, let's dive into how fostering a sense of community by sharing excess resources can bring immense value, especially through the lens of Stoicism. Imagine a neighborhood where people look out for each other, where sharing isn't just an occasional act but a way of life. It's a place where the concept of mine transforms into ours, creating a bond that goes beyond mere acquaintances. The Stoics believed in the interconnectedness of all people. They taught that we're all part of a larger whole, like individual threads in a vast tapestry. By sharing our excess resources, we strengthen these connections and weave a tighter, more supportive community. It's like pulling together your strengths and assets to create something far greater than the sum of its parts. Sharing what you don't need fosters a sense of abundance. When you give away the extra, you're not just offloading stuff, you're sending a message that there's plenty to go around. This act of generosity creates a ripple effect. It encourages others to do the same, transforming a community into a thriving network of mutual support. Imagine the joy of giving and receiving, knowing that you're part of something bigger, something meaningful. Think about it. When you share, you break down barriers. It's an invitation to connect, to build trust, and to form bonds. You're not just handing over a physical object, you're creating a moment of connection, a shared experience. These moments accumulate, weaving a fabric of community that's resilient and compassionate. The act of sharing also humbles you. It's a reminder that you have more than enough, that your excess can bring joy or relief to someone else. This humility is at the heart of Stoicism. It's about recognizing our place in the world, understanding that we're not isolated beings but part of a larger ecosystem. By sharing, we acknowledge this interconnectedness and our responsibility to each other. Imagine a community garden. You have more tomatoes than you can possibly eat. Instead of letting them go to waste, you share them with your neighbors. In return, maybe someone gives you some herbs or cucumbers. It's a simple exchange, but it fosters a sense of belonging and cooperation. It turns a group of individuals into a community. Now, let's talk about the personal growth that comes from sharing. When you give away your excess, you're practicing detachment. You're learning to let go of material possessions and the grip they have on you. This act of letting go aligns perfectly with Stoic teachings. It frees you from the chains of materialism and shifts your focus to more meaningful pursuits. Sharing also cultivates gratitude. When you see the impact of your generosity, you start to appreciate what you have more deeply. It's a cycle. The more you share, the more grateful you become, and the more you want to share. This gratitude extends to all aspects of life, enhancing your overall sense of well-being and contentment. Moreover, sharing can ignite creativity and resourcefulness. When resources are shared, people find new and innovative ways to use them. It's like a brainstorming session where everyone brings something to the table. This collective creativity not only benefits individuals but also strengthens the community as a whole. So, how do you start fostering a sense of community through sharing? Begin by looking at what you have in abundance. It could be anything: time, skills, food, tools. Identify what you can share and take that first step. It might feel small, but remember, every act of sharing builds the foundation of a stronger community. The Stoics believed in living in harmony with nature and with each other. By sharing our excess resources, we embody this philosophy. We create a world where less is truly more, where generosity replaces greed, and where communities thrive on the strength of their connections. So, open your heart, share your abundance, and watch as the simple act of giving transforms not just your life, but the lives of those around you. You'll see that in sharing, everyone gains so much more. Number 7. Encourage lifelong learning by focusing on core values. Imagine your mind as a garden. When you focus on your core values, you're planting seeds of wisdom and knowledge that will grow and flourish throughout your life. It's about nurturing what's truly important, allowing it to guide your learning and growth. The Stoics believed that a life well lived is one guided by virtue and wisdom. They saw learning as a lifelong journey, not just something confined to classrooms or textbooks. By honing in on your core values, you create a solid foundation for this journey. Think of these values as your North Star, guiding you through the vast sea of information and experiences. When you focus on what really matters, you can cut through the noise and distractions. It's like having a filter that helps you see what's truly valuable and relevant to your growth. This doesn't mean ignoring everything else, but rather prioritizing what aligns with your principles and beliefs. You become more selective, seeking out knowledge that enhances your understanding and supports your values. Let's get more specific. Imagine your core value is wisdom. You're not just looking to accumulate facts, you're seeking deeper understanding. You're interested in the why and the how, not just the what. This mindset turns every experience into a learning opportunity. A conversation, a book, even a quiet moment of reflection, all become sources of insight and growth. Now, consider another core value, resilience. When you focus on resilience, you're constantly learning how to adapt and thrive, no matter the circumstances. Every challenge becomes a lesson, every setback a teacher. You start to see obstacles not as roadblocks but as stepping stones. This perspective fosters a growth mindset, where you're always open to learning and improving. The beauty of focusing on core values is that it simplifies your learning journey. You're not overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information out there. Instead, you're guided by a clear sense of purpose. It's like having a map that shows you the most meaningful paths to take. You're not wandering aimlessly, you're moving with intention and direction. This approach also brings a sense of fulfillment and satisfaction. When you learn in alignment with your values, the knowledge you gain feels more meaningful and relevant. It's not just about acquiring skills or information, it's about personal growth and development. You're not just filling your mind, you're enriching your soul. Let's talk about the process of lifelong learning itself. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. And focusing on core values helps you pace yourself. You're not in a rush to learn everything all at once. You're patient, taking the time to truly understand and internalize what you learn. This depth of learning is far more rewarding than a superficial grasp of many things. Moreover, focusing on core values fosters a sense of curiosity and wonder. You're not just learning because you have to, you're learning because you're genuinely interested and engaged. Your values inspire you to explore, to question, to seek out new perspectives. This curiosity keeps your mind active and alive, fueling your passion for lifelong learning. So, how do you start? Begin by identifying your core values. What principles guide your life? What do you truly care about? Once you're clear on these, let them guide your learning journey. Seek out books, experiences, and conversations that align with these values. Be intentional about what you choose to learn, and always reflect on how it connects to your core principles. Remember, the Stoics taught that a life guided by virtue and wisdom is a life well lived. By focusing on your core values, you create a rich and fulfilling learning journey. It's about deepening your understanding, fostering resilience, and nurturing curiosity. So, embrace your core values, let them guide your learning, and discover the joy of a life filled with meaningful growth. You'll find that less really is more, and that lifelong learning is a journey worth taking. Number 8. Enhance creativity by focusing on fewer, more significant projects. Picture this: your mind is like a garden. When you try to plant too many seeds, they end up fighting for space, nutrients, and sunlight. The result? A lot of stunted growth and not much flourishing. But when you plant just a few seeds and tend to them carefully, they grow strong and beautiful. The same goes for your creative projects. The Stoics believed in quality over quantity. They saw the value in dedicating yourself to what truly matters, rather than spreading yourself too thin. When you focus on fewer, more significant projects, you're giving yourself the space to dive deep, to explore every nuance, and to really let your creativity blossom. It's like saying no to the noise and yes to what's meaningful. Imagine your mind is a cluttered room. There are a million things going on, and it's hard to find anything, let alone focus. By choosing to concentrate on fewer projects, you're essentially decluttering your mental space. This allows you to see things more clearly, to think more freely. You're not constantly jumping from one task to another. Instead, you're immersing yourself fully in what you're passionate about. This deep focus leads to a flow state, where creativity thrives. You know that feeling when you're so absorbed in something that time just flies by? That's the magic of flow. It's when your best ideas come to life, when you solve problems effortlessly, and when you create something truly remarkable. By focusing on fewer projects, you invite more of these flow states into your life. The Stoics also emphasized the importance of deliberate practice. When you focus on a few key projects, you're able to put in the time and effort needed to master your craft. It's like honing a blade. The more you work on it, the sharper it becomes. This dedication not only improves your skills but also sparks new ideas and perspectives. It's in this depth of focus that true creativity is born. Let's talk about the joy of creating something meaningful. When you're not bogged down by 100 different tasks, you can fully enjoy the process of creation. You're not rushing to get things done, you're savoring each moment. This mindfulness enhances your creative experience, making it more fulfilling and rewarding. It's like taking a leisurely walk through a beautiful park instead of sprinting through it. Focusing on fewer projects also reduces stress and burnout. When you have too much on your plate, it's easy to feel overwhelmed and exhausted. This mental fatigue stifles creativity and makes it hard to think clearly. But when you concentrate on what truly matters, you're able to work at a sustainable pace. You have the energy and enthusiasm to bring your best ideas to life. This approach also encourages innovation. When you're not spread thin, you have the mental bandwidth to experiment and take risks. You're not afraid to try new things and think outside the box. This playful experimentation is where some of the most groundbreaking ideas come from. It's in these moments of exploration that creativity flourishes. So, how do you start? Begin by evaluating your current projects. What truly excites you? What aligns with your passions and values? Focus on these and let go of the rest. It might be tough at first, but remember, you're making space for something greater. Dedicate your time and energy to these significant projects, and watch as your creativity soars. Remember, the Stoics believe that less is more. By focusing on fewer, more significant projects, you enhance your creativity and create work that's not only meaningful but also deeply fulfilling. So, embrace the power of focus, dive deep into what you love, and let your creativity shine. You'll find that in doing less, you achieve so much more. Number 9. Reduce anxiety by minimizing unnecessary commitments. Imagine waking up each morning feeling a sense of calm and clarity. Your schedule isn't packed to the brim with obligations. Instead, it's filled with meaningful activities that resonate with your core values. Sounds dreamy, right? That's the beauty of embracing less. The Stoics were all about simplicity and focus. They believed that by eliminating the superfluous, you could concentrate on what truly matters. Think of your commitments like a garden. When you overplant, everything competes for water, sunlight, and nutrients. The result? A tangled mess where nothing thrives. But when you carefully choose what to plant, everything has room to grow and flourish. Now, picture your calendar. It's often a chaotic mix of meetings, errands, social events, and responsibilities. Each commitment might seem small on its own, but together, they create a whirlwind of activity that leaves you breathless and anxious. The Stoics would advise you to step back and evaluate. What truly needs your attention? What aligns with your values? What can you let go of? When you minimize unnecessary commitments, you free up mental and emotional space. It's like clearing a cluttered room. Suddenly, you can breathe easier, think more clearly, and move more freely. This reduction in clutter doesn't just make your life simpler, it makes it richer. You're no longer spreading yourself thin across a multitude of tasks. Instead, you're focusing your energy on a few significant ones. This approach helps reduce anxiety in a big way. When you're not constantly rushing from one thing to the next, you have more time to relax and recharge. You can be fully present in each moment, rather than always thinking about the next thing on your list. This mindfulness brings a sense of peace and calm that's hard to find when you're perpetually busy. The Stoics believed in the importance of saying no. It's not about being selfish or unhelpful. It's about recognizing your limits and protecting your well-being. When you say no to unnecessary commitments, you're saying yes to yourself. You're choosing to prioritize your mental and emotional health. And that's a powerful act of self-care. Imagine how much lighter you'd feel if you only committed to things that truly mattered to you. No more obligations that drain your energy and bring you no joy. No more stress from overcommitting and under-delivering. Just a clear, focused path that aligns with your values and goals. That's the freedom that comes from minimizing unnecessary commitments. This doesn't mean you should avoid all responsibilities. It's about being selective and intentional with your time and energy. It's about recognizing that you can't do everything, and that's okay. By focusing on a few key commitments, you can give your best effort and truly excel. This focused approach not only reduces anxiety but also increases your satisfaction and sense of accomplishment. Let's talk about how to start. Begin by taking an honest look at your current commitments. What truly matters to you? What aligns with your values and brings you joy? What feels like an obligation rather than a choice? Once you've identified the unnecessary commitments, start letting them go. It might be difficult at first, but remember, you're making space for what's truly important. Communicate your decisions clearly and kindly. People will understand, especially when you explain that you're prioritizing your well-being. Over time, you'll find that people respect your boundaries and you feel more empowered and in control of your life. In the end, reducing unnecessary commitments is about reclaiming your time and energy. It's about living a life that's aligned with your values and free from the constant stress of overcommitting. The Stoics knew that less is often more. By minimizing your commitments, you create a life that's simpler, more focused, and infinitely more fulfilling. So, take a step back, breathe, and start saying no to make room for a more meaningful and anxiety-free life. Number 10. Strengthen spiritual growth by seeking wisdom over wealth. Picture this: you're standing at a crossroads. One path is glittering with gold and promises of material riches. The other path, though less shiny, is paved with knowledge, insight, and inner peace. The Stoics would nudge you towards the latter, urging you to choose wisdom over wealth every time. The Stoics believed that true fulfillment comes not from accumulating riches but from cultivating a rich mind and spirit. Imagine your soul as a garden. When you focus on wisdom, you're planting seeds of virtue, understanding, and inner strength. These seeds, when nurtured, grow into a flourishing oasis of tranquility and resilience. On the other hand, chasing wealth often leads to a garden choked with weeds of anxiety, greed, and dissatisfaction. Wisdom is like a guiding star, helping you navigate the tumultuous seas of life. It's about understanding the nature of things, recognizing what's within your control, and letting go of what's not. This perspective brings a profound sense of peace. You're not tossed around by every wave of fortune or misfortune. Instead, you sail smoothly, guided by the light of wisdom. Think about the joy that comes from learning, growing, and expanding your mind. When you seek wisdom, you're on a constant journey of discovery. Each day brings new insights, deeper understanding, and greater clarity. This journey is infinitely rewarding, far more so than the fleeting pleasure of material wealth. The thrill of buying something new fades quickly, but the joy of gaining a new perspective, of understanding a complex concept, lasts a lifetime. The Stoics taught that wisdom leads to virtue, and virtue leads to true happiness. It's about living in harmony with your highest self and the world around you. When you prioritize wisdom, you're aligning your actions with your values. This alignment brings a sense of integrity and inner peace. You're not chasing after external validations or superficial achievements. Instead, you're grounded in your inner truth. Now, imagine the sense of freedom that comes with this perspective. You're no longer a slave to the pursuit of wealth, constantly striving for more, always feeling like it's never enough. Instead, you're free to focus on what truly matters. You have the time and mental space to reflect, to meditate, to engage in deep conversations. This freedom is the fertile ground in which spiritual growth flourishes. Wisdom also brings resilience. When you face challenges, you have the inner resources to cope and grow. You understand that setbacks are opportunities for learning, not reasons for despair. This resilient mindset transforms how you experience life. You're not easily shaken by external circumstances because your sense of worth and peace comes from within. Seeking wisdom over wealth also fosters a sense of community. When you value knowledge and virtue, you naturally connect with others who share these values. You engage in meaningful conversations, support each other's growth, and build a network of like-minded souls. This sense of community enriches your spiritual journey, providing support, inspiration, and a sense of belonging. So, how do you start prioritizing wisdom? Begin by making time for reflection and learning. Read philosophical texts, meditate on their teachings, and apply them to your life. Surround yourself with people who inspire you to grow. Engage in conversations that challenge and expand your thinking. Most importantly, listen to your inner voice, the quiet whisper that guides you towards truth and understanding. In essence, choosing wisdom over wealth is about shifting your focus from the external to the internal. It's about recognizing that true wealth lies not in what you possess, but in who you become. The Stoics believed that a life guided by wisdom is a life of peace, virtue, and profound spiritual growth. So, take a step back from the material chase, embrace the journey of learning, and discover the deep, lasting joy that comes from a life rooted in wisdom. You'll find that less really is more, and in seeking wisdom, you gain a treasure far greater than gold. In the next section, we will discuss how to deal with people who ignore you. Number 1, maintain dignity. Alright, so you're feeling ignored, right? It's a tough spot to be in. You're probably wondering how to deal with it without losing your cool. Well, the Stoics have some golden advice on this. Maintain your dignity. This isn't just about keeping a stiff upper lip or pretending everything's fine. It's about holding on to your self-respect, no matter what. First things first, remember that your worth isn't tied to other people's opinions. Sounds cliché, but think about it. How often do we let others dictate how we feel about ourselves? It's easy to get caught up in seeking validation from others, but Stoicism teaches us to find that validation within. Picture it as building a fortress of self-worth that others can't easily shake. Sure, it takes effort, but it's so worth it. Now, let's dive deeper into what it means to maintain dignity. It's not just about standing tall and looking composed, it's about the attitude you carry. Dignity is a state of mind. It's about recognizing your intrinsic value and not letting external circumstances, like being ignored, diminish that. When you feel sidelined, take a moment to breathe and remind yourself of your own value. It's like planting your feet firmly in the ground while the winds of others' opinions blow around you. You stay unshaken. Think about how you react to being ignored. Do you lash out? Do you withdraw and sulk? Stoicism suggests a different approach. React with grace. It's like having a superpower. When others expect you to be upset or flustered, staying calm and dignified can be incredibly powerful. It's not about pretending to be unbothered, it's about genuinely cultivating a sense of inner peace and confidence. Also, maintaining dignity involves practicing restraint. It's tempting to confront those who ignore us, to demand their attention, or to show them what they're missing out on. But Stoicism encourages us to step back and choose our battles wisely. By not reacting impulsively, you show a level of self-control that is truly dignified. It's like being the eye of a storm, calm and centered, no matter how chaotic things get around you. You might be wondering, how do you actually cultivate this sense of dignity? Start with self-reflection. Spend time understanding your values and what truly matters to you. When you have a clear sense of your principles, it becomes easier to stay grounded in them, even when others don't acknowledge you. Think of it as having an internal compass that always points you in the right direction, no matter how lost you might feel externally. Another key aspect is to keep your focus on your own actions and thoughts. Epictetus, a famous Stoic, said that we should concern ourselves only with what's in our control. Being ignored? That's out of your control. How you respond? Totally within your control. By channeling your energy into what you can control, your reactions, your thoughts, your actions, you maintain a sense of agency and dignity. And here's a little secret: people notice when you carry yourself with dignity. They might not acknowledge it right away, but it leaves an impression. It's like planting seeds. Over time, others will see that you're not easily swayed by their opinions. You become a model of self-respect and inner strength. Lastly, don't forget to be kind to yourself. Maintaining dignity doesn't mean being harsh or overly critical of your own feelings. Acknowledge your emotions, but don't let them rule you. It's okay to feel hurt or disappointed, but let those feelings pass like clouds in the sky, without letting them define you. In essence, maintaining dignity when ignored is about embodying the best version of yourself, no matter what. It's about standing firm in your values, reacting with grace, and focusing on what you can control. It's a journey, not a destination, and with each step, you build a stronger, more resilient sense of self. Number 2, engage in self-improvement. When people overlook you, don't let it get under your skin. Instead, turn it into fuel for your own self-betterment. It's like this: when someone snubs you, it doesn't define your worth. You define your worth. And what better way to do that than by diving headfirst into self-improvement? Picture this: instead of wasting time pondering why you're being ignored, channel that energy into becoming the best version of yourself. Start by setting some goals, small ones, big ones, whatever floats your boat. Maybe you want to get fit, pick up a new hobby, or even just read more books. Whatever it is, let it be something that excites you, something that makes you jump out of bed in the morning. Now, imagine you've got this goal, and you're working towards it bit by bit. Each day, you're making tiny improvements. It's like chiseling away at a marble block to reveal a magnificent statue. You might not see the changes overnight, but trust me, they're happening. Every push-up, every page read, Every new skill learned is a step closer to the best version of you. As you're on this self-improvement journey, you'll notice something interesting. The opinions of others start to matter less and less. It's not that you become insensitive or uncaring, it's just that you're so focused on your own growth that you don't have time to worry about who's paying attention and who's not. You're in your own zone, and it feels incredible. But hey, self-improvement isn't just about setting goals and achieving them. It's also about self-reflection. Take some time to look inward. Ask yourself, what are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? What makes you tick? Understanding yourself on a deeper level is a crucial part of this journey. It's like getting to know a close friend, only that friend is you. And don't forget about self-care. Engaging in self-improvement isn't about grinding yourself to the bone. It's about finding balance. Take care of your body, mind, and soul. Eat well, exercise, meditate, or just take a walk in nature. Treat yourself with kindness and respect. After all, how can you improve if you're constantly running on empty? As you grow and evolve, you'll start to radiate a new kind of energy. People will notice. They might still ignore you, but you'll find that it doesn't bother you as much. You'll be too busy enjoying your own company and celebrating your victories, big and small. And who knows? Maybe those who ignored you before will start to take notice. But by then, it won't matter because you'll be doing it all for yourself, not for their approval. So, next time someone overlooks you, smile to yourself and get to work. Use it as a reminder to focus on your own path, to keep improving, and to become someone you're proud of. Engage in self-improvement not to prove others wrong, but to prove to yourself just how incredible you can be. In the end, you'll find that the best kind of validation comes from within, and that's worth more than anyone else's attention. Number 3, set boundaries. Setting boundaries is like building a fence around your garden. It's not about shutting people out, but about protecting the space where you grow and flourish. When folks ignore you, it's tempting to just let things slide, hoping they'll eventually see your worth. But that's a recipe for frustration. You've got to step up and draw the lines that keep your mental garden thriving. Imagine this, your time and energy are precious commodities. If someone isn't giving you the attention or respect you deserve, it's on you to decide how much access they get to your valuable resources. This isn't about being harsh, it's about being wise. Think of it as a form of self-respect, a way to honor your own needs and priorities. You're not a bottomless well of time and energy. First, recognize what drains you. Notice those interactions that leave you feeling exhausted or undervalued. These are the areas where you need boundaries the most. Maybe it's that friend who only calls when they need something, or the coworker who monopolizes your time with gossip. Identifying these patterns is the first step toward reclaiming your peace of mind. Next, communicate clearly. This is where it gets tricky. How do you set boundaries without coming off as rude or unkind? The key is to be direct but gentle. You don't have to explain yourself excessively or apologize for needing space. A simple, "I need some time to focus on my own projects," or "I'm not available for that," works wonders. Remember, setting boundaries is about your well-being, not about controlling others. And then there's the follow-through. This is the backbone of effective boundaries. If you say you're not available after 6 p.m., don't respond to messages or emails during that time. Your actions will reinforce your words, showing others that your boundaries are firm. This consistency helps people understand that you mean what you say. Of course, some might test your boundaries, intentionally or not. They might push, prod, or try to guilt you into bending. Stay firm. Think of your boundaries as non-negotiable commitments to yourself. When you hold the line, you teach others how to treat you. You show them that your time, energy, and attention are not up for grabs. Let's talk about the emotional aspect. setting boundaries can feel uncomfortable at first, especially if you're not used to it. You might worry about coming off as aloof or uncaring. But here's a secret: true friends and respectful colleagues will understand. They'll appreciate your honesty and will adjust. Those who don't, well, they reveal their true colors. Over time, as you practice setting boundaries, you'll notice a shift. You'll feel more in control, more respected, and more at ease. Your interactions will become more meaningful because they're not marred by resentment or fatigue. You'll have more energy for the things and people that truly matter. Setting boundaries is a form of self-love. It's about carving out a safe space for yourself in a world that can be overwhelming. It's about saying, "I matter, and my needs matter." When you act like this, you'll find that you're not just surviving, you're thriving. And that's a powerful place to be. In the end, setting boundaries isn't about pushing people away. It's about drawing them closer on your terms. It's about fostering relationships that are balanced, respectful, and enriching. So go ahead, build that fence. Your garden will thank you. Number 4, stay calm. Next, alright, let's talk about staying calm when you feel ignored. It's easier said than done, right? But guess what? It's totally doable, and it's a game changer. Imagine yourself as the eye of the storm. Everything around you might be chaotic, but you're just chilling, unbothered by the whirlwind. That's the kind of calm we're aiming for. First off, let's acknowledge that being ignored sucks. It's frustrating, it can hurt, and it's just plain annoying. But here's where the Stoic wisdom kicks in. You have the power to control your reactions. Yeah, you heard me right. You can't control if someone ignores you, but you can definitely control how you respond. And staying calm? It's like your secret weapon. Think of calmness as your shield. When someone ignores you, it's like they're throwing darts. Without calmness, those darts hit you, and you feel every prick. But with calmness, those darts just bounce off. They don't get to you. It's a mindset, a state of being. It's about choosing not to let external events mess with your internal peace. So, how do you get there? Start by taking a deep breath. Seriously, deep breathing is underrated. It's like hitting the reset button on your emotions. When you feel that irritation rising, pause and take a few deep breaths. Feel the air fill your lungs and then let it out slowly. It's like flushing out the stress and bringing in calm. Simple, but super effective. Next, let's talk about perspective. Stoicism teaches us to zoom out and see the bigger picture. When you're feeling ignored, it's easy to get caught up in that moment. But try to step back and look at it from a broader perspective. In the grand scheme of things, does this moment really matter? Probably not as much as it feels like it does right now. This shift in perspective can be incredibly calming. It's like realizing that the wave that seemed so huge is just a tiny ripple in the vast ocean of your life. Also, practice the art of letting go. We often get worked up because we hold on to things too tightly. Expectations, validation, attention, when we cling to these, we give them power over us. Let go of the need for others' acknowledgement. It's liberating. It's like dropping a heavy backpack you didn't even realize you were carrying. Suddenly, you're lighter, freer, calmer. Another trick? Focus on what you can control. Stoicism is big on this. You can't control others' actions, but you can control yours. Channel your energy into things you can actually change. When you shift your focus to your own actions, thoughts, and emotions, you feel more empowered. It's calming because you're not wasting energy on things beyond your control. You're investing it where it counts. And hey, don't forget self-talk. Be kind to yourself. When you feel ignored, your inner critic might go into overdrive. Quiet that voice. Replace it with a supportive, calm inner dialogue. Remind yourself of your worth. Speak to yourself like you would to a friend. This self-compassion is calming in itself. It's like having an inner cheerleader, always ready to lift you up. Lastly, find your calm center. For some, it's meditation. For others, it's a walk in nature, listening to music, or even just sitting in silence. Whatever helps you find that inner peace, make time for it. It's about creating a sanctuary within yourself that you can retreat to whenever things get tough. In a nutshell, staying calm when ignored is about controlling your reactions, shifting your perspective, letting go of unnecessary burdens, focusing on what you can control, practicing self-compassion, and finding your calm center. It's a skill, one that gets better with practice. And with time, you'll find that staying calm becomes second nature, no matter what's going on around you. Number 5, reflect on your values. So someone's giving you the cold shoulder, huh? It's tempting to react, to let your emotions take the wheel. But here's a Stoic twist: instead of getting all worked up, take a moment to reflect on your values. Trust me, it's a game changer. So, what's the deal with reflecting on your values? It's all about reconnecting with what truly matters to you. Imagine your values as the roots of a tree, keeping you grounded even when the winds of others' indifference blow hard. When you're clear on your values, you're less likely to be swayed by external stuff, like being ignored. First off, let's figure out what your values are. This isn't about what society says you should value, but what genuinely resonates with you. Is it honesty, kindness, courage, integrity? Take a moment to really think about this. Write them down if that helps. This list is your anchor, your guide when the seas get rough. Now, let's dive into how reflecting on these values can help when you're feeling ignored. When someone brushes you off, it's easy to feel hurt or insignificant. But if you're clear on your values, you can ask yourself, is my worth tied to this person's attention? Or is it tied to living in line with my values? Spoiler alert, it's the latter. Your worth is intrinsic, not dependent on external validation. Alright, so you've got your list of values. What next? When you're in a situation where you feel ignored, take a step back and reflect on those values. Ask yourself, am I living in accordance with these values right now? How can I respond in a way that aligns with what's important to me? This reflection helps you shift focus from the other person's actions to your own principles. It's like flipping a switch, suddenly, you're in control. Let's talk about inner alignment. When your actions reflect your values, you feel more authentic and less rattled by outside events. It's like wearing a suit of armor made of your own principles. Sure, you might still feel a sting when ignored, but it won't penetrate as deeply. Your values provide a sense of direction and purpose, acting as a compass that guides you through emotional turbulence. This reflection process also helps in recognizing that not everyone's actions are a reflection of you. Often, being ignored is more about the other person than it is about you. Maybe they're dealing with their own stuff. Maybe they're just not very considerate. When you reflect on your values, you remind yourself that your response is what truly matters. You can choose to act with grace and dignity, staying true to your principles. So, how do you make this reflection a habit? Start small. Each day, take a few minutes to review your values. Think about how you lived them out that day. Did you face any challenges that made it hard to stick to them? How did you respond? This daily practice strengthens your value-based mindset, making it easier to tap into when things get tough. When you're feeling ignored, instead of reacting impulsively, pause and reflect. Breathe in, think about your values, and let them guide your response. It's like having a personal coach whispering wise advice in your ear, keeping you focused and centered. Remember, reflecting on your values isn't a one-time deal. It's an ongoing process, a journey of self-discovery and growth. The more you practice it, the more naturally it will come, even in challenging situations. It's about building a strong foundation of self-awareness and integrity, so you can weather any storm with grace. In essence, reflecting on your values when ignored helps you stay true to yourself. It shifts your focus from seeking external validation to cultivating inner strength. It's about living authentically, guided by your principles, no matter what others do. And that, my friend, is the Stoic way to navigate the ups and downs of life. Number 6, understand and accept. So you're feeling ignored, and it's gnawing at you. It's tough, I get it. But instead of spiraling into a vortex of frustration, how about trying something a bit more stoic? Let's talk about understanding and accepting the situation. First off, understanding. What does that even mean in this context? It's about taking a step back and seeing the bigger picture. Maybe the person ignoring you is dealing with their own stuff. They might be stressed, preoccupied, or just not in the right headspace. It's not always about you. When you start to understand that their behavior might have more to do with them than you, it's like a weight lifting off your shoulders. Think about it. How many times have you been so wrapped up in your own world that you didn't give someone else the attention they deserved? It happens. We're all human, juggling our own worries and problems. By understanding this, you can shift your perspective from feeling slighted to feeling empathetic. It's not about excusing their behavior but about seeing it through a different lens. Now, let's move to acceptance. This is the tricky part, but also the most liberating. Acceptance doesn't mean you're okay with being ignored. It doesn't mean you have to like it. It simply means acknowledging the reality of the situation without resisting it. When you accept things as they are, you stop fighting against reality, and that's where the magic happens. Imagine this, you're in a boat on a river. If you keep paddling against the current, you'll exhaust yourself and get nowhere. But if you accept the direction of the current and go with the flow, you'll find it much easier to navigate. Acceptance is like that. It's about going with the flow of reality instead of fighting against it. So how do you practice this acceptance? Start by acknowledging your feelings. It's okay to feel hurt or frustrated. Don't push those feelings away. Let them be, but don't let them control you. Once you've acknowledged how you feel, remind yourself that you can't control others' actions, only your own responses. This shift in focus is empowering. It's like taking the reins of your own emotional state. Another key aspect of acceptance is letting go of expectations. Often, our frustration comes from unmet expectations. We expect others to act a certain way, and when they don't, we feel disappointed. By letting go of these expectations, you free yourself from this cycle of disappointment. It's about embracing what is, not what you wish it to be. And hey, acceptance isn't about giving up. It's about choosing peace over turmoil. When you accept a situation, you're not resigning yourself to a fate of being ignored forever. You're simply acknowledging the present moment and deciding not to let it ruin your peace. It's a conscious choice to maintain your inner calm, no matter what's happening outside. In the end, understanding and accepting is about finding your equilibrium. It's about realizing that you have the power to control your own emotional responses. It's about seeing the bigger picture, empathizing with others, and embracing reality as it is. When you practice understanding and acceptance, you're not just reacting to life, you're engaging with it in a thoughtful, balanced way. You're choosing to rise above the pettiness of being ignored and focusing on your own growth and peace. It's a powerful mindset shift that brings a sense of calm and resilience. So next time you feel ignored, take a deep breath. Try to understand the situation and accept it for what it is. You might just find that it bothers you a whole lot less. And that, my friend, is a beautiful thing. Number 7, move forward. You're feeling ignored. It stings, doesn't it? But guess what? Life's too short to get stuck in that rut. The Stoics have this brilliant mantra, move forward. It's all about not letting the actions, or inactions, of others hold you back. So, how do you do that? Let's dive in. First things first, let's talk about why moving forward is essential. When someone ignores you, it's easy to dwell on it. You replay the moments in your head, wondering what you did wrong, what you could have done differently. But here's the thing, dwelling on it won't change a thing. It just keeps you stuck in a loop of frustration and self-doubt. Moving forward means breaking free from that loop. Picture yourself on a path. Every time you stop to look back, you're delaying your journey. The more you look back, the more time you waste. Moving forward means keeping your eyes on the path ahead, not on what's behind you. It's about progress, not perfection. So, how do you actually move forward? Start by shifting your focus. Instead of fixating on the person who's ignoring you, turn your attention to what you can do next. What are your goals? What are your passions? Channel your energy into something productive. It's like taking all that frustration and using it as fuel for your own growth. Next, set small, achievable goals. When you're feeling ignored, it can knock your confidence. Setting and achieving small goals can help rebuild that confidence. Maybe it's learning a new skill, picking up a hobby, or working on a project you've been putting off. Each small step forward is a victory, a reminder that you're capable and resilient. And let's talk about mindset. Moving forward is as much about your attitude as it is about your actions. Embrace a growth mindset. See challenges and setbacks as opportunities to learn and grow. When you're ignored, it's easy to take it personally. But a growth mindset helps you see it differently. It's not about you, it's about how you respond. Practice gratitude, too. It sounds cheesy, but it works. When you focus on what you're grateful for, it shifts your perspective. You start seeing the positives instead of fixating on the negatives. It's like sunshine breaking through the clouds. It doesn't erase the clouds, but it makes them a lot less gloomy. Another key aspect is self-compassion. Be kind to yourself. It's easy to beat yourself up when you're feeling ignored. But self-compassion means treating yourself with the same kindness you'd offer a friend. Remind yourself that it's okay to feel hurt, but it's also okay to let go and move on. Remember, moving forward doesn't mean ignoring your feelings. It's important to acknowledge them, but don't let them anchor you down. Feel the emotions, process them, and then let them go. Think of it as cleaning out your mental closet. You're making space for new, positive experiences. Now, let's talk about action. Take proactive steps. Reach out to new people, explore new opportunities, and don't be afraid to step out of your comfort zone. The world is full of possibilities, and being ignored by one person shouldn't stop you from exploring them. It's like walking through a door that just opened, leaving the closed ones behind. Lastly, keep your long-term vision in mind. Where do you want to be in a year? 5 years? Moving forward is about keeping that vision alive. It's about taking consistent steps, no matter how small, toward that future. It's like climbing a mountain. Each step might seem insignificant, but together, they lead you to the summit. In essence, moving forward is about choosing to live your life fully, regardless of how others treat you. It's about focusing on your journey, setting goals, maintaining a positive mindset, practicing self-compassion, and taking proactive steps. It's about looking ahead with hope and determination, knowing that the best is yet to come. So, keep moving forward, and let the journey unfold. Number 8. Cultivate inner peace. When you find yourself feeling overlooked or ignored, it's easy to get wrapped up in a storm of emotions. Frustration, anger, sadness, they all come rushing in. But there's a better way to handle it: cultivate inner peace. Yep, finding that calm, serene place within yourself can make all the difference. Let's dive into how you can do that, step by step. First things first, let's talk about acceptance. It sounds simple, but it's incredibly powerful. Accepting that you can't control other people's actions or thoughts is the cornerstone of inner peace. When someone ignores you, it's usually more about them than it is about you. They've got their own stuff going on. By accepting this, you free yourself from the heavy burden of taking things personally. You start to realize that your peace doesn't have to depend on their validation. Next up, breathe. Seriously, just breathe. Take a few deep breaths, in through your nose, out through your mouth. Feel the tension melt away. Breathing is your body's way of hitting the reset button. It pulls you back into the present moment, away from the spiraling thoughts about why you're being ignored. Deep, mindful breathing can work wonders. Give it a shot next time you're feeling overlooked. Now, let's talk about mindfulness. This is about being present in the moment, fully experiencing whatever you're doing right now. It could be as simple as sipping a cup of tea, feeling the warmth, and savoring the flavor. Mindfulness keeps you grounded. When you're ignored, it's easy to start living in your head, creating stories and scenarios that might not even be true. Staying mindful pulls you out of that trap. You start to appreciate the little things around you, and those moments of peace start to add up. Another biggie is letting go of the need for external validation. We all crave approval to some extent, but making it the centerpiece of your happiness is a recipe for disaster. Cultivating inner peace means finding joy and contentment within yourself, regardless of what others think or do. It's about understanding that you are enough just as you are. When you stop chasing after other people's approval, you find a sense of freedom that's incredibly empowering. And then there's gratitude. Yep, that old chestnut. But seriously, taking a moment to appreciate what you have can shift your focus in a big way. When you feel ignored, it's easy to fall into a scarcity mindset, focusing on what you lack. Gratitude flips that script. Maybe you start a gratitude journal, jotting down a few things you're thankful for each day. Over time, you'll notice a shift in your perspective. Instead of dwelling on who's ignoring you, you'll start to see the abundance in your life. Let's not forget self-compassion. Be kind to yourself. If someone's ignoring you, don't beat yourself up over it. We're all human, and it's okay to feel hurt. But instead of wallowing in that hurt, treat yourself with the same kindness you'd offer a friend. Maybe you take a relaxing bath, read a good book, or just give yourself permission to feel without judgment. Self-compassion is a vital part of inner peace. It's about nurturing yourself, especially when the world feels a bit harsh. Lastly, think about meditative practice. It doesn't have to be anything fancy. Just a few minutes each day where you sit quietly, focusing on your breath, can make a big difference. Meditation helps you build a sanctuary of calm within yourself. When you're regularly tapping into that calm, it becomes easier to remain peaceful even when external circumstances aren't ideal. So there you have it. When they ignore you, instead of getting caught up in the chaos, turn inward. Cultivate that inner peace. Accept what you can't change, breathe, practice mindfulness, let go of the need for approval, embrace gratitude, show yourself compassion, and maybe give meditation a try. You'll find that the more you nurture your inner peace, the less other people's actions will ruffle your feathers. You'll be grounded, serene, and, most importantly, at peace with yourself. Number 9, practice detachment. When someone overlooks you, it's easy to get wrapped up in the drama. But here's a secret weapon from the Stoics: practice detachment. Yep, detachment is all about creating a little space between you and your emotions. It's not about becoming cold or indifferent, it's about finding freedom from the emotional roller coaster. Let's break it down and see how this can be your game changer. First, let's get one thing straight: detachment doesn't mean you stop caring. It's more about shifting your focus from things you can't control to things you can. You can't control how others treat you, but you can control how you respond. So, the next time someone ignores you, remind yourself that their actions are out of your hands. This mental shift can be incredibly liberating. Now, imagine you're watching your life like a movie. You're the observer, not just the main character. This little mental trick can help you detach. When you see yourself as an observer, you start to notice patterns and behaviors without getting swept up in them. It's like watching a storm from a safe, cozy room. The storm is there, but it's not touching you. Try this the next time you feel ignored. Step back and watch the situation as if it's on a screen. You'll find it easier to stay calm and composed. Another key to practicing detachment is setting healthy boundaries. This isn't about shutting people out, it's about protecting your peace. If someone's behavior is consistently hurtful, it's okay to take a step back. Your mental well-being comes first. Think of boundaries as a fence around your garden. You decide who gets to come in and what stays out. By setting these limits, you're creating a safe space for yourself, which makes detachment easier. Let's talk about expectations for a second. They can be tricky. We often expect others to treat us a certain way, and when they don't, it stings. Practicing detachment means letting go of those expectations. It's about embracing the idea that people will do what they do, and that's okay. The less you expect from others, the less disappointed you'll be. Instead, focus on your actions and attitudes. They're within your control, and that's where your power lies. One practical way to cultivate detachment is through meditation or mindfulness practices. These techniques train your mind to stay present and not get lost in the whirlwind of emotions. Even a few minutes a day can make a big difference. Sit quietly, focus on your breath, and let thoughts and feelings come and go without clinging to them. Over time, you'll find it easier to stay detached, even in challenging situations. Remember, detachment also involves acceptance. Accepting that not everyone will like you or appreciate you is part of the deal. It's not a reflection of your worth. People have their reasons for their behavior, and it's often more about them than it is about you. By accepting this, you free yourself from the need for their approval. You start to realize that your value isn't tied to others' opinions. It's rooted in who you are and how you choose to live your life. Lastly, practice gratitude. It might sound odd, but being thankful for what you have can help you detach from what you don't. When you focus on the positives in your life, the negatives, like being ignored, lose their sting. Gratitude shifts your perspective and brings a sense of peace and contentment. It's a powerful antidote to the feelings of hurt and rejection. So, next time you feel ignored, try practicing detachment. Step back, observe, set boundaries, let go of expectations, meditate, accept the situation, and focus on gratitude. It's not about shutting down your emotions, it's about not letting them control you. You'll find that detachment isn't just a way to cope, it's a path to inner freedom and resilience. And in the end, that's what really matters. Number 10, foster compassion. When you're feeling invisible, brushed aside, or outright ignored, the last thing on your mind might be fostering compassion. But stick with me here, because embracing compassion can totally flip the script on how you handle being overlooked. Let's dig into how this works and how you can make it happen in your life. First off, let's get clear on what compassion really is. It's not just about feeling sorry for someone, it's about understanding and empathy. It's about recognizing that everyone has their own struggles and that, sometimes, those struggles make them act in ways that aren't exactly kind or considerate. When someone ignores you, it's usually more about them and their issues than it is about you. Now, think about this. What if you could shift your perspective from feeling hurt to feeling curious? Instead of jumping to conclusions about why you're being ignored, what if you could pause and wonder what might be going on in that person's life? Maybe they're stressed, preoccupied, or dealing with something heavy. This shift from judgment to curiosity opens the door to compassion. Alright, so how do you start fostering this compassion thing? Start with yourself. Seriously, be kind to yourself first. Acknowledge your feelings. Yes, it hurts to be ignored. It's okay to feel that way. But don't stop there. Give yourself a mental hug. Remind yourself that your worth isn't tied to someone else's attention. By nurturing self-compassion, you create a solid foundation to extend that same kindness to others. Next, try this little exercise. Whenever you feel slighted, take a deep breath and silently wish the person well. It might feel a bit odd at first, but it's incredibly powerful. Say something like, "I hope they find peace," or "I wish them well." This simple act shifts your focus from your own hurt to a more generous, empathetic stance. It's like a mini reset button for your emotions. Also, practice active listening when you do interact with others. When someone speaks to you, give them your full attention. This might seem like it has nothing to do with being ignored, but it actually does. By being fully present with others, you cultivate a habit of understanding and empathy. You're training yourself to be more compassionate, which in turn makes it easier to handle those moments when you're the one feeling overlooked. Let's not forget about gratitude. Yeah, gratitude again. It's a biggie. When you're feeling ignored, take a moment to list a few things you're grateful for. It could be anything: a sunny day, a good cup of coffee, a kind word from a friend. Shifting your focus to what you appreciate in life helps balance out the negative emotions. It's hard to feel both grateful and hurt at the same time. Gratitude fosters a positive mindset, making it easier to extend compassion to others. Remember, fostering compassion doesn't mean you let people walk all over you. It's not about excusing bad behavior. It's about understanding that everyone has their own battles and choosing not to take their actions personally. You can still set boundaries and stand up for yourself while being compassionate. In fact, compassion often makes those boundaries clearer and healthier. Lastly, surround yourself with positive influences. Engage with people who lift you up, who inspire you, who show compassion themselves. This environment nurtures your ability to be compassionate. It's like planting yourself in rich, fertile soil. You grow stronger and more resilient. So, the next time you're feeling ignored, try fostering compassion. Start with self-compassion, then extend that kindness outward. Be curious, practice active listening, wish others well, and embrace gratitude. You'll find that compassion isn't just a way to handle being ignored, it's a way to transform your entire outlook on life. And who knows? You might even inspire a little more kindness in the world around you. Number 11, seek mentorship. When you're feeling brushed aside or ignored, it can be a real bummer. But here's a tip straight from the Stoics: seek mentorship. This isn't just about finding someone to give you advice, it's about connecting with someone who can help you grow and see things from a new perspective. Let's dive into why seeking mentorship can be a game changer and how to go about it in a way that feels natural and empowering. First things first, let's talk about why mentorship matters. When you're feeling overlooked, it's easy to get stuck in your own head, replaying the same thoughts and worries over and over. A mentor can break that cycle. They offer fresh insights and a different viewpoint that can help you see your situation more clearly. It's like having a guide who's been through the same rough waters and knows where the safe harbors are. Now, finding a mentor isn't just about picking the first person you see who seems successful. It's about finding someone whose values and experiences resonate with you. Look for someone who embodies qualities you admire, someone who's been where you are and has navigated through it. This connection should feel genuine, not forced. It's less about their title or status and more about their journey and wisdom. So, how do you go about finding a mentor? Start by looking within your own circle. Is there someone at work, in your community, or even a friend of a friend who you respect and feel comfortable approaching? If no one comes to mind, broaden your search. Online communities, professional organizations, and social media platforms can be great places to find potential mentors. Don't be afraid to reach out. Most people are flattered when asked for guidance and happy to share their experiences. When you do find a potential mentor, approach them with respect and authenticity. You're not asking them to solve your problems or make decisions for you. Instead, you're seeking their perspective and advice. Be clear about what you're looking for and why you think they'd be a good fit. A simple, honest request can go a long way. Something like, "I admire your journey and would love to hear more about how you navigated similar challenges," can open the door to a meaningful conversation. Once you've connected with a mentor, be proactive in maintaining that relationship. Show appreciation for their time and insights. Ask thoughtful questions and be genuinely interested in their experiences. Remember, this is a two-way street. While you're learning from them, they're also gaining from the opportunity to reflect on their own journey and share their wisdom. Mentorship isn't just about the big, life-changing advice either. Sometimes, the smallest insights can make the biggest difference. Maybe your mentor shares a book that changed their perspective, or a mantra that keeps them grounded. These little nuggets of wisdom can be incredibly valuable and help you see things in a new light. Another key point is to stay open and flexible. Your mentor might challenge you, push you out of your comfort zone, or suggest ideas you hadn't considered. Embrace this. Growth often happens outside of our comfort zones. Trust that your mentor has your best interests at heart and be willing to explore new paths and perspectives. Lastly, remember that mentorship is a journey, not a destination. It's about ongoing growth and learning. As you evolve, your needs and goals might change, and that's okay. Stay in touch with your mentor, keep them updated on your progress, and continue to seek their guidance as you navigate new challenges and opportunities. In the end, seeking mentorship when you feel ignored isn't just about finding someone to lean on. It's about empowering yourself with new tools, perspectives, and support to navigate life's ups and downs. It's about building a relationship that helps you grow, both personally and professionally. So, next time you're feeling overlooked, reach out, connect, and let the wisdom of a mentor guide you towards a brighter, more confident future. Number 12, invest in new relationships. So, you're feeling overlooked, ignored, maybe even a bit invisible. It stings, doesn't it? But here's the deal, instead of stewing in that funk, why not channel that energy into building new connections? Trust me, it's a game changer. Picture this, you're planting seeds in a fresh, fertile garden. Some won't sprout, and that's okay. The ones that do, though, they can bloom into the most unexpected and vibrant friendships or networks. Let's dive into it. First, shake off that doubt. You're worth knowing, and you have so much to offer. The world is full of people who are just waiting to meet someone like you. Sounds cliché, right? But it's true. Everyone's got their tribe out there. Maybe yours is just around the corner, or one conversation away. Don't let the fear of being ignored by some stop you from being discovered by others. Now, how do you go about this? Start with a clean slate and an open mind. This is your chance to redefine your social landscape. Maybe you've been stuck in the same circles, doing the same old things, getting the same results. Mix it up. Try new activities, join new groups, attend different events. When you step out of your comfort zone, you open up to a world of possibilities. You might find people who share your interests, values, and zest for life. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's not just about meeting new people, it's about investing in these budding relationships. And investment, as we know, requires time, effort, and a bit of courage. Don't just show up, engage. Ask questions, share stories, and most importantly, listen. Really listen. People can tell when you're genuinely interested. And when you are, they'll be more inclined to reciprocate. Here's a fun fact: people love to talk about themselves. Use that to your advantage. Be curious. Show them that you value their experiences and perspectives. This isn't about flattery, it's about building authentic connections. And authenticity, my friend, is a magnet. When you're real, people sense it and respond in kind. Speaking of being real, let's address the elephant in the room: vulnerability. It's scary to put yourself out there, especially when you've been burned by indifference before. But here's the kicker: vulnerability is the secret sauce of meaningful relationships. It's what transforms acquaintances into friends. Share a bit of yourself. Your hopes, your fears, your dreams. It's like giving someone a key to your world. If they step in and make themselves at home, you've got a keeper. And hey, not every seed you plant will grow. Some might fizzle out, and that's perfectly fine. Don't take it personally. Remember, not every connection is meant to last forever. Some are just stepping stones, others learning experiences. Keep your heart and mind open, and keep planting those seeds. Also, consider the quality of your interactions. It's not about how many people you meet, but the depth of the connections you make. A handful of genuine relationships can be far more fulfilling than a multitude of shallow ones. So, aim for depth. Seek out those who challenge you, inspire you, and make you laugh. People who bring out the best in you and whom you can be your true self with. Lastly, patience is key. Building new relationships doesn't happen overnight. It's a process, sometimes slow and gradual, but oh so worth it. Stay positive, keep showing up, and be consistent. Over time, you'll find that those initial efforts blossom into rich, rewarding relationships. So, go ahead. Invest in new relationships. It's one of the best ways to counteract the sting of being ignored. Instead of dwelling on those who overlook you, focus on discovering those who see your value. Your social garden will flourish, and you'll find yourself surrounded by the vibrant, nourishing connections you deserve. Number 13, let go of control. Alright, so you've been giving it your all, putting yourself out there, and yet, crickets. Radio silence. It's frustrating, right? But here's a Stoic twist: let go of control. Yep, just let it go. Sounds counterintuitive, but stick with me. Think of control like sand slipping through your fingers. The tighter you grip, the faster it escapes. People's actions, their attention, their reactions, they're all outside your grasp. You can't force someone to notice you, to appreciate you, to respond to you. And honestly, would you even want that kind of fake, forced interaction? Probably not. Now, imagine you're sailing on a vast ocean. You can't control the waves or the wind. You can only adjust your sails. Your thoughts, actions, and reactions, these are your sails. When people ignore you, it's easy to get caught up in trying to change their behavior. But let's face it, you're not a puppeteer pulling strings. You're a sailor navigating your own ship. So, what does letting go look like? It starts with a shift in mindset. Instead of obsessing over how others respond, focus on what you can control. Your thoughts. Your actions. Your peace of mind. When you release the need to control others, you free up a ton of mental space. You stop wasting energy on the impossible and start investing it in the possible. Now, let's talk about that internal dialogue. You know, that voice in your head that's constantly analyzing and overthinking. Silence it. Easier said than done, right? But with practice, it's doable. When that voice starts up, remind yourself, this is outside my control. It's a mental reset button. It shifts your focus from external chaos to internal calm. Speaking of calm, meditation can be your best friend here. Spend a few minutes each day just breathing and being. No expectations, no judgments. Just presence. It's a powerful way to practice letting go. When your mind drifts to those who ignore you, gently bring it back to your breath. It's a simple yet profound practice of regaining control over your inner world. And let's not forget about acceptance. Embrace the fact that not everyone will see your worth. And that's okay. You are not defined by others' perceptions. Your value is intrinsic, not dependent on external validation. When you accept this, you find a sense of freedom. It's like taking off a heavy backpack you didn't realize you were carrying. Also, consider the impact of letting go on your overall well-being. Stress, anxiety, frustration, they all stem from a desire to control the uncontrollable. By releasing that need, you reduce these negative emotions. You create space for peace, joy, and contentment. Life becomes less about wrestling with external forces and more about flowing with the current. In your interactions, practice detachment. Be present, be engaged, but don't cling to outcomes. Offer your time, your words, your kindness, and then step back. Let things unfold naturally. If someone responds positively, great. If not, that's fine too. Your sense of self remains intact either way. Ultimately, letting go of control is about trusting the process. Trust that things will unfold as they should. Trust that you'll attract the right people and opportunities. Trust that your worth isn't tied to external validation. It's about embracing uncertainty with grace and confidence. So next time you feel ignored, remind yourself, I cannot control others, but I can control my response. Let that be your mantra. Sail through the storm with steady hands on your sails, knowing that you're navigating your own course. And remember, sometimes the most profound strength comes from knowing when to let go. Number 14, seek understanding. So, they're giving you the cold shoulder, huh? That can sting. It's easy to jump to conclusions, to let your mind spiral into a vortex of self-doubt and irritation. But here's where the Stoic wisdom kicks in: seek understanding. Instead of letting those negative thoughts take over, dive into the curiosity pool. What's really going on here? First off, pause. Breathe. Don't let the initial wave of emotions drown you. When people ignore you, it's natural to feel a pang of rejection. But often, it's not about you at all. There could be 1,000 reasons behind their silence, and most of them have nothing to do with your worth or actions. Maybe they're swamped with their own issues. Maybe they're lost in their thoughts, dealing with something heavy. Or maybe, just maybe, they didn't even realize they were ignoring you. Start with empathy. Put yourself in their shoes. Imagine what they might be going through. This isn't about excusing rude behavior, it's about gaining perspective. When you shift from judgment to curiosity, the whole vibe changes. You're no longer a victim of their indifference, you're a detective, uncovering the hidden layers of human behavior. Next, consider the context. What's been happening in their life? Have there been any major changes, stressors, or distractions? People aren't always great at communicating their struggles. Sometimes, they're silenced as a scream for help. By seeking to understand, you transform the situation from one of personal offense to one of compassionate inquiry. Communication is key. If the silence bothers you, approach it with openness. Ask gentle, non-confrontational questions. Hey, I've noticed we haven't talked much lately. Is everything okay? This shows you care without being accusatory. It opens the door for honest dialogue. They might appreciate your concern and share what's been on their mind. Or they might not be ready to talk, and that's okay too. The point is, you've reached out with kindness, not judgment. And then there's the art of listening. If they do open up, really listen. Don't just hear words, tune into the emotions behind them. Show empathy and validate their feelings. Sometimes, people just need to feel seen and heard. Your understanding can be a balm for their soul, and it can deepen your connection in unexpected ways. But let's not sugarcoat it. Sometimes, despite your best efforts to understand, people will still ignore you. And that's their choice, their journey. What you can control is how you respond. Instead of stewing in resentment, accept that not every relationship will go the way you want. Some people are meant to be fleeting presences in your life, teaching you lessons about patience, empathy, and self-worth. Seeking understanding also means looking inward. Reflect on your own actions and behaviors. Are there patterns in your interactions that might contribute to the situation? This isn't about blaming yourself, it's about honest self-assessment. Growth often comes from these moments of introspection. Maybe there's something you can adjust, a way to communicate more effectively, or boundaries to set more clearly. Lastly, remember that seeking understanding is a continuous process. It's not a one-time thing but a mindset. Cultivate it daily. Be curious about others' experiences and motivations. Embrace the complexities of human behavior with an open heart and mind. This approach not only helps you deal with being ignored but enriches all your relationships. So, the next time someone seems to be giving you the silent treatment, take a step back. Pause. Seek to understand before jumping to conclusions. Approach the situation with empathy, communicate openly, and listen deeply. And if, after all that, you're still met with silence, accept it with grace. You've done your part. The rest is out of your hands. By seeking understanding, you've already taken the higher path, one that leads to greater peace and wisdom. Number 15, focus on physical health. So, you've been ghosted, left unread, or just plain ignored. It stings, doesn't it? But instead of spiraling into a pit of despair, why not flip the script? Use this as a golden opportunity to focus on something that you can control, your physical health. Trust me, it's a win-win. You feel better, look better, and your mind gets a much-needed break from all the overthinking. First things first, let's talk about exercise. Moving your body is like hitting the reset button on your brain. Whether it's a quick jog, an intense HIIT session, or a peaceful yoga class, getting your blood pumping can do wonders for your mood. Those endorphins are no joke, they're nature's way of giving you a big, comforting hug. Plus, focusing on physical challenges can distract you from the emotional turmoil. It's hard to dwell on someone's silence when you're trying to hold a plank for just 10 more seconds. Mix it up. Don't stick to one routine. Try new workouts, explore different sports, or even dance around your living room to your favorite tunes. The goal is to keep your body guessing and your mind engaged. This variety not only keeps things interesting but also ensures you're working out different muscle groups, promoting overall fitness. It's like giving your body a buffet of health benefits. Now, let's not forget about what you're putting into your body. Nutrition plays a massive role in how you feel. When you eat well, you feel well. Simple as that. So, load up on those veggies, fruits, lean proteins, and whole grains. It's not about dieting or deprivation, it's about nourishing your body with what it needs to thrive. Think of it as self-love on a plate. And hydrate, hydrate, hydrate. Water is your best friend. It keeps everything running smoothly, from your skin to your digestion. Plus, staying hydrated can help keep headaches and fatigue at bay, which is crucial when you're already feeling down. So, grab that fancy water bottle and make sipping a habit. Sleep, don't underestimate it. Your body repairs and rejuvenates itself while you snooze. Lack of sleep can amplify negative emotions and make you more sensitive to stress. Aim for those golden 7 to 9 hours a night. Create a bedtime routine that signals to your body it's time to wind down. Maybe it's a warm bath, some light reading, or a few minutes of meditation. Find what works for you and stick to it. Speaking of meditation, let's dive into the mind-body connection. Practicing mindfulness can help you stay present and reduce anxiety. It's like giving your brain a spa day. Start with just a few minutes a day. Sit comfortably, close your eyes, and focus on your breath. When your mind wanders, and it will gently bring it back. This simple practice can make a huge difference in how you handle being ignored. And hey, let's not forget about pampering yourself. Treat your body to some TLC. Maybe it's a massage, a long soak in the tub, or simply stretching out those tight muscles. Taking care of your physical self sends a powerful message to your mind: you matter. You're worth the effort. Incorporate physical activity into your daily routine. Take the stairs instead of the elevator, walk or bike instead of driving, and stand up and stretch during work breaks. These small changes add up and keep you moving throughout the day. Finally, remember that focusing on your physical health isn't just a distraction, it's a foundation for resilience. When your body feels strong, your mind follows suit. You're better equipped to handle whatever life throws your way, including being ignored. You become more grounded, more centered, and more confident. And who knows? Along this journey, you might even discover a passion for fitness or a new favorite healthy recipe. So, next time someone's indifference starts to get under your skin, lace up those sneakers, grab a smoothie, and hit the reset button on your health. You've got this. Your body and mind will thank you. In the last section, let's go over the daily routine of one of the greatest Stoic philosophers, Marcus Aurelius. Number 1. Morning reflection. Imagine starting your day not with a rush, but with a quiet moment of introspection. For Marcus, this wasn't just about planning his day, it was about grounding himself in his principles, preparing his mind for whatever challenges lay ahead. Picture the scene. The sun hasn't quite peaked over the horizon yet. The world is still wrapped in that peaceful pre-dawn hush. Marcus, our wise philosopher emperor, is already awake. Instead of grabbing his toga and dashing off to deal with the affairs of the empire, he takes a few precious moments for himself. This isn't a luxury, it's a necessity. He starts by contemplating the virtues he wants to embody throughout the day. Patience, kindness, wisdom. He knows the world is chaotic and unpredictable, and he braces himself mentally. Today, he might think, I will face ignorance, ingratitude, and selfishness. But I will not be moved from my path. This isn't about expecting the worst, it's about preparing himself to stay true to his values no matter what. Now, Marcus didn't just think about virtues in the abstract. He personalized them. He'd reflect on specific situations where he could apply these virtues. Maybe he had a meeting with a troublesome senator or a public address to make. He'd visualize these moments, seeing himself acting with patience and wisdom. By doing this, he wasn't just preparing to react, he was setting his intentions. It's like an ancient form of mental rehearsal. But his reflections weren't just about the future. He'd also take stock of the past. How did he handle yesterday's challenges? Did he act according to his principles, or were there moments of weakness? This isn't about self-criticism, it's about learning and growth. Marcus would acknowledge his shortcomings not to berate himself, but to understand and improve. It's a gentle, yet firm, self-accountability. Sometimes, his morning reflections would delve into deeper philosophical questions. What does it mean to live a good life? How can he serve others better? These aren't questions with easy answers, but pondering them daily helped Marcus stay connected to a sense of purpose. It's a reminder that life is more than the sum of daily tasks, it's about striving for something higher, something more meaningful. And then there's the gratitude. Amidst all his responsibilities and worries, Marcus always found things to be grateful for. Maybe it was the loyalty of a friend, the beauty of nature, or simply the fact that he was alive and able to make a difference. Gratitude wasn't just a feel-good exercise for him, it was a way to maintain perspective and humility. It reminded him that, despite his power, he was still part of a larger, interconnected world. Let's not forget the practical side of things. This morning routine wasn't some elaborate, time-consuming ritual. It was simple and straightforward. Marcus probably spent just a few minutes in quiet contemplation, yet those minutes were profoundly impactful. They set the tone for his entire day, helping him approach his duties with a clear mind and a steady heart. In today's fast-paced world, taking time for morning reflection might seem like a luxury. But think about it, even a few minutes of intentional thought can transform your mindset. Instead of rushing into the day feeling overwhelmed, you can start with clarity and purpose. It's about reclaiming a bit of peace and perspective before the chaos hits. So, next time your alarm goes off, resist the urge to jump out of bed immediately. Take a moment, breathe, and reflect. Channel your inner Marcus Aurelius. Consider the kind of person you want to be today and the virtues you want to embody. Acknowledge the challenges that may come your way and prepare yourself to face them with grace and resilience. And don't forget to find something to be grateful for. It's a small practice with a big impact, one that built the foundation for one of history's greatest minds. Number 2, mindfulness and presence. Marcus Aurelius knew the power of mindfulness in being present in each moment. It wasn't just a practice, it was a way of life, a secret weapon that helped him navigate the chaos of ruling an empire. Let's dive into how you can bring a little bit of Marcus's mindfulness into your daily routine. First off, let's talk about mindfulness. It's not some new age trend or a buzzword you see plastered everywhere. No, it's about being right here, right now. Picture Marcus sitting quietly in his chamber, taking a few deep breaths, and tuning into the present. He wasn't thinking about the battles of yesterday or the politics of tomorrow. He was focused on the now, the very moment he was living. So, how can you adopt this ancient practice in today's fast-paced world? Start simple. When you wake up, before reaching for your phone, take a moment to just be. Feel the sheets around you, notice your breathing, listen to the sounds outside your window. It might seem small, but these tiny moments of awareness can set the tone for your entire day. Another key aspect of mindfulness is being aware of your thoughts without getting lost in them. Marcus Aurelius was big on this. In his journal, Meditations, he often reminded himself to observe his thoughts like a passing parade. He didn't judge them or get carried away by them. He just noticed them and let them go. You can do this too. Throughout your day, take a few minutes to check in with your mind. Are you dwelling on a mistake you made? Are you worrying about something that hasn't happened yet? Catch yourself in these moments, and gently bring your focus back to the present. It's like training a puppy, it takes patience, but it's worth it. Now, let's talk about presence. Being present means giving your full attention to whatever you're doing. Marcus wasn't multitasking when he was addressing his army or meeting with his advisors. He was fully engaged, fully there. This kind of presence can transform even the most mundane tasks into something meaningful. Try this. Next time you're having a conversation, put down your phone, look the other person in the eye, and really listen. It's amazing how much deeper your connections can become when you're fully present. Or, when you're working on a project, give it your undivided attention. Notice the details, immerse yourself in the process. You'll find that not only do you get more done, but the quality of your work improves too. Being mindful and present also means being kind to yourself. Marcus knew that being harsh or critical of oneself was counterproductive. Instead, he practiced self-compassion. He understood that mistakes are part of the journey, and each moment is a chance to start fresh. If you slip up, don't beat yourself up. Acknowledge it, learn from it, and move on. This self-kindness is a cornerstone of mindfulness. It's about treating yourself with the same gentleness and understanding that you would offer a friend. Incorporating mindfulness and presence into your daily routine doesn't require drastic changes. It's about those small, consistent practices that add up over time. Start with a few minutes of quiet in the morning. Be aware of your thoughts throughout the day. Give your full attention to your tasks, and be kind to yourself. Marcus Aurelius wasn't a superhero, he was a human being like you and me. What set him apart was his dedication to living mindfully and being present in every moment. By following his example, you can cultivate a sense of peace and purpose in your own life, no matter what challenges come your way. Number 3, physical exercise. When it comes to physical exercise, Marcus Aurelius wasn't just about lifting weights or running miles. His routine was all about balance, discipline, and embracing the struggle. Picture him rising at dawn, the sun barely peeking over the horizon. The world is quiet, and the air is fresh. This is the perfect time for movement, to awaken the body and sharpen the mind. Marcus started with simple, yet effective, exercises. Think of stretching, reaching for the sky, and bending to touch the ground. These movements weren't just about flexibility, they were about feeling every muscle, every joint, and becoming aware of his physical presence. It's like he was tuning his body like a finely crafted instrument. Next, he would move on to more vigorous activities. Imagine him practicing wrestling or maybe shadowboxing, not in a competitive way, but as a form of discipline. He knew that pushing his body to its limits would strengthen not only his muscles but also his willpower. The sweat, the strain, the occasional stumble, these were all part of the process. Marcus embraced the challenge, knowing that each drop of sweat was a testament to his commitment. Breathing exercises were also a crucial part of his routine. Deep, controlled breaths, in and out, focusing on the rhythm. This wasn't just about oxygenating his body, it was about centering his mind. Each breath was a reminder to stay present, to be mindful of the moment. It's almost meditative, blending physical exertion with mental clarity. And then there's the element of nature. Marcus Aurelius often took his exercise outdoors, under the vast Roman sky. The connection with nature was integral to his routine. The feeling of the earth beneath his feet, the breeze on his face, the sounds of the world waking up around him, all these elements grounded him. It was a reminder that he was part of something larger, something natural and enduring. But it wasn't all about intense workouts. Marcus knew the importance of rest and recovery. After his morning exertions, he would take time to cool down, perhaps with a walk through his garden or a quiet moment of reflection. This balance between activity and rest was crucial. It prevented burnout and ensured that his body remained in peak condition, ready to face the demands of leadership. Marcus Aurelius's approach to physical exercise wasn't about vanity or achieving a certain look. It was about cultivating resilience, discipline, and a deep connection with his own body. Every stretch, every step, every breath was a step on the path to personal mastery. It was a daily practice of pushing his limits and embracing the discomfort, knowing that this was the way to true strength. So, the next time you think about exercise, channel a bit of Marcus Aurelius. Feel the ground beneath your feet, take a deep breath, and remember that physical strength is as much about the mind as it is about the body. Embrace the challenge, and let each movement be a testament to your own journey of self-improvement. Number 4, simple diet. Alright, let's talk about something that's both timeless and surprisingly relevant today, Marcus Aurelius's approach to food. Now, this guy wasn't just a powerful emperor and a deep thinker, he also knew the value of simplicity, especially when it came to his diet. Imagine you're Marcus. You're running an empire, dealing with all sorts of political drama, and still finding time to ponder the meaning of life. The last thing you want is to be bogged down by elaborate meals and indulgent feasts. For Marcus, eating was about nourishment, pure and simple. So, what did his typical meal look like? Think basic, straightforward, nothing fancy. Marcus wasn't interested in gourmet dishes or lavish banquets. He preferred simple, wholesome foods that provided the energy he needed without the fuss. Picture a plate with a few fresh ingredients, maybe some bread, a bit of cheese, some fruit, and vegetables. That's it. No rich sauces, no intricate recipes, just plain, honest food. Why such simplicity, you ask? Well, for one, Marcus believed in moderation. He understood that overindulgence could lead to sluggishness, both in body and mind. By keeping his diet simple, he maintained clarity and focus. It's like giving your body clean fuel so your engine runs smoothly. No need for the premium stuff that might clog up the works. Another reason for his straightforward eating habits was mindfulness. Eating simply allowed Marcus to stay present. When your meal is uncomplicated, you can really appreciate the flavors and textures of each bite. It's about savoring the moment and being grateful for what you have. Plus, it's a reminder that life's pleasures don't always come from extravagance. Sometimes, the most basic things can bring the most satisfaction. Marcus also saw food as a means to an end, not the end itself. He ate to live, not live to eat. This philosophy kept him grounded and focused on his duties and his personal growth. By not getting caught up in culinary excess, he freed up mental space to think about more important matters, like how to be a just ruler and a better human being. Now, don't get the wrong idea, Marcus wasn't some ascetic monk depriving himself of all joy. He knew how to enjoy his food, but he did so with a sense of balance. A simple diet doesn't mean a boring one. Fresh bread, ripe fruits, and crisp vegetables can be incredibly satisfying. It's all about appreciating the natural goodness of food without the need for embellishment. This approach to eating also reflected his Stoic values. Stoicism teaches the importance of self-control and resilience. By choosing a simple diet, Marcus practiced these principles daily. He wasn't swayed by the temptations of luxury or excess. Instead, he stayed true to his belief in living a life of virtue and discipline. Let's not overlook the practical benefits. A simple diet is easy to maintain. There's less time spent on preparation and more time available for other pursuits. For someone with Marcus's responsibilities, this was crucial. It's a lesson that's still relevant today. Sometimes, simplicity is the key to managing a busy life. In today's world, with its endless array of food choices and dietary trends, Marcus's approach might seem a bit old-fashioned. But there's a lot of wisdom in it. Eating simply isn't about depriving yourself, it's about finding balance and appreciating the essentials. It's a way to nourish your body and mind without getting lost in the distractions of modern life. So next time you're planning a meal, think of Marcus Aurelius. Consider how a simple, wholesome diet could bring a bit of clarity and calm to your day. It's not about following a strict regimen or cutting out all the fun. It's about making mindful choices that support your well-being and help you stay focused on what truly matters. After all, if it worked for one of history's greatest minds, there's probably something to it. Number 5. Meditation. Imagine starting your day with a few moments of stillness, tuning out the noise of the world. That's exactly what Marcus did. He'd carve out time, amidst all his duties, to sit quietly and reflect. This wasn't about achieving some mystical state of enlightenment, it was more about grounding himself, connecting with his inner thoughts, and setting the tone for the day. So, picture Marcus, maybe sitting in a quiet room or perhaps in a serene spot in the palace gardens. The morning air is cool and crisp, and the world is just waking up. He closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, and lets his mind settle. This is his time to disconnect from the chaos of the outside world and reconnect with his inner self. His meditation practice was all about mindfulness and presence. He'd focus on his breathing, feeling each inhale and exhale. Sometimes, he'd reflect on a piece of wisdom or a Stoic principle. Maybe it was something simple like the transient nature of life or the importance of living in accordance with virtue. These weren't just abstract thoughts, they were guiding principles that shaped his actions and decisions. Marcus's meditations often involved a bit of self-examination, too. He'd think about his actions and attitudes, reflecting on how he could improve. It wasn't about beating himself up over mistakes, but about honest self-assessment and growth. What did he do well yesterday? Where could he have done better? These reflections helped him stay on the path of self-improvement, always striving to be a better version of himself. One of the key aspects of his meditation was focusing on what he could control and letting go of what he couldn't. As an emperor, there were countless things outside his control: political upheavals, natural disasters, the actions of others. But instead of getting stressed about these things, he focused on his own responses and actions. It's a liberating mindset, one that brings a sense of peace and clarity. Marcus also used his meditation time to cultivate gratitude. Even with all his responsibilities and pressures, he found things to be thankful for. Maybe it was the loyalty of a friend, the beauty of nature, or simply the fact that he was alive and able to make a difference. This practice of gratitude helped him maintain a positive outlook and stay connected to the present moment. And here's the thing, his meditation wasn't a rigid, formal practice. It was flexible, adapting to his needs and the demands of his life. Sometimes it was a few minutes in the morning, other times, it might be a brief pause during the day or a reflective moment before bed. The key was consistency and the intention behind it. Now, let's talk about the benefits. Meditation helped Marcus stay calm and focused, even in the face of challenges. It gave him a sense of inner strength and resilience. By taking time to reflect and connect with his inner self, he was better equipped to handle the demands of leadership and life. In today's fast-paced world, meditation can offer the same benefits. It's a chance to pause, breathe, and reconnect with yourself. It doesn't have to be complicated or time-consuming. Even a few minutes of mindful breathing or reflection can make a big difference. It's about creating a small oasis of peace in the midst of the daily hustle. So, if you're feeling overwhelmed or scattered, take a page from Marcus Aurelius's book. Find a quiet spot, close your eyes, and breathe. Reflect on what matters to you, let go of what you can't control, and embrace the present moment. It's a simple practice with profound effects, one that can help you navigate life with a bit more clarity and calm. After all, if it worked for Marcus, there's a good chance it can work for you too. Number 6. Reading philosophy. Let's talk about one of Marcus Aurelius's favorite pastimes, reading philosophy. Picture this, a powerful emperor, yet he finds solace in the pages of philosophical texts. Why? Because, for Marcus, philosophy wasn't just academic fluff, it was a guide for living a better life. Imagine Marcus, amidst the hustle and bustle of ruling an empire, carving out quiet moments to immerse himself in philosophical works. He wasn't just reading for the sake of knowledge, he was seeking wisdom, looking for insights to apply to his daily life. Philosophy, to him, was like a trusted advisor, always there with timeless advice. Marcus had his favorite texts and philosophers. Works of Stoic thinkers like Epictetus and Seneca were his go-to reads. These weren't just dry, theoretical writings, they were practical guides on how to live virtuously and handle life's challenges. He'd dive into these texts, absorbing their teachings, reflecting on their meanings, and pondering how they applied to his own experiences. Reading philosophy was like having a conversation with these great minds. Imagine sitting down with a wise mentor, listening to their words, and then reflecting on how those words resonate with your own life. That's what it was like for Marcus. He'd read a passage, maybe something about the impermanence of life or the importance of self-control, and then he'd mull it over, letting the wisdom seep into his thoughts. One of the beauties of philosophy is that it provides a different perspective. It challenges your assumptions, makes you think deeply, and sometimes even makes you uncomfortable. Marcus embraced this. He didn't shy away from difficult ideas, he welcomed them. They helped him grow, evolve, and become a better leader in person. His reading sessions weren't always long and drawn out. Sometimes, it was just a few lines or a short passage that he'd carry with him throughout the day, reflecting on it during quiet moments. This way, the teachings of philosophy were always at the forefront of his mind, guiding his actions and decisions. Philosophy also helped Marcus cultivate a sense of inner peace. It reminded him of what truly mattered and helped him maintain his focus on his values and principles. In the chaotic world of politics and power, these philosophical insights were like a grounding force, keeping him steady and centered. But it wasn't all serious and somber. Philosophy also brought a sense of joy and wonder. The beauty of exploring profound ideas, the thrill of discovering new insights, it was intellectually stimulating and emotionally fulfilling. It added a richness to his life that went beyond the material and the mundane. Now, think about how this applies to us today. In our fast-paced, often chaotic lives, reading philosophy can offer a similar refuge. It's a chance to step back, reflect, and gain perspective. You don't have to be an emperor to appreciate the wisdom of ancient thinkers. Their teachings are just as relevant now as they were back then. So, next time you're feeling overwhelmed or lost, pick up a book of philosophy. Start with something simple, maybe a few quotes or a short essay. Let the words sink in, reflect on them, and see how they resonate with your own experiences. You might find, as Marcus did, that these ancient teachings offer timeless wisdom and a sense of calm amidst the storm. In essence, reading philosophy isn't just about gaining knowledge, it's about finding guidance and inspiration for living a better life. It's about connecting with the wisdom of the past to navigate the present with more clarity and purpose. And who knows? Maybe it will help you build a daily routine that's just as enriching and grounding as the one that sustained Marcus Aurelius. Number 7. Engaging in governance. Alright, let's dive into one of the most crucial parts of Marcus Aurelius's daily routine, engaging in governance. Now, being an emperor wasn't a walk in the park. Imagine waking up each day with the weight of an entire empire on your shoulders. Yet, Marcus didn't just see it as a burden, he viewed it as his duty, his purpose. So, picture Marcus starting his day, not just with contemplation and meditation, but readying himself for the challenges of leading. The moment he steps into his role, it's game on. Meetings, decisions, conflicts, all part of the job. But here's the thing, Marcus approached governance with a mindset grounded in philosophy and virtue. First up, he'd gather his advisors. Picture a room filled with the wisest, most experienced minds of the empire. Marcus valued their input, not because he lacked his own ideas, but because he believed in collective wisdom. He'd listen, ask questions, and weigh their advice carefully. This wasn't about power plays or ego, it was about making the best decisions for the people he served. Now, governance wasn't just about big, dramatic decisions. It was also about the nitty-gritty, the everyday matters that kept the empire running smoothly. Marcus paid attention to details. He'd review reports, address administrative issues, and ensure that the machinery of the state was well-oiled and efficient. It's like tuning an instrument, you have to get all the little things right to make beautiful music. Conflict resolution was another big part of his day. Imagine dealing with disputes between senators, quelling uprisings, or addressing the grievances of the common folk. Marcus approached these issues with a calm, measured demeanor. He didn't rush to judgment or let emotions cloud his decisions. Instead, he'd seek to understand all sides, applying his philosophical insights to find fair and just solutions. But it wasn't all about putting out fires. Marcus also focused on long-term planning. He'd think about the future of the empire, strategizing on matters like defense, infrastructure, and social policies. This forward-thinking approach helped ensure stability and prosperity, not just for his reign but for generations to come. He was always looking at the bigger picture, the greater good. And let's not forget his interactions with the people. Marcus believed in staying connected to those he ruled. He'd make time to listen to their concerns, understand their needs, and address their issues. This wasn't just about being a good ruler, it was about staying grounded, remembering that his power came with the responsibility to serve. Throughout all these tasks, Marcus maintained a stoic calm. He didn't let the pressures of governance overwhelm him. Instead, he relied on his inner resources, his philosophy, his virtues, his sense of duty. It's like having an internal compass that always points north, guiding him through even the stormiest seas. And there was a personal touch to his governance. Marcus didn't see himself as above others, he viewed himself as a part of the greater whole. He led by example, embodying the values he preached. His integrity, humility, and dedication inspired those around him. It's a reminder that true leadership isn't about commanding from above, but about guiding and uplifting those you lead. So, what can we learn from Marcus's approach to governance? It's about balancing the big and small, the immediate and the future, the individual and the collective. It's about leading with wisdom, humility, and a deep sense of responsibility. Whether you're managing a team, running a business, or just navigating your daily life, these principles can guide you. In today's fast-paced world, the idea of thoughtful, measured governance might seem old-fashioned. But maybe that's exactly what we need. A reminder that leadership is about more than just making decisions, it's about making the right decisions, with integrity and foresight. And who better to show us the way than Marcus Aurelius, the philosopher king who mastered the art of governance while staying true to his principles. Number 8. Embracing solitude. Alright, let's talk about solitude. Not the kind where you feel lonely, but the kind that rejuvenates your spirit and clears your mind. Marcus Aurelius, the legendary Roman emperor, knew the immense value of embracing solitude. He wasn't afraid to be alone, and he made sure to carve out moments of solitude amidst the chaos of his life. But why was this so important to him, and how can you bring a bit of this ancient wisdom into your daily grind? Think of solitude as a reset button. It's those moments where you step away from the noise, the hustle, the constant demands of life. Imagine Marcus taking a step back from his duties, finding a quiet spot, and just being. He understood that in the stillness, he could find clarity, reflect on his thoughts, and gain a deeper understanding of himself. You don't need a palace or a grand setting to embrace solitude. It can be as simple as finding a quiet corner in your home, or a peaceful spot in a park. The key is to make it a regular part of your routine. Maybe it's the first thing you do in the morning, or a ritual before bed. The important thing is to make that time sacred, just for you. During these moments, allow yourself to disconnect. Leave your phone, your laptop, and any distractions behind. Close your eyes, take a few deep breaths, and let the silence envelop you. This isn't about meditating or following any strict rules. It's about giving your mind a break, letting your thoughts flow freely, and simply enjoying your own company. Solitude also gives you the space to process your emotions. Marcus Aurelius used his alone time to reflect on his feelings, his decisions, and his actions. He would write in his journal, pouring out his thoughts without fear of judgment. This practice helped him gain insights, understand his motivations, and ultimately, grow as a person. You can do this too. Grab a notebook or open a blank document on your computer and just write. Don't worry about grammar, spelling, or making it perfect. Let your thoughts spill out onto the page. You might be surprised at what you discover about yourself. Another beautiful aspect of solitude is that it allows you to reconnect with your passions. Marcus wasn't just an emperor, he was a philosopher, a thinker, a lover of wisdom. In his solitary moments, he would delve into his studies, read, and contemplate. This not only enriched his mind but also fueled his soul. What are the things you love but never seem to have time for? Maybe it's reading a book, drawing, playing music, or simply daydreaming. Use your solitude to indulge in these passions. It's not wasted time, it's essential for your well-being and happiness. Solitude can also help you make better decisions. In the quiet, you can think more clearly, weigh your options, and listen to your intuition. Marcus Aurelius made some of his most important decisions during his solitary reflections. He knew that stepping away from the noise allowed him to see things more objectively, without the influence of others. So, next time you're faced with a tough choice, find a quiet place, and spend some time alone with your thoughts. Trust that inner voice. It's often wiser than you think. Embracing solitude is like giving yourself a gift. It's a time to recharge, reflect, and reconnect with who you truly are. Marcus Aurelius thrived on these moments, and so can you. It's not about being alone, it's about finding peace in your own company and using that time to become the best version of yourself. So go ahead, carve out a little solitude in your day. You might find that it's the most rewarding part of your routine, a time where you can truly be yourself, free from the demands and distractions of the world. Embrace it, cherish it, and let it nourish your soul. Number 9. Limiting luxury. Next, let's dive into something a bit surprising: limiting luxury. You might think, Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor, living a life without luxury? Really? Yes, really. Even though he had access to all the riches and comforts of the empire, Marcus chose a simpler path. He believed that luxury could cloud judgment, dull the senses, and weaken the spirit. So, what can we learn from his approach to living with less? Imagine Marcus waking up in his modest quarters, not a palace filled with gold and extravagance. He understood that true strength came from within, not from the trappings of wealth. So, he kept things simple. You don't need to go full-on minimalist, but taking a page from his book might just lead to a more fulfilling life. Let's start with your morning routine. Instead of indulging in the latest gadgets or the trendiest breakfast, opt for something basic yet nourishing. Maybe it's a simple bowl of oats or a fresh piece of fruit. It's not about depriving yourself, it's about appreciating the essentials and realizing you don't need much to start your day right. Marcus often wore plain clothes, shunning the extravagant garments that marked his status. This wasn't because he couldn't afford luxury, but because he wanted to remain grounded. He knew that the value of a person didn't lie in their appearance but in their character. How about adopting a similar mindset? Focus on comfort and functionality in your wardrobe. Wear what feels good, what makes you move freely and confidently, rather than what impresses others. When it comes to possessions, Marcus kept it simple. He wasn't attached to things. In today's world, it's easy to get caught up in the cycle of wanting more: the latest phone, the fanciest car, the biggest house. But Marcus teaches us that these things can end up owning us. Take a moment to look around your living space. Are there items you don't really need, things that just take up space? Consider decluttering, keeping only what adds value to your life. You'll find a sense of freedom in having less. Now, let's talk about entertainment. Marcus didn't spend his time seeking constant amusement. He valued learning, reflection, and meaningful conversations. Instead of binge-watching the latest show or scrolling endlessly through social media, try engaging in activities that enrich your mind. Read a thought-provoking book, write down your thoughts, or have a deep chat with a friend. These experiences leave you feeling more fulfilled than any fleeting entertainment. Food and drink, another area where Marcus exercised restraint. He enjoyed simple, wholesome meals, not extravagant feasts. It's easy to overindulge in rich, sugary, or fatty foods, especially when they're so readily available. But taking a cue from Marcus, you might find joy in savoring simpler, healthier meals. It's not about strict dieting, it's about finding balance and appreciating the nourishment that comes from natural, whole foods. Limiting luxury isn't about punishing yourself or living in deprivation. It's about finding joy in simplicity and strength in restraint. Marcus Aurelius understood that the more you have, the more you stand to lose, and that true contentment comes from within. By focusing on what truly matters, your health, your relationships, your personal growth, you can lead a richer, more meaningful life without the need for excess. So, give it a try. Simplify your routines, declutter your space, and focus on the essentials. You might be surprised at how liberating it feels. By embracing the philosophy of less, you can create a life filled with more peace, more clarity, more genuine happiness. Just like Marcus Aurelius, you can build a strong, resilient spirit by limiting luxury and finding joy in the simple things. Number 10. Managing emotions. You might think that Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic Roman emperor, was always calm and collected. But nope, he faced emotional storms just like us. What set him apart was how he managed those emotions. He didn't let them control him. Instead, he mastered the art of understanding and navigating them. So, how did Marcus handle his feelings? First off, he acknowledged them. He didn't pretend they didn't exist. Imagine him taking a quiet moment in his chamber, reflecting on a stressful day. He'd notice his anger, frustration, or sadness, but instead of letting these feelings dictate his actions, he observed them with a kind of detached curiosity. You can do this too. Next time you're feeling overwhelmed, pause for a moment. Take a few deep breaths and just sit with your emotions. Don't try to push them away or judge them. Simply notice what you're feeling. This simple act of acknowledgement can be incredibly powerful. It's like saying to yourself, hey, it's okay to feel this way. Marcus also used a technique we'd call reframing today. He would look at a situation from different angles, trying to see it in a new light. Suppose he faced a setback. Instead of seeing it as a failure, he viewed it as an opportunity to learn and grow. He'd ask himself, what can I take away from this? How can this make me stronger? You can try this when you're faced with a tough situation. Instead of getting stuck in negative thinking, challenge yourself to find a silver lining. Ask yourself what you can learn from the experience or how it might help you in the future. This shift in perspective can make a huge difference. Another thing Marcus was big on was self-control. He believed that while you can't always control what happens to you, you can control how you react. Imagine Marcus receiving bad news. Instead of flying off the handle, he'd take a moment to compose himself, think things through, and respond calmly and rationally. Practicing self-control doesn't mean suppressing your emotions. It means giving yourself the space to respond thoughtfully rather than reacting impulsively. Next time you're in a heated moment, try to take a step back. Count to 10, take a deep breath, or walk away for a few minutes. Give yourself that buffer to think clearly before you act. Marcus also leaned heavily on the power of gratitude. He regularly reminded himself of the good things in his life, even when times were tough. This practice helped him maintain a balanced outlook and kept negative emotions in check. You can cultivate gratitude too. Take a few minutes each day to reflect on what you're thankful for. It doesn't have to be big things, even the small joys count. This simple habit can shift your focus from what's wrong to what's right, making it easier to manage difficult emotions. Another gem from Marcus's playbook is acceptance. He knew that some things are beyond our control, and fighting against them only leads to more frustration. Instead, he practiced accepting reality as it is. This doesn't mean giving up or being passive. It's about recognizing what you can change and what you can't. When you face something beyond your control, try to let go of the struggle. Focus on what you can influence and accept what you can't. Marcus Aurelius teaches us that managing emotions isn't about being emotionless. It's about understanding your feelings, learning from them, and responding in ways that align with your values. By acknowledging your emotions, reframing situations, practicing self-control, cultivating gratitude, and embracing acceptance, you can navigate life's ups and downs with a calm and steady mind. Just like Marcus, you can build emotional resilience and find peace amidst the chaos. So, give it a shot. Embrace your emotions, learn from them, and let them guide you toward becoming a stronger, more balanced person. You'll find that managing your emotions, like Marcus, can lead to a richer, more fulfilling life. Number 11, learning and growth. As mentioned earlier, Marcus was a big fan of reading. He devoured books on philosophy, history, and everything in between. But he didn't just read for the sake of it. He read to understand, to challenge his thoughts, and to grow. Picture him in his study, a candle flickering, deeply engrossed in a scroll. He wasn't after quick entertainment or flashy knowledge. No, he sought wisdom that would shape his character and his decisions. You can do this too. Make time for reading every day. Choose books that challenge you, that make you think deeply. It doesn't have to be heavy philosophy all the time. Just pick something that sparks your curiosity and pushes you to see the world in new ways. But learning isn't just about reading. Marcus also learned from the people around him. He observed, listened, and asked questions. Imagine him walking through the gardens, engaging in deep conversations with his advisors and friends. He wasn't afraid to admit what he didn't know and always sought to expand his understanding. You can adopt this habit by being curious and open-minded in your interactions. Ask questions, seek different perspectives, and really listen. Every person you meet has something to teach you, even if it's just a small insight. Make it a point to learn from everyone around you. Another key aspect of Marcus's growth was reflection. He often took time to reflect on his experiences and what he learned from them. Picture him in the quiet of his room, writing in his journal, pondering the events of the day. This reflection helped him internalize his lessons and grow wiser with each passing day. Try incorporating reflection into your routine. At the end of the day, take a few minutes to think about what you've learned. What went well? What didn't? How can you do better tomorrow? Writing down your thoughts can be incredibly powerful. It helps you process your experiences and see your growth over time. Marcus also believed in the power of practice. He didn't just learn and reflect, he put his knowledge into action. He practiced what he preached, living out the principles he valued. He knew that true growth comes from applying what you've learned and consistently striving to be better. You can do the same. Don't just absorb knowledge, put it into practice. If you read about a new way to manage stress, try it out. If you learn about a different perspective, consider it in your decisions. Make learning an active part of your life, not just a passive activity. Finally, Marcus embraced the idea of lifelong learning. He didn't see growth as a destination but as a journey. He knew that there was always more to learn, more ways to grow. This mindset kept him humble and driven, always seeking to improve. Adopt this mindset. See every day as an opportunity to learn something new, to grow a little more. It doesn't matter how much you already know or how skilled you are. There's always room for growth, always another layer to uncover. So, follow Marcus's lead. Dive into books, learn from those around you, reflect on your experiences, put your knowledge into practice, and embrace lifelong learning. By making these habits part of your daily routine, you'll find yourself growing in ways you never imagined. Just like Marcus Aurelius, you can build a life of continuous learning and personal growth, becoming wiser and more fulfilled with each passing day. Number 12, acts of kindness. Picture this: the early morning sun is just beginning to cast its golden glow over the city. Marcus, fresh from his morning exercise, is not just thinking about his duties or the affairs of the empire. No, he's contemplating the simple yet profound impact of kindness. For Marcus, acts of kindness weren't grand gestures but small, consistent actions that wove a tapestry of goodwill and strength. As he walked through the palace corridors, he'd greet everyone with genuine warmth, from the highest-ranking officials to the humblest servants. His greetings weren't mere formalities but moments of connection. A kind word here, a smile there, these were Marcus's way of acknowledging the humanity in everyone he met. It was about making people feel seen and valued, no matter their status. Throughout the day, Marcus would find ways to help others. Maybe it was offering a piece of advice to a troubled senator or lending a listening ear to someone in need. These acts of kindness weren't about showing off his wisdom but about genuinely caring for the well-being of those around him. He understood that everyone has their struggles, and a bit of compassion could make a world of difference. Kindness also found its way into his decisions and policies. Marcus knew that true leadership wasn't about ruling with an iron fist but about empathy and understanding. He'd consider the impact of his decisions on the common people, striving to make choices that would improve their lives. This wasn't always easy, but for Marcus, kindness was a guiding star, helping him navigate the complexities of governance. But it wasn't just about public acts. Marcus believed in quiet, personal gestures of kindness too. Perhaps he would take a moment to write a thoughtful note to a friend or family member, expressing his appreciation and love. These small, personal touches were his way of nurturing relationships and spreading positivity. It was about planting seeds of kindness that would grow and flourish over time. And let's not forget self-kindness. Marcus knew the importance of being gentle with himself. He understood that self-criticism and harsh judgment wouldn't lead to growth. Instead, he practiced self-compassion, acknowledging his flaws and mistakes but also celebrating his efforts and progress. This balance allowed him to remain resilient and maintain his inner peace. In the evenings, as the day wound down, Marcus would reflect on his actions. He'd think about the kindness he had shown and received, understanding that these small acts were the true measures of a life well lived. This reflection wasn't about tallying up good deeds but about recognizing the interconnectedness of all humans and the ripple effects of kindness. So, as you go about your day, channel a bit of Marcus Aurelius. Let kindness guide your actions, whether big or small. Smile at a stranger, lend a hand to someone in need, or simply be gentle with yourself. Remember that every act of kindness, no matter how small, contributes to a world that is a little bit brighter and a little bit better. Embrace the power of kindness, and let it be the heartbeat of your daily routine, just as it was for Marcus Aurelius. Number 13, journaling. Imagine Marcus Aurelius, sitting quietly in his study, the flicker of candlelight casting dancing shadows on the walls. The city outside is bustling with the day's activities, but here, in this serene corner, it's just Marcus and his thoughts. He picks up his pen, feeling the smooth, familiar weight of it in his hand. The act of journaling isn't just a task, it's a ritual, a sacred practice. Marcus starts by reflecting on the day. He doesn't just jot down events but dives deep into his experiences. How did he feel during that intense debate with the Senate? What emotions surfaced when he interacted with his family? It's about peeling back the layers, understanding not just what happened but why it mattered. His journal becomes a mirror, reflecting his true self, free from the facade he might wear during the day. Sometimes, he writes about his challenges. Leading an empire isn't a walk in the park, after all. There are decisions that weigh heavily on his mind, conflicts that gnaw at his peace. By putting these thoughts on paper, Marcus finds clarity. It's like untangling a knot, each word loosening the tension, making the complex simple, the chaotic orderly. But journaling isn't just about problems. Marcus also celebrates his victories, however small they might be. Maybe he handled a tricky situation with grace or showed kindness when it wasn't easy. These moments of self-recognition fuel his spirit, reminding him of his strengths. It's a quiet pat on the back, an acknowledgement that he's on the right path. Then, there are the musings on philosophy. Marcus often contemplates the teachings of Stoicism, scribbling down quotes, reflecting on their meanings. What does it mean to live a virtuous life? How can one remain calm amidst the storm? His journal is a playground for his mind, a space where ideas roam free, evolve, and solidify into guiding principles. Writing also serves as a release valve for his emotions. Anger, frustration, sorrow, these feelings find their way onto the page, transformed from chaotic thoughts into coherent narratives. It's a catharsis, a way to cleanse his mind and soul, leaving him feeling lighter, more centered. The beauty of journaling lies in its simplicity and honesty. There's no need for grand words or elaborate phrases. Marcus writes as he feels, raw and unfiltered. Some entries are long and detailed, others are brief, almost cryptic. It depends on the day, the mood, the need. This variability adds a human touch, making the practice feel alive and dynamic. As the evening turns to night, Marcus finishes his entry with a sense of closure. He might write a final thought, a question to ponder, or simply a word of gratitude. Closing the journal, he feels a sense of calm. The thoughts that once swirled in his mind are now neatly contained within the pages, giving him peace. So, next time you sit down to journal, think of Marcus Aurelius. Let your thoughts flow freely, embrace the process, and find your own truths. Journaling isn't just about recording life, it's about understanding it, learning from it, and growing through it. It's your personal dialogue with the universe, a way to connect with your inner self, just as Marcus did every day. Number 14. Contemplating mortality. Imagine Marcus Aurelius, sitting quietly as the first light of dawn filters through his window. The world is just waking up, and the city's usual clamor is but a distant murmur. In this tranquil moment, Marcus turns his thoughts to one of the most profound aspects of his philosophy, mortality. It's a practice that grounds him, reminding him of the finite nature of life. Marcus begins by reflecting on the impermanence of all things. He considers the ebb and flow of life, the rise and fall of empires, the fleeting nature of human existence. This isn't a morbid fascination but a deeply grounding exercise. He understands that by acknowledging the temporary nature of life, he can better appreciate the present moment. It's like seeing a beautiful flower and knowing it will wither, which makes its current beauty all the more precious. In his meditations, Marcus often ponders the legacy he will leave behind. He isn't obsessed with fame or glory but with the impact of his actions. What will people remember about his reign? More importantly, how will his decisions affect the future generations? These thoughts guide his actions, ensuring that he leads with wisdom and integrity. By contemplating his mortality, Marcus aims to live a life that echoes with purpose and virtue. Marcus also considers the universality of death. It doesn't discriminate, it comes for emperors and commoners alike. This realization fosters a sense of humility and equality. In the grand tapestry of existence, everyone plays a part, no matter how big or small. Recognizing this shared fate, Marcus feels a deep connection to humanity. It's a reminder that in the face of death, all the titles and accolades fall away, leaving only the essence of who we are. This daily contemplation isn't just a solitary exercise. It shapes how Marcus interacts with others. He approaches relationships with a sense of urgency and tenderness, knowing that time is limited. He strives to be present, to listen deeply, and to cherish the people around him. Every encounter becomes a chance to connect on a deeper level, to create memories that outlast the fleeting moments. Sometimes, Marcus imagines his own death. It sounds grim, but for him, it's a way to strip away the superficial layers of life. He envisions his final moments, what thoughts might cross his mind, what regrets might linger. This mental exercise isn't about fear but clarity. It helps him prioritize what truly matters. Petty grievances fade away, replaced by a focus on love, duty, and virtue. Contemplating mortality also infuses Marcus's life with a sense of gratitude. Each day, each breath becomes a gift. The simple joys, a warm meal, a beautiful sunrise, the laughter of a loved one, are savored with a deeper appreciation. By keeping the end in sight, Marcus finds more meaning in the beginning and the middle. As the day unfolds, these reflections stay with him. They influence his decisions, his interactions, his very way of being. Contemplating mortality isn't a practice confined to a specific time, it's a thread woven throughout his life, reminding him to live fully, to lead wisely, and to love deeply. So, take a page from Marcus Aurelius's book. Spend a few moments each day contemplating your own mortality. Let it guide you to what truly matters, infuse your life with purpose, and remind you to cherish the present. It's not about fearing the end, but about making the most of the journey. Embrace this practice, and find in it the same grounding and inspiration that Marcus did every single day. Number 15. Balancing work and rest. Picture Marcus Aurelius, rising early with the first light of dawn. His mind sharp and ready to tackle the challenges of the day. But unlike many of us who dive headfirst into the chaos, Marcus understands the importance of balance. He knows that to be effective, he must navigate the fine line between relentless work and the essential rest his body craves. Marcus starts his day with a clear structure. He allocates time for crucial tasks, whether it's strategizing with his generals or addressing the needs of his people. Each moment is deliberate, each action thoughtful. But he's not about cramming his schedule to the brim. No, Marcus knows the value of pacing himself. He tackles his duties with intensity, yet allows himself to step back and breathe. Midday, Marcus takes a pause. This isn't a quick break to check off a list, but a genuine respite. He might walk through his garden, soaking in the tranquility of nature. The birds' songs, the rustle of leaves, the gentle breeze, these moments are his sanctuary. It's in these pauses that he finds clarity, his mind unwinding and his thoughts settling into a calm rhythm. Afternoons often bring the toughest challenges. Diplomatic meetings, decisions that could alter the course of history, personal dilemmas, it's a whirlwind. Yet, Marcus approaches them with a composed mind. Why? Because he intersperses his day with brief intermissions. A quiet moment to sip water, a stretch to ease his muscles, a deep breath to center his thoughts. These microbreaks are his secret weapons, maintaining his focus and energy. As evening approaches, Marcus shifts gears. The hustle of the day gives way to a more reflective pace. He spends time with loved ones, engages in light reading, or perhaps delves into his journal. These activities aren't just about winding down, they're about nourishing his soul. Connecting with people, immersing himself in literature, reflecting on his day, these are the threads that weave his life together, grounding him in what truly matters. When night falls, Marcus knows the day isn't quite over until he's taken time for himself. He practices mindfulness, maybe through quiet meditation or simply by sitting in stillness, letting the day's events flow through his mind without clinging to them. This practice of reflection is his way of processing, understanding, and letting go. It's a mental cleanse, preparing him for a restful night's sleep. Speaking of sleep, Marcus treats it as sacred. He understands that rest isn't a luxury but a necessity. His sleeping quarters are simple yet comfortable, designed to promote peace and tranquility. The cares of the world are set aside, and he allows himself to drift into a deep, restorative sleep. In this restful state, his body heals, his mind rejuvenates, and he wakes ready to face another day. Balancing work and rest isn't about rigid schedules or strict rules for Marcus. It's an art, a dance between effort and ease. He listens to his body, honors his limits, and embraces the ebb and flow of life. By doing so, he maintains his strength, sharpens his mind, and keeps his spirit light. So, take a leaf from Marcus Aurelius's playbook. Structure your day with intention, but don't forget to pause, breathe, and unwind. Let your work be meaningful and your rest be deep. Balance isn't about doing it all, it's about doing what's essential with grace and wisdom. Embrace this balance, and you'll find a rhythm that sustains you, just as it did for the Stoic emperor. And there you have it, 50 Stoic rules to help you navigate life with a bit more grace and a lot more resilience. Remember, it's not about perfection, it's about progress. Every step you take towards embracing these principles is a step towards a calmer, more focused you. So, next time life gets a little chaotic, just think back to these Stoic rules and remind yourself that you've got this. Thanks for sticking around till the end. If you found these tips helpful, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more insights on living a better, more fulfilling life. Drop a comment below on which rule resonated with you the most. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Until next time, stay strong, stay stoic, and keep pushing forward. Catch you in the next video.